Fang Yi's story began with an accident in which the guy was badly injured. He was lying in the arms of his friends who were trying to reach him. At that moment, the main character thought that he was dead, but then the guy managed to open his eyes a little and sigh heavily. Fan Yi, an 18-year-old Taoist priest from the Shangqing Palace, looked at his hands as if he was floating above the ground and saw his friends pounce on the driver. The terrified boy felt as if he had just died because his soul had separated from his body and he was trying to understand what was happening. His injured body was still lying in the arms of a friend. The amulet that hung around his neck had been broken in the accident. His friend saw that Fang Yi was still breathing, so he shouted to the fat man that he didn't think our hero was dead. The guys were shocked to hear this. The second friend ran up to the main character and placed 2 fingers on his neck to check Fang Yi's pulse. The fat man checked his pulse. It was fine. His friend asked if he had taken it correctly, which caused the guy to be indignant because he had served in the army for many years. The main character's soul was watching from the side, and Fang Yi was trying to call out to the fat man and the bumpkins, but they couldn't hear him. Fang Yi didn't understand what was going on here, watching his friends mourn as they bent over his injured body. 10 hours ago, our hero rested on the mountain reservoir Fangshan. It was sunny weather. There was a deafening explosion that caused the water to splash around, all because the guys were fishing. The fish floated to the surface of the water. Fang Yi grabbed one of them and showed the huge fish to his friends with joy on his face. Wei Xinghua caught a fish that a friend threw to him and praised our hero for what awesome bombs he uses for fishing. Peng Sangchun, the guy with glasses, noticed that this fish would go just fine with Fan Yi's homemade wine, and our hero wanted to catch a few more, thinking that one would not be enough. Suddenly, someone grabbed Pen by the shoulder. The evil man caught the guys who were jamming the fish by surprise. It turned out that this was a reservoir guard. The terrified fat man grabbed the fish and panicked, and Peng Sangchun shouted to his friend to get out of here as soon as possible with the loot. Fang Yi jumped up high and came to the rescue, shouting at the fat man to distract the reservoir guard with a fish. Peng Sangchun ducked just in time, and Wei Qinghua threw a large fish right at the dumbfounded guard's head. While trying to catch a slippery fish, the man slipped and started to fall on his back. At that moment, Fang Yi jumped on him. Fang Yi placed the basket directly on the guard's head, who tried to remove it and threatened the little rascals that he would definitely catch them next time. The children ran into the forest and built a fire near a small hut, and the friends sat around the fire to prepare food for themselves. Fan Yi praised the unsurpassed taste of the fish from the reservoir, and Peng Sangchun said that it was all thanks to our hero's good reaction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to drink good wine right now. Our hero said that nothing would have worked out if they hadn't acted together, and the fat man supported him, saying that they should hold on to each other at all costs. Peng Sangchun asked his friend what he thought about leaving this place today, and the main character replied that he wouldn't do it. Feng Wei explained that his master had forbidden him to leave until the 26th of April. Otherwise, they would all face tragedy, but his friends convinced him otherwise. Sun Chen also suggested that our hero change clothes because he looks old-fashioned. It turned out that the guy brought new clothes for a friend. Our hero was moved that his friend really thought about it, and soon he changed his clothes, and Fat Man and Sun Chun were delighted with his new look. Wei Qinghua suggested that his friend also remove this thing from his neck because it looks ominous, but Fang Yi refused because it is a Gabala that protects him. Fang Yi said that his master had already found the boy with this amulet, so he couldn't throw it away, but the fat man was still sure that this thing was sinister. The children again drank wine in honor of their new trip. They were going to go to Qinling, one of the cities in China. After covering some distance, Qinghua and Sangchen were exhausted. The fat man was complaining about not being able to walk anymore. Only Fang Yi was fine. It was still 50 kilometers to Qinling, but Qinghua could no longer walk. He asked his friends to let him rest, and then he would catch a ride for them. At this moment, a shaven-headed man was racing in a car nearby, looking forward to getting rich after finding a fan painted by Tang Bohu himself. He called himself a cool businessman because he was sure that he would get at least $700,000 to $800,000 for antiques. Due to the fact that the man was distracted, he did not notice how right in front of him on the road jumped a guy who was trying to catch a ride. It was already too late to slow down. Our hero rushed forward, seeing that the fat man was in trouble. He tried to save him. The main character managed to save his friend, but he did not avoid a collision with the car himself, and a moment later the truck hit him. Now that Fang Yi's soul had left his body, he finally remembered that he was here because he was hit by a truck. He wondered if he would be able to exist disembodied from now on, and then turned to the great heavenly spirits. He wondered if this was the end of his life, and then he saw his neck begin to emit a bright red light. It turned out that his Gabal amulet had shattered, and Fang Yi panicked as he felt something trying to pull him in. The main character closed his eyes and was caught in a stream of bright blue light. Purple stripes began to fly in front of his chest, and he realized that he was being sucked in. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Yi was confused, and it turned out that the guy was lying in bed. The wound on his face was covered with a band-aid. He tried to get up, but he had no idea where he was. And then he noticed that he wasn't alone in the room. On the next bed was a smiling grandpa who was glad that the boy had woken up, and he let Fang Yi know that he was in the hospital. For the main character, the fact that he found himself in the hospital was a surprise because he completely lost his memory. A tearful but happy Wei Qinghua and Sang Chun burst into the room, seeing that their friend had woken up. Fang Yi asked them what had happened. The fat man reminded his friend that he was hit by a car. Fang Yi didn't remember it at all. Moreover, he asked the guys who they were. Qinghua got angry at the driver of the car and grabbed him by the collar, threatening to kill him because his friend lost his memory because of him. The apologies didn't soothe the fat man, because if they had been enough, the police would have been spared, and the man cried and shouted that he was innocent. The fat man only stopped when he saw Sang Chun and Fang Yi trying to hold back their laughter. He was angry at our hero for joking like that. Fang Yi was upset to see that his Gabal had disappeared because it was the only clue about his past. The conversation was interrupted by the nurse. The nurse escorted the guys out of the ward. The old man on the next bed asked our hero if they were really his friends. Grandpa said that it wasn't often that you would see such close friends among young people, and Fang Yi laughed and said that they had known each other since they were young. Fang Yi noticed his grandfather's foot, and he said that he slipped when he went to the toilet at night because his body is not the same as it was before due to old age. The old man offered to rest Fang Yi, but the young man refused, telling him how his teacher had taught him to meditate while controlling his breathing in a state of self-knowledge. Our hero began to meditate, saying about the valley of spirits which will always live, because this is an unknown parameter, whose gate is the root. Fang Yi's aura shone with a golden light as he continued to recite the prayer of decline, modesty, and prosperity. Suddenly, he found himself in a completely different space, no longer sitting, but lying with his arms and legs spread out to the sides. Panicking, the boy looked back and realized that he was in his own subconscious. The ward had become an endless, abstract space. He shouted, asking what was going on with him, while his physical body was still sitting calmly on the bed in the ward. Fang Yi realized that he had been sucked into the deepest part of his subconscious, shouting and flying somewhere at a great speed. Earlier, the teacher warned him about this danger. The guy realized that his breath control did not work, and now he needs to find a way to get out of here. Our hero put his hands together and began to recite a mantra, asking if the inner and outer can merge forever. The bright streams of blue light that he had created with his meditation began to seep into the boy's head through his ears. He finally managed to recover, and Fang Yi's first thought was that it wasn't as difficult as the teacher had said. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a tearful fat man and a whole bunch of doctors trying to get him out of the dead. Qinghua grabbed the guy's shoulders and shouted that he had been sitting for more than 10 hours without moving, and they already thought that he was finished. Fang Yi was shocked to hear how long he had been in the subconscious. The old man cautiously asked the guy if he couldn't get out of there. Fang Yi smiled and said that everything was fine, and it wasn't that bad. Fang Yi recalled the teacher's story that after such an experience, a person gains abilities, but he didn't feel any changes. The truck driver breathed a sigh of relief when the guy said that he was fine and he did not survive the psychosis, because the man was already beginning to worry about committing manslaughter. The man paid attention to the data of patient San Lian. When he realized what kind of old man was lying in this room, he grabbed his hands. The enthusiastic truck driver shouted, asking if he was the same Master San from the Qinlin Museum, and the old man confirmed his guess. The man started shouting how long he had admired San's real skill and called himself a pathetic student in comparison. The humble old man smiled and said that the man was too kind to him, and the children looked at their grandfather in shock. The truck driver explained to the fat man, who doesn't know anything about the industry, that Master San is a very famous curator. The delighted man began to talk about how Master San is the best of his kind, a world-class expert, and a member of the National Historical Artifact Evaluation Committee. He introduced himself to the master as a pathetic disciple of Manchun, said that he also worked in the antiquities industry, and handed the old man his business card. Sun replied that he was just a sick old man now, so it was up to Mr. Man to guide him, and Fang Yi also decided to pay his respects to his grandfather. The master asked where the boy was from, and Fang Yi said that he was from a small town in the countryside, and that the three of them had come to Qinling to make their mark on the world. Grandpa asked Fang Yi if he could take a closer look at his bracelet. The guy didn't mind taking it off his hand and giving the bracelet to the old man. The old man immediately identified them as agarwood beads that were several hundred years old, and the fat man was eager to learn more about his friend's bracelet. The boys were shocked when Master San said that this bracelet could have belonged to someone from the ruling dynasty, and maybe even the Kangxi emperor himself. San suggested that our hero sell the old man this bracelet for $500,000, and Manchu thought that even his fan was worth 10 times less. The fat man tried to convince his friend to sell the bracelet because it might be their first breakthrough, but Fang Yi refused because it was a gift from his master. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the ward and asked if the guy would change his mind if he got a house with an area of 120 square meters in addition. The boy approached his father, who introduced him to everyone as his son, a famous artist named Sen Chao. Manchun told the students that Mr. Sang is a good oil painter, and his paintings are known even abroad, and he has his own studio in Nanjing. Fang Yi still refused to sell the bracelet, as it was a reminder that his late master was always looking out for him. Master San didn't insist and trample on people's feelings. He asked the guys what they were going to do in the city. The question caught them off guard. Our hero admitted that they didn't have any special plans yet, so Master San suggested that they take up antiquities seriously because Fan Yi has a lot of luck in this area. San Chao, after thinking about it, suggested that the guys start a business with trinkets and then gradually increase the pace, but first keep the prices low. Master Sun explained to the bewildered children that they called trinkets objects that can be considered as derivatives of the four treasures of the teaching, among them seals, bracelets, and much more. Fang Yi thanked the master for his guidance. It was indeed a great gift, and the old man replied that the young man could continue to ask him for help. Manchun decided to invite the boys to stay with him after they were discharged, and he also didn't mind helping them start an antiquities business. Our hero didn't mind living in the care of a man, and Manchun knew that being with these guys would help him get closer to Master San and advance in the industry. When they were already driving in Mr. Man's truck down Chinlin Street, our hero once again thanked the man for his help. Manchun replied that their meeting was destined by fate, so it was up to him to thank the guy for the opportunity to meet Master San. The fat man asked what kind of house the man wanted to give them, and Manchun said that this luxury villa was quite a nice place. Soon, Manchung's truck stopped in front of the villa, which was an old-looking building with a stone gate. Inside, the villa didn't look as luxurious. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs. Rats ran around in the corners, and a snake even crawled on the beams under the ceiling. Outraged, Wei Qinghua shouted, "Is this really the luxury villa that Manchong was talking about?" And the man explained that this place had been empty for several years. Manchong already wanted to go to the store to buy some insect repellent, but Fang Yi said that it was fine and he could take care of it himself. When Fang Yi took out the gold pieces of paper, the man asked what they were for, and Wei Qinghua yelled at him because they were gold talismans. Dumbfounded, Manchong asked what the talismans were for, and the fat man told him to just sit there and watch Fang Yi use them. The main character took out one of the golden talismans, placed it on the table, and started writing hieroglyphs on it with red paint. He threw up his brush, made a gesture with his hands, and said that thoughts are born on the border between heaven and earth. Under the boy's spell, the golden talisman began to burn, the light so dazzling that it was hard for Manchong and Wei Qinghua to look at it. Fang Yi continued to chant a spell about the boundless power of persuasion and reality, bright streaks of golden light flying around the room. When he finished chanting the spell, the boy shouted out an order, and the golden talisman began to fly somewhere. The talisman flew out of the window and clung tightly to the wooden beam above the gate, and the spider immediately began to leave the house in a hurry. Manchun and the fat man were shocked to see all the insects, rats, and snakes begin to evacuate the house in an emergency. Soon the guys gathered at a table in the courtyard. Manchun offered them a drink and told Fan Yi that he didn't expect his talismans to be so effective. The guy replied that he also didn't expect the talisman to work so quickly. The man asked if he could make more of these talismans. The fat man explained to the disappointed man that talismans should be filled with qi, and Fang Yi only had a limited amount of energy. Manchun explained that he just thought that mass-producing such talismans would make money for the guys, so the fat man stopped him and offered him a drink. The man raised his glass and said that he was glad that he had met these young people, and now they can consider this place their home. The next action unfolded in the antiques market, where under the scorching sun there was an active trade. Manchun told the guys that this market has been here since the Qing dynasty and has been operating for several centuries. The main character drew attention to the building of the Qinlin Museum, where Master San works. Manchun clarified that the old man had already left there. The man told the guy that he should strengthen his ties with Master San, because in the antique business it is important to have support. Our hero was embarrassed because the old man hardly has time for someone like him. Suddenly, Mr. Man was called out by a crowd of guys, and the man told them that he came so early because he showed his friends this market, because they were going to start a business. After they continued to wander around the market, Fatty Wei Qinghua asked Mr. Man where their stall was located. A joyful man, Chun pointed his finger at the place that was right in front of them, where they would start their antique business. It was a dark and abandoned corner of the market, where there was an old bicycle with a cart covered with a dirty piece of cloth. Wei Qinghua was even taken aback when he saw their counter, because he definitely expected to see something more decent. As the counter was falling apart, Peng Sangchun adjusted his glasses and asked Mr. Man if this was some kind of joke. Manchun pulled the cloth off the counter and showed them a whole bunch of antiquities, including bracelets, beads, antique tableware, and more. Fang Yi, Wei Qinghua, and Peng Sangchun stared at all these treasures with shining eyes. They were impressed by what they saw. Among the goods were bracelets made of Rudraksha beads for 50 yuan, snuff boxes for 10 yuan, gourd bottles for 8 yuan. The guys immediately began to look at the jewelry in their hands. Sanchun Yichinhua was delighted with the goods. The fat man pulled on the beads and bracelets on himself. Manchun warned the guys that this is a serious business, so they must have a thick hide and a shrewd eye to catch on in this industry. At this point, the man said goodbye to them and asked them to come to his Bogajai store, which was nearby, if they needed help. Our hero thanked Manchun for his help. The fat man called a friend to the counter, because the work does not wait. Not far away, 2 parrots were resting in the midst of green trees. They were sitting peacefully and twittering. Their idyll was interrupted by someone shouting. The seller was inviting customers to take a look at his product. It turned out to be Wei Qinghua, who advertised their amazing bead bracelets to the entire market and claimed that people would not find them anywhere else. The customers turned around when they heard the fat man's screams, and another salesman was outraged at the jerk who was making a fuss. Sun Chen advised the fat man to keep a low profile, because in this market, no one calls out customers as aggressively as he does. Fang Yi was at a loss. The bracelets on Man Chong's counters had a completely different aura than his own, and he didn't understand the difference between them. The fat man paid attention to the girl who came to the counter. He took the bracelet and said that it looked really beautiful. Wei Qinghua was so happy that the business was starting to flourish that he blushed and asked the customer if she was looking for something specific. Fang Yi was taken aback when the fat man said that he was the one who would help the girl find a suitable bracelet for her uncle. The main character, looking at the customer, froze. He looked into her eyes for a long time and could not say anything because she sunk into his soul at first sight. The customer blushed, got angry, and started yelling at our hero when he politely greeted her and called her young miss. The guy didn't understand what he said wrong. Sang Chun explained to his friend that in the modern world you can't call girls that. The girl was also angry at the fat man who called her ma'am because she wasn't that old. But then she calmed down and said she was just wondering what they could offer her. She confessed that she wanted to buy something cute as a birthday present for her uncle, and Fang Yi suggested a sandalwood bracelet and fragrant rosewood. The guy warned her that such a gift would cost at least several thousand yuan. The girl replied that money is not a problem. A wary customer turned around and saw a man running away, holding her purse in his hand. The girl began to realize what had happened, and it turned out that it was a thief who had just got into her bag. She began to frantically examine the contents of the bag and made sure that the purse was missing. The girl voiced this to the others. The main character immediately rushed forward to catch up with the thief. He shouted to make him stop, but the robber did not slow down. Fang Yi didn't intend to let go of the thief so easily. The guy pushed off from the ground and concentrated on the target in flight. The young man stretched out his hand. The distance between him and the thief was reduced to several meters. He was going to grab him. The thief turned around. He was at a loss to see Fang Yi catch up to him so quickly, and then screamed in pain as our hero grabbed him by the neck. Fang Yi applied a fighting technique and suggested that the thief now try to run around like this. The market visitors thought that they were shooting a movie here. The main character happily informed the girl that he managed to get her wallet back when she and his friends came running, worried for the guy. The girl wanted to take revenge on the thief. She swung and kicked him with all her strength for trying to rob her. Sengchun and Xinhua turned away and pretended not to see anything. Only Fang Yi was trying to stop the fight. Manchun intervened, asking Fang Yi how they managed to make such a mess out of nothing, and the girl pinned the thief to the ground with her foot. The man tried to calm the girl down so that she wouldn't call the police, but it was useless. He suggested that Fang Yi close the counter, otherwise there might be problems. Manchung's face paled when he heard someone else's intimidating voice, and strong guys began to break through the crowd. Fang Yi, Wei Qinghua, and Sang Chun were also startled when they saw someone burly and tall walking up to them. It was three guys. Their leader, the tallest guy, asked our guys why they rush at innocent people and beat them up. The thief, seeing that someone came to help him, rushed forward, but he was seized. He began to shout and promised not to steal again. The girl once again hit the robber. She did not understand what the beating of innocents had to do with it. When the leader of the bandits became angry, she was surprised when our hero hit her behind his back and asked the big guys if they were accidentally friends of this thief. This question angered the gang leader even more. Gritting his teeth, he showed his knife and asked the puppy if he was tired of living. Wei Qinghua and Sen Shun stood up for each other. The fat man said that stealing was already bad, and now the scoundrel was also trying to hurt Feng Yi. The gang leader gave a command to his friends to capture our heroes, and Fang Yi and the others prepared to fight back. The big man tried to attack Feng Yi with a knife, but he was faster, and the fat man encouraged his friend, asking him to show what he could do. The leader once again tried to swing the knife, and clearly did not expect that in a moment he would receive an impressive blow to the face. It turned out that Fang Yi had hit the scoundrel in the face with his knee while jumping, so that he smashed the big man's face. Friends of the scoundrel, worried for the leader, rushed to the older brother and began to ask if he was all right. The main character told his friends that the rest was up to them. Fatty Qinhua flexed his fists and was happy to fight. But things didn't go according to plan. These guys were so stubborn that Qinhua had to run away from one of them when he tried to hit him with a bat. Fortunately, Sun Chen came to the rescue, hitting the villain on the head with a brick to save his friend. Sun Chen smiled maliciously as he pulled down the rascal's pants and picked up a package of super glue. Fang Yi, watching this, smiled and said that his friend was a scary person. Our hero explained to the girl that he did not interfere, because so the scoundrels would not understand anything. Then she asked how much longer he was going to hold her hand. She laughed when Fang Yi immediately let go of her and started shouting that he didn't mean to. He was just so focused on the fight that he didn't notice it. The guy smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, and the girl's smile didn't disappear either. The gang of rascals from the antique market had finally been defeated, and the boys were lying on the ground, moaning and complaining of pain. The fat man turned around. When the police finally arrived, the men asked what kind of fight was going on here. Qinhua explained to the officer that they had done the right thing because they had caught the thief, but the policeman replied that it was not up to them to decide. They needed the testimony of witnesses. The girl showed her ID card and introduced herself as Bai Chuxia, a rookie police officer from the city's criminal investigation department, and confirmed that someone had tried to steal her wallet. The policeman looked at her ID card and ordered his partner to detain the villains and take them to the police station, because trying to rob one of them is a malicious crime. Fang Yi was surprised when Chuxia suggested that he go with her, but he refused, saying that he needed to keep an eye on the stall. The guy was a little taken aback when the girl held out her hand to shake it as a sign of acquaintance and gratitude. The main character still extended his hand in return for a handshake. Chuxia thanked him for everything, and Fang Yi replied that he was glad to meet her. The girl looked at him with a smile on her face and asked what his name was. Our hero repeated his name several times. Chuxia already had to go. She warned the guy that she would come again because she still needed to buy a bracelet for her uncle. The main character looked after the girl for a long time, waving her hand. A smile did not disappear from his face, but then he was distracted. Manchun asked if the guy knew why the gang of thieves had been allowed to operate undisturbed for so long. Fang Yi didn't understand why he was in trouble now that the bandits had been arrested. The man said that the bandits would not ignore the fact that a statement was written on them, and in the evening, they would easily be released from the department. Fang Yi asked if this really happened, and Manchun took a drag on his cigarette and asked if the guy really thought that the bandits kept all the stolen money for themselves. Manjung warned the guy that these bandits wouldn't act so brazenly if they didn't have connections. But Fang Yi replied that he needed to take a look now, taking out something from his pocket. The guy took out a few coins, holding them between his fingers. He asked the man not to worry, saying that he would reveal the truth. Dumbfounded, Manchun asked if Fang Yi could see the future, and the guy smiled and said that it wasn't divination at all. Clutching the gold coins in his hand, the guy grinned and said that this was a divination, and Mr. Manu should look at it carefully. The main character threw 3 coins in the air, and then caught them again and pressed them to the red cloth on the counter, shouting. Manchun couldn't wait to find out what it said, and the 39th hexagram from the Book of Changes limp fell out. Fang Wai explained that this meant that help would come from a benefactor. Qinghua and Sangshun were also interested. Looking around, Manchung said that he didn't know of any benefactor, but trouble was coming. The general manager of the antique market, Gu Guoguang, came with his assistants. Manchong immediately helped him light a cigarette. The old man said that he knew there was a fight today. Manchong was startled when Fatty Qinghua immediately confessed to the market manager that the fight was caused by thieves. The man immediately made excuses to the old man, saying that these kids didn't know the rules of the market, but Gu Guoguang insisted on punishing the violators. Sanchen and Qinhua panicked when the manager ordered Assistant Li to close the counter of our heroes and take the guys to the office for punishment. Flipping the coins in his hand, Fang Yi grinned and asked the manager if he could find out why they should be punished. The manager replied that the ruckus they were making here was already a reason for punishment, but Fang Yi was indignant and defended his case because they had detained the thieves. The guy said that Miss Bai from the police would support their testimony, and Man Chun also sided with the guys, suggesting that the manager cancel the punishment. The rest of the market vendors also sided with Mr. Man, shouting that thieves had been hanging around for too long and only criminals should be punished. The old man, holding a cigarette between his teeth, got angry when the shop assistants started shouting, hinting that Gu Guoguang was working with these thieves himself. Gu shouted that the business of the office had nothing to do with them, and now the sellers must close their stores. Otherwise, he would revoke their business licenses. The protagonist stopped the old man, who turned around and asked if he had anything else to say, but Fang Yi disappeared somewhere. Fang Yi suddenly appeared right behind him, reminding him that even the police recognize thieves, and asked if he didn't respect the law at all. The market manager smiled when he heard about the law, and then pushed the kid away and laughed all over the market. Mr. Gu said that he was the one who was the law here, and Sang Chun was holding the fat man who couldn't control himself anymore, so he wanted to punch the manager. Everyone fell silent, froze, and looked dumbfounded at the person who had come to intervene in the situation. This person claimed that he never thought that the law here was Manager Gu, but it turned out that Master San had arrived. The main character was genuinely happy, unlike Manager Gu, when he saw Master San in the market. Manager Gu froze in fear and sweated. He couldn't believe that Master San and Supervisor Zhao had arrived at the most inopportune moment. Master San told Zhao how he met our hero in the hospital, where they were in the same room, and said that they were friends who came together in difficult times. Fang Yi was happy to hear that San was getting better. He confessed that he didn't think he would meet him so soon, and the old man decided to introduce the guy with whom he came to the market. San introduced his student, the curator of the Qinlin Museum named Zhao Hongtao, to the guy, and the man extended his hand to Fan Yi in greeting, but Manchun did it first. Manager Gu knew that it wouldn't end well if he chose the wrong side, so he decided to leave, but then he was stopped. He had to put on a smile in front of Master San and Curator Zhao, who sided with Fang Yi and his friends, saying that they had seen everything that was happening here. Gu Guoguang bowed to our heroes and apologized. Curator Zhao warned the manager that he would lose his position if he didn't change his position. The old man started bowing to Zhao and begging for another chance, promising that he would change, but the supervisor asked the manager who he should serve. Supervisor Zhao said that the manager should not bow to him, but to those guys, and Gu Guoguang never tired of asking for another chance. Qinhua asked the manager to try not to punish the innocent anymore, and the manager promised to improve, not expecting that these guys would turn out to know San and Zhao. Shai requested a report from the manager about the incident. Gu promised to provide it and left. Manchong heaved a sigh of relief. Manchun thanked Master San for his help, but expressed concern that Manager Gu would return using less direct methods. Fang Yi smiled and asked the man not to worry, because Manager Gu didn't have long to walk around so calmly. Master San, Zhao, and Manchong all looked at him in disbelief, and the guy explained that he had been watching the manager's face carefully all this time. According to Fang Yi, Gu's whiskeys have a green hue, and the old man has an ominous, dark qi emanating from him, which is an indication that a great calamity is waiting for him soon. The guy thinks that the manager will soon have big personal problems, so he will not pay attention to them, and Master San asked how our hero is able to see such a thing. Sungchun asked his friend if his teacher had not forbidden him to use divine skills too often, and Fang Yi said that he was careful not to use them for his own benefit. Zhou said that he knew Manager Gu quite well, and it was unlikely that the man would get involved in something dangerous and illegal, but then he was stopped. Master San asked him to just wait and see. He asked the guys how they were doing with the new antique business. Sunchen boasted of a whole wad of bills, saying that he had sold the desert poplar Guanyin statue the day before. Fang Yi, Sangchun, and Fatty were all enjoying their first profit. Only Manchun realized that something was wrong here. The boys looked at the man in fright when he said that he didn't bring the statue of Guanyin to the market today. The man explained to Sunchen that the statue in the car was made of boxwood and it had a red price of 50 yuan. This news only made Qinhua happy, because it meant that they had made a lot of money, and Man Chun also praised the guys for their excellent work. Only the main character was against it. He took the proceeds from a friend and said that they could not appropriate this money for themselves. Man Chun grabbed the guy's arm and tried to stop him, telling him to leave everything as it is, because it's the buyer's fault that they didn't check the goods. Fong Yi replied that they couldn't let their first earnings come from dirty money, because you couldn't get high if you only knew how to cheat. Sun Chun agreed with his friend. He took the money and said that he was the one who sold this statue, so he is responsible for getting the money back. The main character asked his friend to return the money to the customers. Sang Chun left, and Master San smiled as he watched the guys. At home at the table, Man Chun confessed that even in his wildest dreams, he could not imagine his miserable home being visited by people like Master San and Curator Zhao. As a thank you to Master San and Curator Zhao, Fan Yi set the table, saying that he knew that his cooking was far from what was served in restaurants. Supervisor Zhao asked the guy to stop being so formal with him and just call him Mr. Zhao, and Fang Yi asked to be allowed to toast the man. However, Zhao was distracted by an unexpected phone call. He apologized to everyone and went to the side to answer it. The man was shocked by the news he heard on the phone, and Master San immediately asked his companion what had happened. Sweating, Supervisor Zhao said that Fang Yi was right. Manager Gu was caught taking a large bribe from criminals and was arrested. Master San confessed that Little Fan had surprised him again, and Chin Hua snorted and said that his friend was capable of much more, and that was nonsense. Man Chun confessed that he didn't think that our hero's divination would be fulfilled so quickly, and he was glad that they wouldn't have to look back anymore. Old Man Sun advised Curator Zhao, as someone with such a high position, to choose people more carefully in the future. The main character was surprised when Master San suggested changing the subject, because there was something else he wanted to talk to Fang Yi about. Fang Yi confessed that he was going to learn more about antiques, and then Master San suggested that he become his apprentice. Curator Zhao, Man Chun, Sang Chun, and Xinhua were all shocked when they heard this, and they froze and looked at Fang Yi and Master San. Zhao knew that Master San had taken many apprentices in the past, but never apprentices, so he understood how much this kid meant to the old man. The main character was also shocked when he received such a suggestion from Master San. At first, he couldn't give a direct answer to the old man. When Master San asked the guy if he was interested in this offer, the guy saw the old man as his former master. A dumbfounded Fan Yi abruptly got up from his chair and happily agreed to become Master San's apprentice. He dropped to his knees in front of the old man and swore that he would follow Master to the end, memorizing every word he said. It was already dark outside, but our young hero had not yet gone to bed. He continued to talk with his new teacher. Master San invited his new apprentice to his place, and he carefully poured tea for him and offered him a drink. The boy was surprised when his grandfather said that now he should give him a gift as his apprentice. He showed him a jade pendant. Fang Yi stated that he couldn't accept such a gift when Curator Zhao asked if it wasn't the master's family treasure. Sun said that his family has been dealing in antiques since the end of the Qing dynasty, and his ancestors kept this fisherman's statue as a guarantee of success. Fan Yi agreed to accept the gift. Curator Zhao, who now also cannot stay away, he handed our hero a bracelet made of fragrant rosewood. The man said that this bracelet was in excellent condition, and it was impossible to find a similar one on sale. But Master San suggested that Zhao take a look at Fang Yi's bracelet. The bewildered boy removed the bracelet from his hand and handed it to Curator Zhao to evaluate. Curator Zhao was shocked when he looked at the jewelry and realized that it was a bracelet made of agar wood, which is more than 100 years old. The man was already sweating, looking at the bracelet, which has no analogs because it was created no later than the early era of the Qing dynasty. Zhao admitted that these two bracelets are simply incomparable. After all, his is just an antique, and Fan Yi's jewelry is a real artifact, the cost of which is from 300,000. Master San told the man that Fang Yi wouldn't sell this bracelet even for $1 million, which shocked Curator Zhao even more. The old man explained that Fang Yi is true to his principles and is not obsessed with money. Our hero replied that the bracelet was given to him by an old teacher, so he does not want to part with it. Sun consoled the curator, saying that the quality of his rosewood bracelet is not worse. It is second only in age and collectible value. Curator Zhao told the guy that he specializes in antiques, so Fang Yi can come to his museum anytime if he needs a consultation. Master San suggested that the man start with a small lecture on trinkets, because the guys started the antiques business without having enough knowledge. Sangchen and Xinhua also happily joined in to listen to Zhao talk about antiques and how important it is to understand even trinkets. The man showed the bracelet and said that in their field it is very important to properly care for products, as well as about such concepts as glitter, and perfume of objects. Curator Zhao said that the time that the item was in use can affect the result, which determines the cost of decoration. According to him, touching a bracelet made of beads has a calming effect, and the way the bracelet slowly becomes more shiny and beautiful under the hands of the owner causes pride. The children listened attentively to his words that the bracelet in their hands is like repeating sutras, and even if a person who is deaf to lessons cannot gain enlightenment, one day the beads in his bracelet will turn red. Curator Zhao led to the fact that it does not matter what the beads are made of, the care of the product will one day bear fruit. For the first lesson, the man gave the children bracelets made of rudraksha and rattan to take care of them and mark the changes. Zhao told the guys that to care for rudraksha, you need to choose the right brush and carefully clean each bead to form a patina. As for rattan, it is important how to play with it. Zhao advised the guys to use their hands, sort through the beads, turning each of them. Manchun, Xinhua, and Sanchun were happy to hear a special text from Zhao, which contains all the data on the care of various materials. It told about how to rub rattan, how to roll amber, sort turquoise, about agate, ivory, tortoiseshell, and many other materials. In the final, Curator Zhao said that although trinkets are considered small things, each subsequent generation of them is superior to the previous one. Manchun started applauding and loudly praising the curator's lecture. Only Xinhua and Sangchun became quiet, as so much new information was piled on them. Curator Zhao suggested that Master San leave already, and the old man finally told the guys not to forget about the task given to them by their elders. Soon, the main character finally got a chance to be alone. He sat down on the bed in a meditative position. He decided to go through the rattan bracelet while meditating. It was a piece of jewelry that was much better quality than what they sell at their kiosk. The boy closed his eyes and began to meditate. Surrounded by a bright blue light, he recited a mantra about the path that can be trodden. When Fang Yi finished reciting the Sage Path mantra, he exhaled and opened his eyes, finding himself in another magical space. The next day, the main character went to the Qinlin City Museum to meet Curator Zhao. At first, the men were silent for a while. Our hero did not dare to look into the man's eyes. He lowered his gaze to the floor. While pouring the tea, Zhao asked the guy if it was inconvenient for him to come here for lessons because Fang Yi looked very nervous. Our hero tried to justify himself to Zhao. The real reason for his nervousness was what had happened at the market the day before. The fat man then told the guy that Miss Bei, the police officer who helped apprehend the thief, had a job for him. Xinhua said that Miss Bei wants them to help her find a bracelet or necklace that is 20 years old or older for a gift. The fat man said that it wasn't a problem for them. The shocked Fang Yi disagreed with him because he didn't know where to look for something like this. The guy hugged our hero and said that the search will be provided by Fan Yi, and our hero should ask Curator Zhao about it. Zhao smiled and said that it wasn't difficult. He even suggested to find an item that is 200 years old because such items are much more valuable. The main character was embarrassed because the fat man had already agreed to look for an old piece of jewelry without even discussing it with him. Curator Zhao's eyes widened when he noticed the beads that were hanging around the protagonist's neck. The man asked the guy to let him look at this necklace. He looked at the beads closer and was speechless with surprise. Zhao handed the necklace to the bewildered boy and asked him to take a closer look at it for himself. It turned out that the beads were covered with hairline cracks, and Zhao explained that the necklace looked like it had been cared for over 20 years and had been specially cleaned. Curator Zhao said that the beads radiated an aura similar to the guy's bracelet, and it is somewhat reminiscent of Buddhist tools from this museum. At home, Fang Yi, looking at the necklace and his bracelet, didn't understand how it happened. After all, he had received rattan beads as a gift just a couple of days ago. Assuming it had something to do with his meditations, he decided to use the Rudraksha bracelet to test it. After closing his eyes and reciting the mantra, the protagonist was convinced that it really happened again. Meditation affected the bracelet. When the clock struck midnight, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes after a long meditation. The guy was shocked that the Rudraksha bracelet had changed so much. The beads turned red and became more shiny. The main character suggested that he had some kind of power that allows him to increase the age of caring for objects. He realized that the ability the guy got was due to that dive into the subconscious, so he decided to find some other items to test. It was already getting light outside, and on the dresser were a necklace and bracelet that Fang Yi had turned into real antiques with his meditation. Continuing to meditate, our hero thought that the words that time is a treasure are true, and the value of objects increases over time. Standing on the roof, Fang Yi opened his eyes, smiled, and decided that he would call his ability Treasure Time. The following events unfolded at the antique market. Manchun was just saying goodbye to his customers while standing outside the shop. The main character walked up to him and looked at the customers with bewilderment as Man Chun smilingly asked them to come again. Fang Yi couldn't take his eyes off those people. He was very interested in them, and Man Chong noticed that the kid was staring at his customers. Man Chun assumed that the guy had come to restock, but first suggested that he have a cup of tea to discuss something. The main character and Man Chun went to his shop. Inside there were many antiquities. The counters were filled with vases. At the table, Man Chun praised our hero for how well his business was progressing, but Fang Yi didn't react to the man at all. Fang Yi told the man that those two customers were full of negative energy, and it was best for him to limit contact with them to a minimum. The guy assumed that those men were dealing with the dead, but Man Chong wasn't surprised. He whispered to Fang Yi that they were grave robbers. While pouring tea, Man Chun said that the grave robbers have a lot of interesting things to sell, and they want to hold an auction in Nanjing. Man Chun said that you need to have a good eye when visiting such auctions because the main number of lots there are fakes. According to him, at such auctions, the starting price is incredibly low, so who knows, you may be able to buy something really worthwhile for cheap. The main character was surprised when Man Chun said that you can buy something there for 1,000 yuan. The guy thought to buy a couple of items himself. Handing the guy a cup of tea, Man Chun suggested that our hero attend a similar underground auction together. Fang Yi was happy to attend such an event, and Man Chun said that it would be a chance for the boy to learn something new. Soon, Man Chong's truck stopped at the right building, and Fang Yi was delighted when he saw the 5-star hotel from the window. Man Chun and Fang Yi went to the entrance. They both put on business suits for the event, but our hero took a rag bag with him instead of a suitcase. Fang Yi was delighted with the beauty of the surroundings. He didn't think that everything would be so sparkling, and Man Chun explained that times are changing. Now everything is decided by money. The man noticed that Fang Yi was dressed in a business style today. The guy explained that it was Sun Chun's tuxedo. The latter made him wear it to match the status of the event. Man Chun asked what was in the bag and heard that the guy had taken 25,000 and then boasted that he had taken as much as 350,000 with him. The main character was shocked that the man took so much. He assumed that he was going to buy something really valuable. They were both surprised when the elevator doors opened and 3 people stood in front of them, including a smiling old man. Man Chun immediately extended his hand to Director Su. He introduced himself as the owner of the shop in the antiquities market because the man didn't recognize him. They shook hands in a friendly manner, and Fang Yi stood rooted to the spot, looking at the girl in the elevator because it was Mrs. Bai. The bespectacled girl was also staring at our hero intently. Fang Yi didn't dare say anything to her. He looked scared. Man Chun and our hero also entered the elevator. The shaven-headed man was surprised to notice that the boy was acting strangely. The shop owner advised the guy not to stare at the lady accompanying Director Su like that. Fang Yi blushed after receiving the remark, and then the elevator stopped. Director Su stretched out his hand and stopped to let Master Yu, the oldest of them, get out of the elevator first. Shocked, Man Chong opened his mouth wide as he realized that he had just been riding in the elevator with Yu Xuan himself from Mingnan. Man Chun explained to our hero that Master Yu is at the very top of the antique business, and he also makes seals even for the president of the country. The main character listened to Man Chong's story without much enthusiasm. Because he couldn't stop looking at the girl, he was almost sure that it was Lady Bai. Bai Chuxia passed a background check in a suitcase of money that she brought to the auction, after which she was given a participant card. Continuing to watch the girl, our hero was surprised that she had recently been a police officer and now a white-collar worker. Man Chong was happy that he got the 28th number because he considered it a lucky number. He couldn't stop laughing with joy. Fang Yi was surprised when he read the sign that says Exchange of Antiquities and Works of Art. Man Chun replied that they couldn't call it an auction of valuables collected by tomb robbers. The shaven-headed man suggested that the guy already go into the hall. When the main character saw the room, he opened his eyes wide. There were already a few people inside. The hall was spacious. There were a lot of seats. There was a large stage with exhibits in front of them. Most of all, the guy was struck by the antiquities that were presented there. The employee greeted the gentleman and offered to take them to their seats. Fang Yi froze in surprise when, coincidentally, he got a seat next to Lady Bai, which made Man Chong happy as well. Man Chun couldn't turn down the opportunity to greet Master Yu and Director Su again, and they smiled politely at the man. The man stiffened when someone put a hand on his shoulder. It turned out to be Zhi Qingqian, the antique dealer. Sweating from exertion, Man Chong forced a smile on his face and greeted him, Qingqian whispering to the man that the auction was more interesting if he was present as an opponent. Man Chong already wanted to fight him, but Qingqian just left, laughing and saying that he wouldn't allow himself to fight unless the man wanted to. Fang Yi found out from Man Chong that Qingxun also works in the antique business and is willing to do anything for profit, so you need to be careful with him. The host came out and greeted everyone at the auction. First of all, she invited the guests to inspect and evaluate the items on display. All the guests stood up and walked onto the stage. Manchun couldn't help but cry out in delight when he saw these beautiful antiquities. Manchun suggested that the boys split up to look at the paintings and calligraphy, while Fang Yi looked at the trinkets and other small items. Fang Yi walked over to the booth and started looking at the items, when Master Yu suddenly came up to him and asked if the young man was also interested in antiquities. Master Yu praised the guy for being polite and was surprised when he saw the item in the guy's hand. He asked him how it came to be here. The old man confessed that this item was previously owned by his teacher. He immediately told Principal Su that he should win it for the old man no matter how much money it took. You stated that this item was previously owned by Wang Shixian. Then Director Su understood why the old man was so fired up and promised to win the auction for this item. Master Yu was surprised to hear that Fang Yi didn't know anything about Master Wang, even though he was interested in antiques, and said that he would be happy to tell you about him at a more convenient time. The protagonist realized that Master Yu's words implied that of all the items here, only this item was of value. He decided to take a closer look at it again, because he was curious about what made it so special, when suddenly the vase activated. Holding the vase in his hand, the guy saw a vision. He saw 4 women, old houses, a tram full of people. As he carefully placed the vase back down, Fang Yi wondered if his treasure time ability also allowed him to see events from the past. Overjoyed, Fang Yi decided to check all the items in the auction for authenticity in this way. The former didn't give any reaction. The protagonist then placed his palm against an ancient painted vase, a Buddha statue, and a few other old items, but they didn't have that power. Dumbfounded, he wondered if this was all fake, or if what happened when he took the ancient gourd was just a coincidence. What caught Fang Yi's attention was a book. It was an encyclopedia of the Yongle years of government, the largest in the history of mankind. When the main character picked up the book, a bright golden light filled everything around. The object made him see his memories again. This time the memories were darker, as Fang Yi heard gunshots, saw ships and many soldiers firing. Fang Yi felt dizzy, unable to believe that he had come across an authentic edition of the ancient encyclopedia. The young man knew that if they managed to get their hands on the encyclopedia, it would pay for all the difficulties associated with going to the auction. The main character's attention was attracted by another item. It shone in a special way. It was a bracelet in the form of a jade dragon. While no one else is looking at this bracelet, the guy decided to close his eyes again and check if it is of value. This time the effect was even more vivid, as if he had entered the bracelet's memories by himself, with men from the primeval tribes roaming around. Then a strong wind began to blow, and in a moment, Fang Yi was standing on the side of a mountain, and a waterfall appeared in front of his eyes. This movement in time and space caused the guy a wild headache. He grabbed his head and slipped, falling down the cliff. When Fang Yi opened his eyes, he saw a worried Man Chun in front of him. Our hero was shaking as he tried to recover. Man Chun asked the guy what happened. He scared the man because he was just standing there, and then he started to lose consciousness and fall down. Visitors to the auction stared at our hero in shock. He apologized to them and said that everything was fine now. Fang Yi realized that using the ability drained his mental energy, and he told Man Chun that he just hadn't been getting enough sleep lately. The main character sat back down in his seat, folded his legs under him, and folded his arms to meditate and recover his strength. The boy was startled when Chuxia, who was sitting next to him, advised the young man not to be so rash. Master Yu watched our hero carefully, and Grandpa thought that this young man might be quite interesting. The main character continued to meditate. After losing all mental energy, he could hear the girl chatting nearby. Chuxia asked the master if things dug up from graves would be auctioned off today, and found out what they were, but it was useless. According to the master, all the items are too mundane. The girl was upset because it was the first time she worked undercover, and it turned out to be just a waste of time. Master Yu advised her to treat it as a study. Fang Yi, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, realized that Chuxia was here as a spy. The auction began. Chuxia at number 27 raised the sign up, offering 50,000 for the lot. Our hero has not yet intervened. Man Chun asked how the boy was feeling now, and the boy said that everything was fine and thanked him for his concern. The man had already picked up the sign, because soon there would be an item that he wanted to bargain for. It was about Ru Yarui's painting. The main character surprised Man Chun because he knew that this artist was known under the pseudonym Bada Shanren, and Ru Yaruya was his real name. Everyone was taken aback when Fang Yi revealed that Ru Yarui was a Ming Dynasty artist and calligrapher, And after the emperor's death, Rui decided to become a monk. Manchun was surprised that the guy knew this because he was a Taoist and not a Buddhist. Master Yu was watching the conversation closely. Master Yu was impressed with the boy's knowledge when Fan Yi revealed that Judah later became a Taoist and spent the rest of his life in a Taoist temple. The shaven-headed man cheered up when it came time to fight for the lot that he had come to this auction for. The staff brought a painting of Bud Johnson to the stage. Bidding started at 50,000. Manchun immediately raised the sign, offering 300,000 for it. The entire audience was taken aback by the man's actions. They called Manchun crazy, but he was confident in himself. Fang Yi told Manchun that he had completely taken control of the situation, and others were afraid to bid. But immediately after that, someone offered 310,000 for the painting. It turned out that Qingxiang had raised the bid. He had apologized to Manchun, but he couldn't let him get the Bud Shanren painting for just $300,000. Manchun got mad at the jerk because he didn't even know anything about paintings, but just wanted to annoy him, and raised the bid to 350,000. Qingxian fell silent. Manchun knew it was all or nothing, because he had placed all the money he had brought with him to the auction. When the host was about to sell the painting to Manchun, Qingxiang held up his sign and offered $360,000 for the lot. Manchun got angry and gave up, and Fang Yi offered to lend the man his money so that he could compete for the painting, but the man refused. The host of the auction hit with a hammer. The painting was eventually obtained by Qingxiang, who bought it for 360,000 rubles. Qingxian grinned and turned around to express his sympathy to Manchun, deciding to mock the already angry man. Fang Yi asked Manchun to calm down, saying that there would still be opportunities since he had seen one of the volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia that was worth getting. Manchun asked the guy if he was sure it was a genuine edition, because there were quite a few fakes on the market. Master Yu warned our hero that there are not many authentic volumes of this encyclopedia left. Most of them have already been found and are in museums. The main character was shocked when the host announced the sale of a book with notes of the Qing dynasty scholar Kai Jin for 20,000, because for him it was fabulous money. Qingxiang immediately decided to compete for this book. The man held up the sign and offered 20,000 for these notes of Kai Jin. Manchun shouted, asking the guy what he was doing, when our hero held up the sign, offering 22,000 rubles for notes. The main character explained to the dumbfounded man that he just feels in his gut that this Yongle Encyclopedia is real. Angrily, Manchun snatched the tablet out of the boy's hand, and Qingxian turned around and asked, "Since when did man become so poor, offering so little?" Manchun gritted his teeth in anger at Qingxian, who picked up the tablet and decided to compete, offering $24,000 for the book. Shaking all over, the man broke down and shouted that he couldn't let this bastard get what he wanted without a fight. He was going to buy this book. Everyone was surprised when Manchun held up the sign and practically doubled the bid, offering $40,000 for the encyclopedia. Breaking into a satisfied smile, he folded his arms and asked Qingxian what he would do now. Qingxian laughed, thinking that even 30,000 was too much for this book, so he wouldn't get in the way of Wu Manchun. The host announced the previous bid and asked the audience if anyone was willing to give more for this lot. As a result, the girl hit the hammer and announced that the encyclopedia volume was sold to number 28 for 40,000 rubles. Fang Yi was happy, but Manchun was beginning to doubt, so he asked the guy if he really thought it was an authentic encyclopedia. The happy guy replied that he was sure of it. Master Yu did not agree with him. He wanted to talk some sense into the young man. Manchun burst into tears as he realized that he had given away 40,000 for the waste paper, when the old man said that it was impossible to just find the original of such an encyclopedia. The protagonist's eyes lit up when the next item was presented, a jade figurine from the Han Dynasty. Master Yu asked if the figure really interested the young man, and Fang Yi confidently replied that it did. The old man warned that this figurine was probably dug up from the grave and a curse might be placed on it, so you should not buy such a thing rashly. Fang Yi thought that Master Yu was right, because things from graves are often saturated with negative energy, but with his Taoist powers, he was confident that he could dispel it. The guy asked Manchun to borrow his tablet for a moment, but he didn't want to give it away, not understanding what Fang Yi was up to. A bearded old man offered $5,000 for the figurine to study, and Fang Yi snatched the tablet from Manchun's hand. The main character raised the bid to 6,000. The old man then offered 7,000 for the figure, claiming that it interested him. Dumbfounded, Manchun thought the guy was crazy when he offered 10,000 for a piece of jade. Qingxian started taunting the man, shouting that only someone like him would think of giving that kind of money for a piece of trash. The old man stopped fighting for the figurine and eventually the host announced that it had been sold to number 28. Fang Yi was happy that they were able to get it, and Man Chung scolded him for wasting so much money. Master Yu, after hearing Fang Yi's words that they might have been lucky, advised the boy to spend time and effort studying instead of relying on luck. With this, today's auction was completed. The host asked buyers to make a payment and pick up their lots, and also invited them to a free banquet. Man Chun was angry, thinking that they had suffered a big loss today, but he didn't mind going to the banquet to at least eat for free. The two of them became quiet and turned around when Fang Yi was addressed by Master Yu, who asked the youth to spare him some time. Our hero asked the master if he didn't leave with Director Su. The old man replied that the man and girl had already left the auction. Manchung was shocked that Master Yu himself had approached Fang Yi, and the old man explained that he still had business with this young man. Fang Yi suggested that the master wanted to talk to him about Wang Xishan, and Manchong suggested that they discuss it over dinner. Our hero and the men went to the banquet hall. Some of the auction guests were already having dinner at the tables. After the conversation, Fang Yi admitted that he didn't know Master Wang was such an important and influential figure, and Man Chun admitted that he also learned a lot today. Fang Yi was overjoyed when Master Yu said that Wang would be 90 years old this year, and perhaps he could introduce them in the future. Our hero looked warily at Qingxiang, who came and said that he was surprised that Man Chong still had an appetite after today. Man Chong immediately crossed his arms and asked Qingxian what he meant, and Qingxian explained that the man probably wasn't feeling right. Master Yu criticized Qingxiang for his inappropriate behavior, and Qingxiang replied that it was just a friendly tease. Qingxian explained that Man Chong must really feel bad about being caught up in all these fakes, causing the man to lose control of himself out of anger. Man Chong started to stammer when Qingxian asked if he thought he had acquired the original encyclopedia. When Fang Yi interjected, Qingxiang gave him a cold look and advised him to keep quiet, since it was adults who were talking. There was complete silence in the hall when our hero declared that they were lucky to be in the company of Master Yu, who could verify the authenticity of the encyclopedia. The guy noticed that the atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. Man Chun yelled at Fang Yi, demanding that he not be so absurd. Qingxian laughed, and Man Chong explained to the young man that Master Yu's work was expensive, while Fan Yi himself apologized to the old man for his inexperience. Everyone was shocked when Master Yu said that this meeting between him and young Fan Yi was quite pleasant, so he would take a look at the book. Qingxian tried to tell the master that something like this was not worthy of his eyes, but the old man considered some of the late Qing dynasty publications to be somewhat valuable. Manchong also tried to dissuade the master from looking at the book. The old man assumed that the man was afraid that Master Yu would demand payment from him. Master Yu convinced the men that it was fine, and he would do it for free. He took the book in his hands to conduct an examination. Grandpa moved to another table, and the other guests at the banquet watched curiously as the master made an assessment for someone. The guests were shocked that someone other than Director Su was able to persuade Master Yu to do this for free. All the people crowded around Master Yu to take a closer look, and Qingxian continued to troll Manchong, saying that the man had decided to drag someone else down with him. Master Yu picked up a magnifying glass and began to carefully examine the cover of the encyclopedia. Fang Yi and Manchung's eyes shone as hope settled in their hearts after saying that the quality of the book was good and the cover wasn't damaged. Manchun was very upset when Master Yu was forced to say that it must be a copy of the Republic era. Master Yu consoled Manchong by saying that the quality and attention to detail of this encyclopedia was excellent, so the copy still had some value. Manchun reached out to take the encyclopedia back, but the protagonist stopped the man. The guests were outraged by our hero's behavior when he told Master Yu that he hadn't fully examined the encyclopedia. Master Yu tried to convince the guy that it was a copy since he had been doing antiques for 40 years, but he still agreed to look at it. The main character thanked Master Yu for this, and Manchun concluded that this kid still had some courage. The older man put the encyclopedia back on the table. Now he opened it up to examine it carefully with a magnifying glass. Master Yu chuckled when looking at the pages of the encyclopedia. The old man was interested in something there. Manchun and Fang Yi were also taken aback when the old man, while analyzing the pages, wondered how such a thing was possible. The banquet guests were startled. They had no idea what was going on as Master Yu looked at the encyclopedia in shock. Smiling, Master Yu said that this was indeed a version of the Ming Dynasty Yongle Encyclopedia, and that this copy might have belonged to Zhu Di, the emperor himself. The entire audience was shocked to hear this, and a delighted Fang Yi patted the dumbfounded Manchun on the back, telling him once again that the book was real. Manchong found this hard to believe, and said that after the fall of the Zhongjing emperor, the original copies of the encyclopedia disappeared, and only official copies have survived to this day. The man was stunned when Master Yu once again confirmed that the probability of this copy being original was extremely high. Yu explained that many calligraphers had gathered in the imperial court to compile the Yongle Encyclopedia, and this book was written by Nandu himself. Qingxian snorted and asked the master if it was possible that someone just copied Nandu's style. Master Yu replied that this was not the case. At first, he just looked at the writing style, but then he noticed another important feature. The pages of the encyclopedia were made of cinchona paper, which has a distinctive smell, and it has not faded even over the centuries. Qingxian noted that the cover of the encyclopedia couldn't possibly be that thick, so Master Yu decided to take another look at it. The older man took the magnifying glass in his hand once more to examine the book carefully again. The old man exclaimed that he understood now. Qingxian was already overjoyed, thinking that the encyclopedia was a fake. According to the master, this encyclopedia is undoubtedly the original, and the cover is different because someone tried to disguise the book. Grandfather explained to our hero that in times of war, collectors often tried to protect their paintings by painting them over. The main character was delighted, agreeing that this is true one of the ways to disguise the original with another drawing. Master Yu said that he could make a new cover, but right now he doesn't have the right tools, so he needs Manchun's permission. Manchun was so shocked by what was happening that he couldn't say anything clearly, no matter how much Fang Yi tried to wake him up. The grandfather once again asked the man if he was giving permission to remove the cover, and Manchun came to his senses and asked if the original would be harmed. Master Yu replied that there would be no damage. He would ask for the help of his old friend, an expert in restoration. He added that if Manchun gave permission, the master would personally sign the certificate of authenticity after the restoration was completed. Manchun was overjoyed when he realized that something like this would bring him a fortune, and immediately gave Master Yu permission to restore it. Qingxian stood silently on the side and was furious with Manchun. He thought that he definitely wouldn't forgive the man for something like this. The shaven-headed man tried to give the master money for the work, but he refused when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by someone. It was Qingxiang who laughed viciously and declared that the original Yongle Encyclopedia was a national treasure and an artifact belonging to the state. Manchun was shocked when Qingxiang said that the man had to give the original edition of the encyclopedia to the state. The banquet guests realized that they should avoid dealing with Qingxian, who had attacked Manchun out of envy. Master Yu stated that this encyclopedia is indeed a national treasure that has great historical and research value. Qingxian was already overjoyed, thinking that Master Yu had sided with him, but the old man still had something to say. The grandfather said that this item was brought from abroad, so the government does not have the right to forcibly take the encyclopedia from the owner. Manchun burst into tears of happiness when he heard this, and Fang Yi was also glad that they were able to defend the right to own this book. Qingxian grimaced in anger as he declared to Manchun that the man was just lucky this time. Manchun hesitantly asked Master Yu how much such an encyclopedia could be worth at auction. The old man replied that it was priceless. Master Yu stated that if a man needed a certain number, he was told that the book would definitely cost more than $1 million. The public rejoiced for Manchun after hearing that he would receive such benefits, and Master Yu offered to exchange contact details. Manchun had another request for the old man, saying that he would like to personally observe the process of restoring the book. The man was delighted when Master Yu thought about it and replied that he would talk to his friend about it. When they left the building, the guests of the event immediately surrounded Manchun and demanded that he treat them. The man didn't mind throwing a party at his own expense. Soon, at home, Fatty Xinghua couldn't contain his emotions when he heard that the guys had managed to get a whole $1 million today. Red-faced from the alcohol, Manchun told Chubby that he and Fang Yi had gone to an auction and won something very good. Sunchun was surprised to hear that Manchun would give Fang Yi half of the profit. After all, the guy was just accompanying him to the auction. The drunk man Chang replied that it wasn't much, because if it wasn't for Fang Yi, he wouldn't have been able to make a profit or humiliate the scoundrel Qingxiang. Taking advantage of Manchung's fortune, Xinhua suggested that he give Fang Yi all the money, but the man wasn't that drunk. When Manchung received a call from Master Yu, he immediately ran away to answer the phone, and Xinhua told Fang Yi that the guy had received 2 calls today. Xinhua revealed that the first call was from Master San and giggled when Fang Yi asked about the second call. The fat man confessed that the second call was from Officer Bai, who wants to meet Fang Yi tomorrow, and their conversation was interrupted by Manchun. Fang Yi has to meet 3 people tomorrow. After thinking for a while, he said that Master San wants to see him, so the other meetings will have to be postponed. Xinhua advised Fan Yi to buy his own phone because it is inconvenient to continue like this, and our hero suggested going to bed. Man Chun was against it. He wanted to have a few more drinks because it's not every day that someone manages to become an antique star. A second later, Man Chun fell asleep because Fang Yi poked him in a special spot on his neck to calm the drunk man down. They decided to carry him to the bed and put him to sleep. And even in his sleep, Man Chun had a happy smile on his face. The fat man suggested that the guy knock them out like this because they would hardly be able to sleep, knowing that they had only earned 40,000 in 2 weeks and Fang Yi had earned $500,000 in 1 day. The following events were still unfolding in the old villa where the main character and his 2 friends lived. It was still night outside. Finally, our hero was left alone and found time to deal with the recently purchased jade figurine. He picked it up and recited a mantra about the path that can be trodden, but it is not solid and unchangeable. He closed his eyes, knowing that now he had to be careful not to sink back into his subconscious. Opening his eyes, he was once again transported back to the jade figurine's memories. Fang Yi was standing on the cliff edge by the waterfall when suddenly the firmament beneath him collapsed. It was bad. It happened again. Fang Yi was falling down a cliff. The guy decided that he had no other choice. He put 2 fingers together, chanted the spell return, and when he saw a bright flash, he moved to another space. Bright golden stripes wrapped around the boy's legs, and now he was back on the cliff. But he was already sitting with his eyes closed, holding the figurine in his hands. A strange feeling shot through Fang Yi. All of his mental energy used up today was suddenly replenished and even increased. He was well aware that Taoist training was divided into levels, the first one called 100 Days Foundation, which he had already mastered at the age of 10. The second level is the transformation of essence into energy, on which our hero is stuck for 10 years. The third is the transformation of energy into spirit. The fourth level is a return to emptiness. At this level, a person returns to the original state and becomes a Shenxian. Fang Yi realized that just a little bit more, and he would be able to overcome the level of turning essence into energy. And this jade figurine was indeed a treasure. He was wondering if he could do it again, but suddenly the jade figurine turned into gold dust. He realized that he was able to absorb the energy of this old jade figurine and wondered if he could do it with another antique. After trying on the beads, the guy felt that something was absorbing, but the feeling was weak. Opening his eyes, he saw changes in the necklace. The necklace looked even worse than it originally did, something that even someone who didn't know anything about antiques wouldn't want to get. Fang Yi now knew that he could transform new items into ancient ones and absorb energy from the antiquities to level up. He went to the museum to meet Mr. Zhao, and when he entered the study, he saw that Master San and his son, San Chao, were also there. It turned out that San Chao came because he wanted to meet an old friend of his father's. Master San announced the arrival of Master Yu, a world-class expert in antique trivia. Sang Chao justified himself to his father by admitting that he really liked antique trivia, so he couldn't pass up the opportunity to learn something from Master Yu. The 3 of them looked at Fang Yi dumbfounded and demanded more details when the boy revealed that he had met Yu at the auction yesterday and asked him to restore the book. Before Fang Yi could tell the curious Master San anything, the door suddenly opened and Master Yu himself announced that it was about the Yongle Encyclopedia. Master Yu walked in with Man Chun and Lady Baichuxia and asked the audience if they were willing to accept such a challenge. Master San examined the book carefully and delighted Fan Yi and Man Chun by saying that it was undoubtedly a genuine copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia. The protagonist put his hand on Man Chun's shoulder and asked the man if he felt calmer after evaluating the master. Man Chun replied that it was all thanks to our hero, and Master Yu agreed that the young hero really has a good eye. Master Yu asked his friend how he had managed to get such a talented disciple, and Master San laughed and said that he would tell him the whole story later. San didn't mind taking a break because he's not as energetic as he used to be, and something so valuable deserves proper attention. Curator Zhao said that he would arrange for food to be prepared for them, and Fang Yi felt someone poke him in the back with a finger. When the main character turned around, he saw that it was Lady Bai. The girl turned to him with a friendly smile. Chuxia praised him, saying that he should not be underestimated because when they first met, he was a merchant, and now the guy turns out to be a disciple of a respected master. Our hero took a step closer, making the girl feel uncomfortable, and said that he knew that she was working undercover at the auction. Baichuxia immediately covered his mouth with her hands so that he wouldn't speak so loudly, and the 2 of them were embarrassed, blushing. The girl removed her hands and turned away because she was too embarrassed to look at his face any longer, and Fang Yi also turned pink from embarrassment. She cautiously asked what about the bracelet that the guy promised to help her with. Fang Yi pulled out the jewelry in a panic and showed it to her. Bai Chuxia immediately went to Master Yu, asking him to look at this bracelet, and asked if it was worth 50,000 or if she was being tricked for profit. Master Yu said that he had seen this Rudex bracelet from Fang Yi yesterday, and it was of very good quality, and it could be seen that it had been cared for at least 20 years. After taking a closer look, the master was dumbfounded to see that the bracelet was filled, and it was a tool. Bai Chuxia asked the old man what it meant. According to the old man, a tool is an item that a Buddhist has used for a long time, and the item is imbued with Buddhist power. Everyone was shocked when Master Yu confessed that his life was saved by such a tool once. Even Master San didn't know about this incident. My grandfather said that it happened about 10 years ago when he was in Tibet, and he immediately lost himself in the memory of this incident. The monk then handed him the necklace and told him that in 3 years' time Yu would face great trouble, so this item should always be kept with him to save himself. After some time, an accident really happened. It was a car accident. Yu was in a car that overturned and flew to the side of the road. It happened exactly 3 years after the meeting with the monk. The bracelet saved him, although the other passengers died instantly. The bracelet then turned to dust. Fang Yi, hearing this, realized that the story was very similar to what happened to his Kapala. San Chao immediately offered our hero 500,000 for this bracelet. Fang Yi replied that he could not sell it to him because he had already given the tool to Officer Bai. The girl was indignant and shouted that she would pay for the bracelet because they had already agreed on a price and the guy should not try to change it. Fang Yi did not argue and agreed to sell her the bracelet for 50,000. The girl smiled and asked to give her his bank details. Sang Hao hugged the guy and asked when Fang Yi would finally think about him. Our hero replied that the next time he has something good, he will definitely do it. When they announced that dinner was ready, our hero began to push Sang Chao in the back, claiming that he urgently needed to eat. The man was indignant and asked him not to change the subject. Master San began painstakingly working on the restoration of the encyclopedia, and with tweezers, he began to remove the new cover from the book. Soon the work was completed, and the true appearance of the Yongle Encyclopedia with its original cover was revealed to everyone. Sang Chao, Man Chun, and Master Yu looked at the original look of the book with delight, admiring the work of the restorer. Man Chun was embarrassed when Master Yu confessed to Sun that this book was privately owned. Master San was unpleasantly surprised that it would be such a waste to keep such a thing in a private collection, but Yu didn't agree with him. Man Chun flinched when Master San told him in disappointment that he always thought he was different from other antique dealers. Sun stated that the original Yongle Encyclopedia has incredible research and cultural value, so he hopes Man Chun will donate it for the greater good. Master Yu asked his friend not to push Man Chun because he had spent his hard-earned money on the book, and not many people would be happy with the idea of giving it away for nothing. Sun asked Man Chun how much money he would like to get for the original. The man was not sure. He would like to ask other experts for an evaluation as well. Master Yu helped him by telling him that this was the only surviving copy of the encyclopedia, so it was worth at least 2 million. The buyer said it sounded reasonable and asked if Man Chun was willing to sell the book for that kind of money, and Man Chun happily agreed. San immediately looked at his son, who disowned him, saying that he didn't have that kind of money because he had recently bought a villa in France. The father was outraged because the son was willing to happily pay 500,000 for Fang Yi's bracelet the day before. Sang Chao complained that the father wanted to ruin him. Curator Zhao stood up for the guy and said that he thought about using the subsidies received by the museum to buy the book. Master Sun was delighted when the curator explained that the government had realized the importance of cultural artifacts in recent years and had started allocating money to buy them back. Zhao promised to talk to the others on Monday, but given the value of the copy, he was confident that there wouldn't be any problems. A happy man, Chun thanked Supervisor Zhao for his help, and the man replied that it was the least he could do. Man Chun also shook hands with Master Sun, thanking him, and the old man replied that he should be thanking him. Master San concluded that he was thinking too narrowly. Previously, he believed that the antique business should serve the preservation of such artifacts. The man suggested leaving the book in the museum overnight, which Man Chun liked, as he was afraid of trouble if he took it with him. The sun was already sinking below the horizon, so the men decided to finish their business at the museum for today. Master San suggested that Yu go to Man Chun's place for a drink, because Man Chun simply had to try Fang Yi's dishes. Fang Yi was embarrassed when Master Yu asked if he could really cook, but the guy said that he just had a lot of practice. San offered his old friend something to do in exchange for this meal, and Master Yu laughed when he realized that he had been trying to get something done all along. The protagonist asked Master Yu to put some of his knowledge into it, and Master Yu happily agreed, seeing that this was a promising young man. Fang Yi happily thanked him, but Yu replied that it was too early to thank him, because if the guy's food didn't satisfy him, he might as well refuse this act of goodwill. After leaving the museum, Master Yu asked the girl if she wanted to eat with them, or if she wanted to go back to her own place. The girl replied that she couldn't refuse an offer to eat if someone was cooking, especially compared to the terrible food at the police station. When Bai Chuxia returned home and took a shower, she sat on the bed and immediately took out a golden talisman from her bag. The day before, when it was already dark outside, the main character decided to spend the girl after dinner at Manchun's old villa. Both the boy and the girl were very embarrassed to walk down the street together, so they kept quiet and avoided even looking at each other. Bai Chuxia finally broke the silence. She confessed that she asked the guy to guide her because she wanted to talk to him about something. Fang Yi was embarrassed when the girl asked him to honestly answer whether the jade figurine that he had won at the auction was found in the tomb. Chuxia told him to refrain from making such illegal purchases, and Fang Yi began to explain that he was a law-abiding citizen and had all the documents. Bai calmed him down by saying that she wasn't going to arrest the boy or take away the figurine, but she had something else to discuss with him. As a police officer, she asked Fang Yi for assistance as a civilian assistant and beat him up for being stupid when the guy suggested that she needed help buying antiques. The main character asked what kind of help was still required from him. The police officer admitted that she was working on the case. She told me that there was a gang of robbers that she wanted to track down and bring to justice if she proved their shady dealings. Fang Yi was embarrassed when Bai said that he had an impressive talent for detecting artifacts, so she wanted to ask him to look out for stolen items. The girl came closer and demanded a direct answer. Whether he agreed or not, Fang Yi said that he would try his best to help her. Finally, Chuxia advised him to buy a mobile phone to save her the trouble and said that she would go home alone from here. At first, our hero agreed to let her go, but then changed his mind and grabbed the police officer by the arm, stopping her. The girl was surprised, froze and blushed when the guy came close to her and wanted to say something to her. Fang Yi confessed that he wanted to take a closer look at her face, but she was still grimacing as she thought he was joking with her. The guy jumped back and explained that he wasn't going to do anything strange, he just noticed the change in her face. Our hero advised her to postpone this case because he noticed bad signs, a red vein on the bridge of the nose and darkness on the temples. Fang Yi decided to agree with Bai Chuxia when she said that she just had soft skin and then reached into his pocket. The guy handed her the talisman and said that it didn't matter if she believed it or not, it wouldn't do any harm. The main character explained that this is a protective talisman that you need to carry with you at all times to protect yourself from dangers. Bai Chuxia handed the talisman back to the guy, saying that she wasn't sick or in any danger, so she didn't need it. She wanted to leave, but when Fang Yi asked if they were friends, the girl snorted and said that you could say that. He handed her the talisman, asked her why she shouldn't accept it as a friendly gift, and even allowed her to throw it away if she didn't like it. Back then, Bai Chuxia still took the talisman, even though she threatened to throw it away because Fang Yi was acting too weird. At home right now, Officer Bai was looking at this talisman with a smile. She didn't intend to throw it away, but put it back in her bag. It was already deep into the night outside, so soon the windows of her apartment went out. The girl went to rest after a long day. The next day, Fang Yi and his friends went to eat at the restaurant, and Qinhua and Sangchun were shocked when they heard about the 2 million in revenue. Qinhua thought that Fang was fooling them, because only yesterday they were talking about 1 million, and Sangchun called it all crazy. Manchun confirmed that our hero is now a millionaire, so the fat man decided to order 2 more plates of food from the chef. Sunchun adjusted his glasses and spoke to Fang Yi. He suggested that his friend split the bills if they were going to continue their business. The main character looked at his best friend with bewilderment, asking what he meant when he said about splitting accounts. With a sad voice, Sun Chun asked his friend not to contribute this million to their joint account, because he and Qinhua had contributed much less to the business. After listening to his friend, the main character turned to the fat man and Senchun. He asked them to answer his question honestly. The 3 of them were shocked when Fang Yi asked what they would do if someone offered them $1 million to kill a friend. After taking a bite of the food, the fat man said that even for $100 million, he would not do such a thing, and Sun Chun replied that he would rather kill the person who suggested it to him. Qinhua said that they had known each other for a long time, so they should not think about money at all, and Fang Yi agreed with him that money is not the main thing. The main character told his friends that even if he made more money, without San Chun and Qinhua, he would not have been able to do anything. The fat man was relieved that they had dealt with this. Fang Yi suggested that they end this dreary conversation and stop talking about money. Sunchen, Fatty, and Manchun were shocked when Fang Yi stated that he saw prospects in this city and was thinking of buying a house. According to him, the further they plunge into the 21st century, the more the price of real estate will rise, so it's worth buying a house now. When the fat man mentioned Qing, Sangchen's girlfriend, the latter told Fang Yi that she was unhappy with her current job and asked her to join them. Our hero laughed when he heard that Sunchen wanted his girlfriend to work for them for free. He was willing to pay her a full salary. Sungchen was embarrassed to agree to this and told his friend that he would be more than happy to share his salary with the girl. Manchun suggested that the guys arrange Qing in his store and promised a good salary because the guy's counter definitely does not need a fourth person. The guy with glasses was very happy to receive such an offer and said that today he would go and help Qing with the dismissal. After our hero went to the museum to meet with curator Zhao for a cup of tea, he told him about the desire to buy a house. Zhao said that after the reform, most of the houses near the market have significantly risen in price, and a square meter will cost about 1,800. Fang Yi knew that Zhao still had a few empty houses and suggested that the man sell them to him for 2,000 per square meter. The curator did not agree because these are big houses bought with his money, so Fang Yi started talking about smaller houses. Zhao agreed to sell the guy one of those houses and try to arrange the purchase of houses of 120 square meters. The man said that he made repairs there just a year ago, investing 100,000. Then Fang Yi agreed to his offer. Curator Zhao went out to answer the call, and when he heard that it was a fat man, he handed the phone to our hero. The main character was scared when Qinhua shouted into the phone that things were bad because Sangchen had some problems. The guy was forced to immediately go to the aid of a friend. Manchun's van stopped at the right building. The fat man, Fang Yi, and Manchun got out of the van, and Qinhua said that Sangchun only managed to give the address where he was being held. Manchun asked the kids to calm down, and our hero made a fortune and saw that Sangchen was exactly in the right building, and everything was fine with him. The three of them entered a spacious multi-story shopping center, and soon they came to the right room. When one of them opened the door, three men in dark suits were sitting inside, surprised by the appearance of strangers. The disgruntled head of security at the mall approached the terrified kids and asked if they were looking for someone. Man Chun offered the gentlemen a smoke in a quiet conversation, and he introduced himself to them and said that they had heard the news about the detention of their friend named Sang Chun. With a friendly smile, Man Chun said that they had come to investigate what had happened, and the guard realized what kind of jerk he was talking about. Fang Yi, Qinhua, and Manchun were all startled when they heard Sun Chun's voice from the next room, banging on the door and shouting. Suddenly, the door opened with a bang, and Sung Chun managed to break through it to call his friends for help. Qinhua and our hero opened their mouths in shock when they saw their friend, who was being forcibly restrained by someone. The head of security told his subordinates to shove the boy back in because they couldn't let him get out until they had everything sorted out. The main character did not think long before standing up to protect his friend. He pushed off from the floor. With his arms outstretched, he stood right in front of the guards, protecting Sung Chun from the menacing men. The security chief wasn't impressed when he saw that the guy knew martial arts. He just asked for backup to the security office through the walkie-talkie. Several squads began to run through the shopping center on the orders of the chief. The trampling of their feet did not frighten our hero. A whole crowd of guards surrounded Fan Yi, Qinhua, Sanchun, and Manchun. The fat man got angry and suggested that our hero attack them head-on. Manchun told the guy to stop because he wanted to settle the matter peacefully, so he threatened the guards that he would call the police. The security chief simply snorted at Manchung's reasoning and replied that his threats meant nothing to them. He accused Sung Chun of assaulting security guards while protecting his girlfriend who robbed the store, but the guy didn't agree with the accusation. Sung Chun was determined to beat up the guards again, thinking that a couple of punches was the least they deserved for accusing his wife of stealing. Parents said that Vice President Chen refused to fire Jingqing and searched her locker, where underwear allegedly stolen from the store was found. Sun Chen claimed that his girlfriend had nothing to do with it. He said that Qing is currently sitting in the manager's office. Fang Yi told the officer that his friends were honest people, and he wouldn't let them get hurt so easily, so they would be happy to get the charges dropped and get out of here. The guy offered to look at the CCTV footage to make sure that the girl was innocent, but the head of security was against it, because you need the boss's permission. Realizing that the guard didn't want to settle the matter peacefully, Fang Yi told his friends that they had no choice but to fight. The head of security was perplexed because the guy stood in front of him without moving and carefully looked at him. The man thought this guy was weird and asked if they were sure they wanted to fight them. Man Chun stopped Fang Yi, saying that a fight would not solve the case, and once again threatened the guards that he would call the police. He managed to reason with the security guard, saying that if the police found Sinbai's illegal activities, the security guards would also have problems. The head of security asked the guys to wait a moment for him to make a call, while Fang Yi and the others stayed in the security office. The man returned when he called the boss, clearing his throat before making a statement to the guys. They were overjoyed when the security guard said that the director had given permission to view the recordings and the employees would be held responsible if their guilt was proven. The security chief ordered a subordinate named Xiao Song to show the video footage of what was happening in the mall. Xiao Song showed everyone the monitors that show everything that is happening in different parts of the mall. The main character told the security guard to scroll through the recordings faster. He agreed, but the guy was not satisfied with the accelerated recording. Guard Xiao Song was surprised that the kid was able to see something at this speed. In a few minutes, our hero managed to view the records from the shopping center for several hours. So far, there was nothing suspicious on them. When a recording of what was happening in the shopping center at 11 in the morning appeared on the screen, the guy became alert and asked her to stop. He asked the security chief who the woman in the video was, and was told that it was a manager from a women's clothing store named Lin Chin. The main character demanded to enlarge the image so that he could take a closer look at the woman's bag. Fang Yi managed to get to the bottom of the truth, and in manager Lin Chin's purse, he saw lingerie from the Ron Ying store. Sung Chin shouted that he knew Ching Ching was being framed, and the fat man supported him by shouting that they couldn't let this guy down just like that. Our hero felt that this case should be handed over to the police because the Sinbai company framed its own employee, and Man Chun supported him. The security chief asked them to take their time, and he cursed Chen Lichen and his stupidity for having to clean up after him. He asked the guys to let him report to the chairman first, so that Sinbai company could come up with an option that would suit everyone. The main character looked at his friend with a satisfied smile. The guys agreed not to rush to contact the police. Sung Chun finally got a chance to see his girlfriend, and a worried guy broke into the room where she was being held. The girl sat alone in the manager's office and cried. She looked at her young man pityingly. Xing Xing immediately took off and ran towards Sang Chun. The frightened, tearful girl clung to her boyfriend. She told the guy that she really didn't steal anything, and an angry Sun Chun replied that the girl was framed by that scoundrel. Fang Yi came and claimed that it was a manager from a women's clothing store named Lin Qing, and he asked Ching Ching why she would do such a thing. The girl assumed that the manager must have been following Yang Leshen's orders, and Fang Yi asked who it was. The security chief suggested that it was the vice president of Xinbai Company, and Ching Ching fell silent when Sun Chun asked why Li Chen did this. Unable to hold back the tears, the girl admitted that the vice president of the company always had something against her. Ching Ching said that Li Chen is known as a womanizer. He immediately set his sights on her, but the girl rejected his advances. Li Chen, however, did not stop harassing her. The girl was forced to resign, but the boss never accepted her application. Fang Yi was angry when he realized that the vice president had ordered Lin Qin to frame Ching Ching and wanted to use this as a blackmail device. Sung Chun got angry after hearing this story and immediately rolled up his shirt sleeves to talk to Li Chen like a man. The security chief was startled when he heard a familiar voice asking why they were crowded here and if they didn't have a job. Chen Lichen, the company's vice president, proudly entered the office, and the head of security obediently approached the boss. Ching Ching was startled when she saw her superior and immediately hid behind her young man. Li Chen was at a loss when he saw an angry Sun Chan flexing his fists and ready to pounce on him. The boss scolded the head of security for letting outsiders into the manager's office and told them to get those people out of here right away. Otherwise, he called the police. The security chief didn't manage to get the outsiders out of the manager's office before Sung Chun punched Li Chen right in the face. Sung Chun didn't stop there, but continued to beat the boss on the floor with his fists for trying to steal his wife away from him. Screaming in pain, the boss yelled at the security chief to save him, but someone stopped the guards. Fang Yi stated that this is a private matter for the men, so the guards should not interfere with it. The security chief wasn't so sure because someone might get hurt, and Sung Chun continued to beat the bastard with his feet. The main character stopped his friend by grabbing his fist and told the angry young man that this was enough. While trying to get up, the battered Li Chen asked Sung Chun if he really thought he could leave after this and threatened him with the police. Our hero allowed the boss to call the police, but at the same time he was holding a tape with recordings from the cameras in his hand. Fang Yi confirmed the boss, guesses that it was a recording of Li Chen framing Ching Ching. The security chief justified himself to the vice president. Li Chen got angry and yelled at the security chief for not knowing what his job was and bothering the chairman with a case like this. The security chief replied that his hands were tied and he couldn't do anything without the chairman's order. Li Chen was forced to agree to sign the order to dismiss Qing. The vice president was taken aback when Fang Yi stated that they weren't going to cover up the situation so easily. Sun Chen demanded that for falsely accusing Qing and harassing her, the boss apologized to the girl and clear her name. The boss yelled at the youngster who attacked him, but Sung Chun just smiled and advised him to go to the police. Li Chen was outraged that the guys were spitting in his face after he showed them such kindness, and the security chief advised Fan Yi to leave everything as it is because the boss's uncle is the secretary of the city council. Fang Yi replied that what the family gives is only the foundation, and he won't be afraid of a vice president who relies only on his connections. The angry boss didn't mind the arrogant boy calling the police. He was sure that serious connections would help him avoid problems. Everyone turned around abruptly as a blonde-haired girl entered the room. Fang Yi found this lady very familiar. King Hua was delighted with the beauty. Qing, looking over the guy's shoulder, recognized this girl as Lan. The vice president was scared when he saw the boss, so he tried to convince her that there was nothing to worry about and that he knew how to fix the problem. Li Qian agreed to immediately sign an order to dismiss Qing and pay her double salary, but Sung Chun wanted justice, not dirty money. Fang Yi asked Lan if this was how the Xingbai company did business. After all, his friends had been attacked and falsely accused. Vice President Chen quieted down when the strict headmistress asked him if he was responsible for what was happening. The girl promised to personally deal with the dismissal process and sort out everything, and then discuss it at the next meeting. But the guys did not trust her. Director Lan took off her glasses and stated that when she promised to do something, she never took it back. The main character was dumbfounded when the girl showed her face. He recognized who it was and realized that his teacher had anticipated this meeting. Sun Chen asked the guy what he thought about it, and our hero expressed confidence that Director Lan could be trusted. Director Lan thanked the boys for their understanding and said that she would immediately settle the matter of Miss Miao's dismissal and pay her a 6-month salary. An angry Sun Chen again demanded justice, and the girl promised to make sure that justice is done. The vice president was left speechless when the director demanded an official explanation from him and stripped him of his annual bonus. He waved his hands, claiming that he had nothing to say, scratched his head awkwardly, and prepared to leave for the meeting. Li Chen decided to run away from the office as soon as possible. He held his head as he left because he was in trouble. Qing roused herself and looked at the director when Lan turned to Miss Miao to discuss the matter of dismissal. Lan asked if the girl was satisfied with the solution and was glad to hear that Qing was quite satisfied. Director Lan bowed her head to the girl and once again apologized on behalf of Xingbai Company. Qing and Seng Chun felt uncomfortable about this, and Man Chong asked the director not to go that far. The blonde girl wanted to say something but couldn't. She staggered, losing consciousness. The main character and Sun Chen opened their mouths wide when they saw the girl pass out and fall right in front of their eyes. The head of security picked her up and asked if she was okay, and Lan said that because of her anemia, this happens to her very often. Director Lan sat down on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest for a while. Our hero was watching the girl intently. Fang Yi paced around the office. The fat man realized that the guy was up to something, and Man Chun asked him not to stare at Director Lan like that. Our hero suggested that in fact she does not suffer from anemia. The security chief was surprised and asked what she was ill with then. The guy stated that what really happens to the woman is a bad mental state caused by the weakening of qi and spirit. The main character suggested that the woman suffers from insomnia. Director Lan confirmed the guesses of the guy. Fang Yi then assumed that it had been going on for several years, and the girl asked how he knew that. When the guys got out of the mall, Man Chun and the others pestered our hero with questions about where the girl's insomnia came from and why he knows it. Fang Yi replied that this wasn't entirely true when Xinghua assumed that the guy only knew the simpletons from their hometown. The guys were shocked when our hero said that Director Lan is not only familiar with him, Xinhua and Sangchen also met her. For some reason, the fat man couldn't remember when he met Director Lan at all. Fang Yi replied that the time would come when the guy would remember everything. Such are the ways of the world. Meanwhile, Director Lan, who was sitting in her office, abruptly jumped up from her chair, remembering that Fang Yi might be the young monk. When she first met him when he was still very young, she wondered how he came to be here. It had been 8 years since they first met, and she never thought that she would run into this guy again. Director Lan was lost in her memories of the past as she returned from abroad 8 years ago. At that time, she had just started working as a director, and the Xinbai company was inherited from her family. Lan put her heart and soul into the business, working hard and participating in various events. But 3 years later, there was a global financial crisis. In those days, she often couldn't hold back her tears. The banks were closed, and the Shinbai company was on the verge of bankruptcy. One day, sitting in her office, she thought that there was nothing she could do, but suddenly someone came in. There was a man who solved all her problems. He was the president of the bank and had been following her for some time. Feelings for the man began to grow, and caution decreased once the couple went to the mountains for a picnic. Then her lover showed his true face. An aggressive man attacked a defenseless girl in the middle of the forest. She tried to pull away, but this angered the man even more, and he grabbed a rock and swung it to hit her. He managed to do it, and Director Lan lost consciousness after a while. She woke up and opened her eyes. Lan was shocked when she saw the three guys in the man's body in front of her. It was Fang Yi, Sang Chun, and Qinhua. Three boys trying to help the girl accidentally took the life of a bank director. When she woke up, she saw before her a dilapidated temple and the kind face of an old monk. The boy who hid the bank director's body turned out to be a disciple of a Taoist priest named Xuanqing. The girl was grateful for their help, so she suggested finding the best lawyer to protect the boys, but the priest had another idea. The Taoist priest advised her to give a statement to the police that she was attacked by a wolf, and the bank president died saving her from a predator. The body of a man eaten by scavengers was found. The cause of death could not be established, so he left this world, being considered a hero. Lan thought that would be the end of it, but Taoist had warned her that the bank president would come after her, and he would never back down. The priest handed her a scroll and talisman, saying that it would protect her for 3 years, so she should always keep the items with her. 3 years had already passed. The talisman had mysteriously burned down, and Lan had not dreamed of anything else but those events since that day. Due to regular nightmares, the woman began to suffer from insomnia, and the state of mental health deteriorated sharply. She recalled the priest's words that it would be up to Xuanqing in the future if she could get rid of the nightmares. Security Chief Wu Chong received an unexpected call from the director, who asked for Miao Qingqing's contact number. Soon Fang Yi asked his friends if they had finally remembered who Director Lan was, but they still had no idea. The guys were shocked when our hero asked them if they remembered the woman they saved in the mountains as children. Sunchen asked the protagonist if he was sure it was her. Fang Yi didn't have any doubts about it. The fat man sadly stated that if it was really Director Lan, they wouldn't be able to hide this time. He asked why Fang Yi had told her everything, and Fang Yi explained that the teacher had anticipated their meeting in the future. Qinghua was unhappy that the guy was still listening to that old fart's words. Fang Yi couldn't let the fat man talk about his teacher like that. The guys asked if Fang Yi was afraid that the blonde would tell about what happened. Our hero did not doubt her silence. According to Fang Yi, that company president was a big shot, so she would be the first to get into trouble if the truth came out. The fat man happily shared the idea of taking advantage of the situation and demanding money from her for silence if she was in a worse position than them. Sungchen was surprised when someone called him from a cool number, but she immediately answered the call and introduced herself to the stranger. He said that Wanqing was sitting next to him and handed the phone to our hero, claiming that he was worried about Director Lan. The fat man whispered to Fang Yi to take at least 10 million from her, and our hero asked the girl if she finally remembered him. While drinking red wine at her home, Director Lan apologized to the guy for her impoliteness and hoped that he would forgive her. The guy asked her not to worry about it and call him Fang Yi, and also say something directly if she wanted to. Director Lan admitted that all these years she wanted to thank the guy and invite him to dinner if he didn't mind. She dropped her wine glass on the floor and cried when Fang Yi realized that the dinner was just an excuse. In fact, she wanted to ask him to fight her illness. Soon they met for a cup of tea. The woman really wanted to thank the guy, but he asked her to leave everything in the past. Director Lan admitted that things have only gotten worse since her talisman burned down, and she has been having nightmares, just like Fang Yi suggested. She was perplexed when our hero stated that what she was facing was a trace of the president's wishes affecting her subconscious. According to the guy, the teacher's talisman only temporarily suppressed the disease. The girl asked if it was possible to end her problem forever. Director Lan asked Fang Yi for help once more, but he replied that he didn't have the strength to do so. After thinking for a while, she took out a receipt from her bag, placed it on the table, and said that according to the teacher, only Fang Yi could solve her problem. She was willing to pay him any amount of money. Fang Yi asked if he could even get 100 million. The girl laughed and replied that the amount on such checks was limited to 20 million. After looking at the check, our hero said that rich people think very differently, and then put it on the table and said that Director Lan seems to not understand something. Fang Yi said that in order to get rid of the trace of the president's wishes, he would need to enter her subconscious in a spiritual form, and for now he couldn't do that due to the low level. Director Lan was visibly upset when she heard this, but then she roused herself and looked back at the boy. The blonde began to literally beg Fang Yi to give her a mascot similar to her past. Our hero thought about it. She again offered him any amount of money, but the guy replied that he was noticeably inferior to the teacher, so the talisman he made would last her for a maximum of 2 years. According to the guy, for the talisman to work, you need to fill it with your chi, so no matter how many items he makes, the result will be the same. Fang Yi didn't know where his path would lead, and he couldn't promise the girl that he would always be available to create a new talisman. Our hero suggested that the girl was going to tie him to this city to control him when she offered to invest in his business. He told her straight out that he wasn't helping her for the money, and Director Lan apologized and explained that he was only acting like this out of a desire to get cured. Fang Yi stated that they were talking about the karmic cycle of cause and effect, and by taking the president's life, he was responsible for settling the matter. The guy convinced the woman that he would understand everything, but he needed time to think, and then he paid attention to something. The protagonist looked at the statue standing nearby on a shelf and thought that he needed jade to create the item. He told the woman that high-quality jade was needed to solve the problem, and Lan asked why this particular material was needed. Fang Yi explained that a tool made of good jade is thousands of times stronger than any talisman and can hold chi for a long time. But crafting a jade tool is a difficult process with little chance of success, so Fang Yi advised her to prepare for some serious expenses. Director Lan stated that even having to buy up all the jade in the country wouldn't stop her if it could cure her illness. She promised to try to get as much jade as she could, and Fang Yi promised to make a talisman for her as well. The guy went to the table, picked up a brush soaked in red paint, and recited a mantra about heaven and earth, divided into 9 orders. Then he wrote the desired characters on the golden talisman, and he liked the result because he managed to create the item on the first attempt. Fang Yi noticed that his spiritual energy had noticeably improved, and it must be the result of that incident with the figurine. Meanwhile, police officer Bai Chuxia went to the antique market to meet the main character. The girl walked over to the shop where Sunchen was standing, and the first thing she did was ask if Fang Yi was still there. The guys replied that Fang Yi left very early today, and they advised her to call the guy because he took Sang Chun's phone with him today. The girl went to the side to make a phone call, then glared at the fat man when he said that Bai was noticeably attached to Fang Yi. At this time, Fang Yi was having tea with Master Yu and the others. He was forced to distract himself for a moment when he received a call. Master San asked Old Man Yu to remember that he didn't come here today for tea, but to teach a lesson about his techniques and secrets. Director Lan called Fang Yi and informed her that she had received information about the Jade Fair currently being held in Yangzhou. The blonde admitted that she didn't know much about jade, so they could attend this fair together if Fang Yi was free. Our hero decided that he should take the opportunity to take a closer look at the jade at the fair, but first take time off from the masters and apologize to them. Director Lan already thought that it was inconvenient for him to go with her today, since he didn't say anything, but the guy promised to clarify and call her back. A worried boy approached Master Yu and apologized to him because he wouldn't be able to attend his class today. He explained that his friend was going to Yangzhou to buy jade, and he wanted to use this opportunity to learn something new. Curator Zhao happily asked if Fang Yi had started helping people evaluate items, and then noticed Master San's stern gaze on him. San warned Fang Yi that jade is not an easy material to work with, and you need to be careful in your judgments. Our hero began to justify himself to the master. Master Sun said that a friend of his once bought almost 3 million worth of stones in Burma, but when he returned, they were all empty bottles. Old Man Yu agreed with him. It's not for nothing that they say that even saints and immortals have a hard time determining the quality of ore. Fang Yi assumed that Master San was talking about jadiat, and that only jade would be sold at this fair, but the old man once again made him doubt it. San had an idea and asked old friend Yu if they should go to the fair with Fang Yi to see the jade together. The main character was delighted when the masters decided to go to the fair with him to give him a lesson in practice. Master San told Yu to get ready because they would be leaving as soon as the meal was over. Fang Yi was about to call Lan to ask her to prepare the car when he suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. A smile appeared on his face when he heard Officer Bai's voice. He was glad that he had brought Sang Chun's phone with him today. The girl asked if he remembered the conversation about helping the police because they were conducting an operation against grave robbers today. The main character replied that he was afraid that he would not be able to help her with this case today because he was going to Yangzhou. He apologized to her, and Bai decided to let him go. But in return, Fang Yi would have to help her with the assessment of the items when she returned to the city. Fang Yi was overjoyed and then asked Bai to remember to bring that talisman with her to the surgery. The girl replied that she threw that thing away. Our hero immediately shouted into the phone, asking why she threw out the talisman, The girl smiled and called him a fool. In fact, Officer Bai Chishiwa kept the talisman that the guy had given her, and she picked it up and looked at it with a smile on her face. Chisua remembered Fang Yi's words that the protective talisman would keep her out of danger, so she should keep it with her at all times. Soon the white van was speeding along the highway. Our hero with director Lan and the masters were driving to another city for the Jade Fair. Fang Yi introduced Sun and Yu to director Lan of the Xingbai Company, saying that she was the one who was interested in buying the jade. He also introduced his craftsman to the girl and said that he was more than confident in buying good jade with such a company. The blonde suggested that we go to the hotel first because it's already late and then visit the Jade Fair tomorrow. The receptionist warned the director that she had a meeting tomorrow and she told her to reschedule it because she had more important things to do. Master Yu suggested that we go to the fair immediately so as not to waste time, but Lan said that she only works in the morning. The old man said he had his own ways of getting there, and Lan asked if he had any connections. Upon Master Yu's arrival, he met Gu Chunan, a jade merchant, and apologized for not being able to meet him earlier. The old man introduced him to everyone as the biggest merchant in the south. Gu Chunan suggested that the old man take a look together at the Xinjiang jade ore that he had just viewed himself. Master Yu introduced Gu Chunan to our hero, saying that he was a disciple of Master San who had come to gain experience in assessment. Fang Yi was sweating with embarrassment as he asked if Master Yu's reputation wouldn't be damaged if he made a mistake in the assessment. Gu Chunan realized that Master Yu and Master San had arrived today because of this Fang Yi, so he should also take the kids seriously. Soon, everyone was in place. Master Yu, Gu Chunan, and the others arrived at a spacious hall with stones of various shapes and sizes placed in the center. Master Yu suggested that a friend arrange a competition to see who would choose the ore with the most valuable jade. San agreed to compete with him, and our hero suggested that Lan ask for the help of Mr. Gu because he is an expert in finding excellent ore. Director Lan decided to do as our hero suggested and apologized to Gu for taking up his time. Gu Chunan began to tell the girl that often large pieces of ore are no more valuable than small ones, and they went to look around. The main character also looked at the stones with interest. He put his hand to one of them, and it vibrated strangely. It was bad. The guy had tried out more than 10 pieces of ore, but all they can do is absorb energy. He concluded that the previous owner of the figurine had imbued it with energy, which meant that it was worth studying the items belonging to Taoist priests more closely. Fang Yi picked up a small piece of ore and noticed that its energy storage ability was far greater than those giants. He determined an evaluation method for himself to find superior ore and started looking at each stone, but they were all so-so. The main character leaned his palm against a large stone and realized that very little energy could be poured into it, which means that this is a bad copy. The guy was interested in a smaller piece of ore, so he leaned his hand on it to take a closer look at the stone. Fang Yi was surprised when the stone took up a lot of his energy, so he decided to try adding more to test how much it could hold. Our hero broke out in a sweat when he managed to contain a full third of his entire strength in one piece of ore. This allowed him to conclude that this was undoubtedly an incredibly pure piece of jade. Gu Chunan picked up a whole collection of ore for the girl and asked if it was enough, but Lan kept glancing at our hero. The main character realized that she wanted to ask for his opinion, so he silently shook his head. Director Lan thanked Mr. Gu and said that she needed even more jade, so she would need his help further. She noticed that the man was tense and assured him that the Xingbai Company was not going to interfere with the jade market, and nothing bought today would go on sale. Soon Mr. Gu helped the girl gather a suitable amount of ore, and after receiving Fang Yi's approval, Lan told the man that it was enough. An employee of the fair informed Ms. Lan that the cost of her purchase would be 1,200,000. The girl, without thinking, agreed. Master Yu wondered why the main character had forced Director Lan to purchase such a large amount of jade. Lan offered the guy to pay for his purchases if he chose something. Our hero politely refused it. Gu warned Fang Yi that his ore was mining, and the latter thanked him and explained that he was just buying for practice to gain experience. Fang Yi was overjoyed when he heard that the piece of ore he chose would cost him almost 100,000 because it was within his expectations. Master Yu came up to the boy, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked him what kind of game he was playing with Director Lan. Master Yu thought it would be a translation of the material when he heard that Fang Yi was going to carve something out of jade for Lan. Fang Yi was more than happy to show off his skills to the doubting old man if an engraving knife was found here. The old man immediately went in search of the knife, and Fang Yi explained to Sun that Yu didn't believe him, that he had any stone carving skills. Our hero told Master San about how his former master taught him how to use his power and he started working with the stone at the age of 3. Master Yu brought a peeled piece of jade for the guy and handed it to our hero, who began to look at the material with interest. Gu doubted that this was a feasible task for Fang Yi, since even experienced carvers needed training and concentration to work with stone. Master San advised the kid to stop joking about it and stop right now. Fang Yi suggested that Master Yu create a seal for him from this piece of jade. Gu and the fair worker were shocked because it is not an easy material, and it is impossible to make a seal with one knife. Master Yu thought that the youngsters these days couldn't accept that someone would see them as weak, so he should teach our hero a lesson. The guy asked Yu what zodiac sign he was born under. The old man suggested that he choose a simpler task than carving a horse's head, but the main character was going to carve a horse for the master to show his skills. He took a knife, and it seemed to ignite in his hand. Master Yu was dumbfounded when he saw the kid manage to cut a piece of solid jade into two with a single flick of his hand. San asked what kind of magic it was when he saw that, after a couple of seconds, the piece of jade turned into a clear seal shape. Fang Yi asked the men not to joke around like that, explaining that he just grew up in the middle of nowhere and continued to work painstakingly on the jade. His eyes were only focused on the jade, and with the sharp little blade, he began to carve something. Without blinking, the main character began to work on the print with very fast and deft movements, creating the image of a horse. Very soon, Fang Yi finished the job. He put the knife back on the table and asked Master Yu to take a look at the seal. Master Yu broke out in sweat and was speechless when he saw a jade seal with a masterfully carved horse head in front of it. The old man confessed that the guy had exceeded all his expectations, and Fang Yi asked what characters to engrave on the seal. The old man suggested that he engrave Yujian on the seal, because that's the old man's full name. At Fang Yi's request, Mr. Gu immediately ran to get water and ink, and Master San asked the guy to make such a seal for him later. Master Yu laughed, because it's not often that you see a master turn to his disciple for help. San was offended and asked Yu to be careful. Otherwise, he asked Fang Yi to break his seal, and Mr. Gu brought the boy ink. The main character began to write with a brush hieroglyphs on the back of the seal, which indicate the full name of Master Yu. Yu was delighted with the beauty of the font and asked Fang Yi if he was using a small print type. When Fang Yi said that there wasn't enough space for a large printed font, the old man was shocked that the kid had such knowledge in calligraphy. Master Yu thought that nowadays the number of people who knew so many fonts could be counted on one's fingers, and this guy could easily teach at a university. The old man stopped Fang Yi and asked what kind of technique he wanted to use for engraving. The guy was just going to carve the letters directly. The main character began painstakingly working with a knife to carve hieroglyphs on top of the template already written in ink. Masters San and Yu were taken aback when they saw the boy's filigree handling of the knife. Fang Yi continued to work on completing the jade seal, using a regular knife to carefully carve out the characters. The guy's gaze never left the print. He was concentrating on his work as much as possible so that even sweat began to run down his face. He was finally done. All that remained was to wash the seal well, and everything would be ready. Fang Yi thanked Mr. Gu for his help. Master San told him that he had just used the blade pressure technique, but Fang Yi had no idea about it. The old man explained to the young man that there were two basic techniques for engraving: pressure and cutting. Fang Yi was even more confused when the masters told him that he had a complex technique that was comparable in strength and accuracy to cutting, and better than blade pressure in speed. When Master Yu received his seal and looked at it, he told Sun that he had indeed acquired an incredible disciple. Even Master San was surprised at how skilled our hero was. Fang Yi asked the old man not to praise him, otherwise he was afraid of losing his head. Master San now suggested that we set aside an hour during each class so that our hero could learn something from Master Yu. Fang Yi and Master Yu were taken aback when Old Man San announced that his friend could also become a teacher for the young man. San admitted that it hurt him to see how the old man's lack of knowledge held him back, because he only knows porcelain well. Master Yu didn't mind accepting the role of teacher for our hero, since he is so young and already shows promising skills. The old man asked the young man if he was interested in becoming a disciple for Master Yu, who happily agreed. Fang Yi confessed that he had already begun to see Yu as his teacher in recent days, and the old man warned him that he would throw him out if he tainted his name or betrayed him. The main character bowed his head before the new teacher and promised that he would listen to all his words and lessons. Master Yu suggested that our hero go through an official ceremony to become his disciple and arrange the same for Master Sun. Sun liked the idea and also suggested that he invite a few old friends to the ceremony to introduce them to Fang Yi. An elderly man with glasses congratulated his friend Master Yu on acquiring such an amazing disciple. The following events took place near the warehouse of the Qinling City Museum, where a truck was parked. Curator Zhao warned the main character that as soon as he opened any of the stones, its price would fall by at least half. Fang Yi replied that it wasn't a big deal, since he was going to turn the jade into pendants and jewelry, and this angered Curator Zhao. Director Lan convinced Curator Zhao that everything was fine because she trusted our hero and let him do as he says. Curator Zhao noted the girl's kindness, and Masters Yu and San also agreed that it was a big waste of money. Fang Yi asked Zhao for a grinding machine, and the man asked why he was so careful with the stone if he had already decided to use the jade for trinkets. When Zhao heard that the young man had purchased the stone for himself, he asked if he thought his jade was a treasure and someone else's was a piece of jewelry. Our hero explained that he just feels something valuable hidden in this ore. Zhao tried to convince him not to rely on feelings in the antique world. Sun told Zhao to stop talking and find a machine for the guy, and Fang Yi warned that he would be punished if nothing good came of it. The guy got a grinding machine and started working on processing a piece of ore. Everyone was watching closely. Zhao thought that the young man had bought a simple rock, but Fang Yi did not lose hope. He was sure that there was something valuable hidden inside. When the young man removed the first layer from the surface of the stone, Master Yu was wary. There was clearly something wrong here. The old man asked the boy to let him take a closer look at the ore, and he went over and shone his flashlight through the stone. Master Yu was speechless from what he saw. He didn't understand how this was possible as he carefully examined the stone. When Master San asked what was wrong, the old man stated that there was another jade hidden inside this jade. According to him, under the outer shell is hidden river ore, which is worth several times more. Curator Zhao wanted to take a closer look. Zhao saw that this jade had a yellow surface the color of an autumn pear, and this was the distinguishing feature of river ore. Smiling happily, the curator of the museum turned around and said that this was definitely river ore, not mountain ore. The bespectacled man explained to the bewildered Fang Yi that river jade is usually found at the bottom of rivers and in their lower reaches. This jade is translucent and extremely beautiful. It is many times better than the jade found in the mountain ore. According to Zhao's speculations, such a jade might cost from $1 million, and in 10 years the price would increase by as much as 100 times. Lan was surprised that Fang Yi reacted so calmly, hearing such sums. She was convinced of the truth of the priest's words. Master San acknowledged that his disciple had chosen a good ore and didn't put him to shame. Fang Yi modestly put it down to luck. Old Man Yu was sure that if news of this ore spread widely, the entire jade market would be shocked. You reminded San how they had argued over who would find the best ore, and San admitted that Fang Yi's disciple had surpassed both of them. They laughed and praised the rise of the new generation, which made our hero feel uncomfortable because they are too kind to him. Soon, most of the ore was processed. Master Yu suggested to leave because it was already late. Fang Yi asked the blonde not to worry about making tools and promised that it would take a week at most. After getting in the car, she asked if she really didn't need to give Fang Yi a ride, and he said that he didn't want to bother her anymore. Making tools out of jade is not an easy matter. After receiving the materials, Fang Yi was going to find a quiet place to practice carving. The following events unfolded in the high-rise buildings of the city of Qinling, where our hero bought a new house. The guy went to the door of the new apartment, put the key in the keyhole and turned it, and then for the first time saw his house. Sanchen and Xinhua were delighted with the beauty of the apartment. Zhao told our hero that he cleaned up here, for which the guy thanked him. Qingqing also came to see the new apartment, and she was delighted with how big the balcony was. Xinhua noticed how shiny the marble floors were, and Zhao advised them to take off their shoes so as not to spoil the marble. After that, the main character went to another room, in which there were bookcases and a work desk. It turned out that Zhao had left all the books in the apartment for Fang Yi, and Sungchun liked having several bathrooms here. Qingjing noted that there is an open kitchen, and most likely such repairs cost at least several $100,000. Fang Yi thanked Mr. Zhao once more, and Mr. Zhao humbly replied and asked when the guys were going to move here. Sungchun was taken aback when Fang Yi said that he wouldn't move here for the time being, and Sungchun could stay here with his girlfriend. The bespectacled guy felt uncomfortable, and Qingqing also refused to stay here, because she was afraid that they would ruin something in this chic apartment. Fang Yi hugged the guy and said that they were like brothers, so he didn't have to worry, and also asked that Qinghua also stay here for a couple of days. Qinghua felt uncomfortable and asked our hero if he would be inconveniencing Sangchun and Qingqing. Songchun convinced his friend that he could stay here, because this apartment has 4 rooms, and it is more than 180 square meters. His friends asked Fang Yi what he was doing together with Director Lan, but he didn't know how best to explain it to them. Xiao said that Director Lan is a high-level client, so it will be beneficial for the guy's business to build a good relationship with her. The main character thought that tonight he could start working on creating a tool for Director Lan because he had attached his friends. Only after 12 o'clock in the morning did our hero have the opportunity to be alone with himself to meditate, a bag of jade pieces lying next to him. Closing his eyes, he used his palms to create a sphere of energy that illuminated the room in a bright blue color. After reciting the Tai Chi spell, 2 forms, 4 symbols, and 8 triograms, Fang Yi engraved the yin-yang symbol on a piece of jade. With the finishing touch left, the guy put 2 fingers to the piece of jade, but it split open. The main character was very upset that he almost failed to create a protective talisman made of jade. It turned out to be the best of the attempts, as there was a whole pile of ruined jade fragments lying next to the bed. He thought that the master was right, and spiritual energy was the most important thing, so he wouldn't be able to create tools without reaching the level of energy-to-spirit transformation. Fang Yi had hoped that that dive into the subconscious would be enough, and now he didn't understand how he would craft amulets for Director Lan. Suddenly, he remembered what his teacher had said, that if you pour in energy at the same time, carving 8 trigrams, the effect will multiply. The guy took up the manual manufacture of the amulet. With a knife, he engraved the necessary symbols on a piece of jade. He was angry that it took him more than half an hour to create just one amulet, and his spiritual energy wasn't strong enough. There were more than 200 jade amulet crafting basics left in the bag, but with nowhere to go, Fang Yi decided to continue working. When it was dark outside again, the guy reached up with his hands after working at the table for a long time. He sighed heavily, but the work wasn't finished yet, and he continued to carve the jade pieces into amulets until the next day. The finished goods box was more than half full. Fang Yi didn't give up. He continued to work. Even after 4 days, he was painstakingly working with a small knife to carve magic symbols on the jade. He wiped the sweat from his brow when another amulet was ready. The master had given him a difficult task, and Fan didn't give up just because he had to take responsibility for what he had done. The guy smiled, saying that turning more than 100 amulets in one go can be considered as hard training. Our hero was shocked to see that his energy level had increased significantly, and he was already on the threshold of turning energy into spirit. He didn't think that helping Principal Lan would benefit him so much, but he remembered his teacher's words about the fateful nature of his meeting with a woman. Looking at the finished amulet with a smile, Fang Yi deduced that his master knew everything from the beginning. The guy remembered the words of the master that learning the world, he will be able to grow and develop. He looked at the sky, dreaming to finally reach a new level. Looking at the sun through his fingers and remembering the wise words of his teacher, Fang Yi decided to visit his antique shop. Soon the main character went to the local antique market and approached the shop where his friends sell antiquities. He greeted his friends in a friendly manner. The fat man was surprised by his appearance and asked if Fang Yi had finished working on those jade charms. Fang Yi admitted that he wasn't finished yet and asked Qinghua how he was living in the same apartment with Sang Chun and his girlfriend Qingqing. Qinghua was happy to live there. He even hoped that Fang Yi would never finish working on the amulets. But Sang Chun was against living together with a friend because of his snoring. Sang Chun ran after the fat man, waving his fists when Qinghua hinted that Qingqing and her boyfriend didn't sleep at night for another reason. The main character remained standing on the side and smiled, thinking about what a joy it is to have close friends. The guy warned Qingqing that he would go away for a while to meditate. He found a secluded spot and sat there, closing his eyes. With his eyes closed, he could still watch everything that was going on in the antique market and feel how crowded it was. The guy felt satisfaction from the work done by one of the sellers and the unbreakable bond of mother and child who visited the market. The feelings of countless people who were in this antique market slowly concentrated in our hero. Our hero came to the conclusion that coming to the market was the right decision. He felt various emotions of people around him, and spiritual energy rose to the next level. When he opened his eyes, the boy was startled because he saw Master San in front of him, and he asked the old man what he was doing here. The old man, wiping the sweat from his face, confessed that he had looked for a disciple in Manchong's house, but he didn't get an answer no matter how much he knocked. He was left with no choice but to visit the market. Fang Yi apologized to the master for making him worry. Sun assumed that something must have happened to the guy since he was gone for 5 days, and he explained his absence by making amulets for Director Lan. The old man was glad that his fears were unfounded. Fang Yi admitted his guilt and asked if Master had any business with him. Master San handed our hero an envelope from Hong Tao. The guy immediately began to open the letter from Curator Zhao. Fang Yi was very happy and was dumbfounded when he found the documents for the housing that he had recently purchased inside. It turned out that Mr. Zhao had settled all their registration issues, and Fang Yi immediately called Sang Chun and Fatty over to tell them the happy news. Sanchen and Xinhua were also thrilled to get the housing documents. The fat man was happy to become a citizen of this city. Master San watched with a smile as the kids who were already looking forward to showing their parents their documents when they came home for the new year. Fang Yi told Master that he would definitely thank Zhao, and was surprised to hear that it was also Master Yu who should be thanked. The old man said that Master Yu suggested that Fan Yi go together to an open auction in Myanmar in November so that the boy could see the real auction. According to my grandfather, the open auction in Myanmar is the world's largest jade trading venue, but getting there is not so easy. The fact that Master Yu is taking the boy there with him shows how much potential he sees in him, so Fang Yi needs to not let the old people's hopes be unfruitful. The main character asked the master not to worry and said that studying is his forte. In this case, he never relaxes. Master San suggested that the guy better finish up all his business. He noticed the bags under his eyes and handed him a bag with several boxes of ginseng for recovery. Fang Yi was moved when he received such a gift from Master, and he thanked the elderly man for his concern. Suddenly, the master's hope and concern filled him with warmth, and he realized that he was truly loved. During the night, he continued working on the jade amulets. Today, he felt quite a few different emotions, and his spiritual energy increased even more. The boy told himself that this time he would definitely succeed, so he took the amulet and placed 2 fingers on it. The protagonist closed his eyes and tried to charge the jade amulet with his own spiritual energy. Opening his eyes, a bright blue light lit up his face, and he thought that the amulet was undoubtedly stronger than the previous times. Fang Yi wondered why he suddenly felt so warm and light, opening his eyes to see darkness and many bright streaks of blue light in front of him. In this state, he could even feel the grass moving in the wind, as well as hear the rustling of insects under the ground. Symbols of golden light surrounded the main character's body, and he thought that this state meant that he had finally succeeded. When he opened his eyes, he saw the amulet in front of him, but was shocked to see the seal of magical light on the ceiling. Fang Yi was elated. It turned out that he had finally managed to reach the level of turning energy into spirit. The next day, our hero handed one of the protective amulets to the customer, Director Lan. She immediately put it around her neck after hearing that this amulet would protect her from nightmares for the rest of her life if it wasn't damaged. He explained that his powers were still limited and that he would save her a lot of trouble when he got stronger, and Lan thanked him. Fang Yi replied that he was a source of further trouble for the girl because of his attempt to save her, so he didn't deserve to be paid. Lan decided to at least bow to the guy, which made him uncomfortable, and asked him to call her if he ever needed help. He smiled and thanked her. The girl was about to leave, but Fang Yi stopped her by grabbing the pink bag. The guy said that this unused jade was also for her, but the girl told him to keep the material for himself. Lan asked him to accept the jade as a small friendly gift. Fang Yi couldn't say no to the gift with pure intentions. This experience allowed him to rise to a new level. Fang Yi was just thinking that meeting Director Lan could be called fate when suddenly he was distracted by his friends. The fat man noticed that Fang Yi looked a little different now. Even Ching Ching noticed that the guy was a little more strange now. Xinhua wanted to pull his friend's cheeks to make them blush because he was too pale, but he was stopped. The fat man cried out in pain and screamed as our hero grabbed his arm. Fang Yi was at a loss for his friend's reaction. Xinhua started blowing on his injured hand and complaining about how strong our hero's grip was. Fang Yi apologized to his friend and explained that he didn't do it on purpose. It seemed that he still wasn't fully used to his body after advancing to a new level. He decided to keep it a secret and said that the fat man was just softening up, and then changed the subject and complained about the quality of the new product arrival. The fat man said that it was just a normal item from Qinling that you can't expect anything good from, and Sang Chun suggested that Fan Yi order goods from the capital. The guy replied that it was possible to study the goods from the capital, but while they were tight on money, the friends agreed to postpone this idea. Fang Yi had an idea and showed his friends a bag of jade left over from working on the amulet for Director Lan. He decided to ask Director Zhao later what he could do with the jade to earn money for a trip to the capital. Sanchun and Xinhua were overjoyed when they heard that this jade pouch could easily fetch several 100,000. After calling Zhao, Fang Yi heard that the man was willing to take care of this jade, but in return, he needed some help from the guy. In a couple of days, Zhao will be going to Hainan to look at the agarwood and rosewood, and Fang Yi should join him. The man was sure that it wouldn't be difficult for the guy to assess the quality of the wood, given his success with the hidden jade, the encyclopedia, and the seal from Master Yu. The boy admitted that he really didn't know much about wood, but he agreed to go with Zhao and take Man Chun with him because he had so much more experience. After the phone call, Fang Yi reported to his friends that the money problem was solved, but in return he would need to go to Hainan with Zhao. The fat man asked our hero to give him and Sanshin the opportunity to go to the capital together while Fang Yi was in Hainan, and the guy didn't mind. The protagonist immediately blushed when he saw Officer Bai in front of him. He noted the girl's face. The next day, Fang Yi and Officer Bai met together. They sat across from each other in a spacious, bright cafe. The guy noted that her face looks unhealthy. The girl told how last week she led archaeologists from the capital who examined the tombs. The police officer said that the tomb was located very close to Qinling, at the foot of Mount Maoshan. The entrance to the tomb was small, but inside it was vast, so they entered as a team and started looking for something interesting. But after walking 10 meters, they felt a strange shiver in their bones. It became so cold that it seemed that the blood would freeze in their veins. The team decided to continue working no matter what, but soon they were unable to do so due to a terrible incident. The girl's protective amulet burned down, but she survived, but she had to spend all her strength to pull the unconscious archaeologists out. After that, Chuxia's temperature rose. She also went to the hospital, and the archaeologists were in intensive care for 3 days. But the doctors could not save the archaeologists. As a result, they died, and no one was able to find out the cause of death. Bai told the guy that while unpacking her clothes after the outing, she saw a burned-out protective talisman in her purse. Chuxia assumed that the talisman had burned down the moment she encountered danger in the cave. She deduced that the talisman had saved her life, and Fang Yi replied that the trouble was due to the concentration of negative energy in the cave. Fang Yi thought that there was something incredibly dangerous lurking in the cave. After all, Chuxia was affected by the negative energy even with the talisman. Bai asked if such dirty places really exist, the guy joked, saying that there is a lot of dirt in general, especially if you do not wash your hands. He knew that he would only get into more trouble if he tried to explain the whole theory of the Taoist system in talisman creation to her now. So he explained that the talisman he created had divine power that could ward off spirits and ghosts that might be in the cave. Feng Yi was shocked when the girl asked him to create a few more of these talismans because she intended to go back to the cave and investigate. The guy suggested that the girl ask someone else for help, because creating even one talisman will take several years of his life. Bai jumped up from her seat and shouted that Fang Yi was the only one involved with such strange and sinister things, and she immediately felt ashamed. She sat back down, blushed, and looked down, then asked the guy why he was looking at her like that. The girl became even more uncomfortable and fell silent when Fang Yi, who was also embarrassed, explained that she was just beautiful. Fang Yi was at a loss when an angry Bai showed the handcuffs and shouted that she could immediately arrest the shameless rascal. The bewildered guy asked who the rogues were, and if they were some kind of criminal, which angered the girl even more. Our hero admitted that he really doesn't understand and can't help her with the talisman, so Bai should stop this investigation. He almost changed his mind, but then insisted that he was powerless to do anything to help the cop. The girl confessed that she just wanted to do something important before leaving Qingling, and a dumbfounded Fan Yi asked if she was really leaving. According to Bai, she will soon return to the capital after finishing her training practice. She got up from the table, but she suddenly became noticeably ill. The youth apologized in advance to Officer Bai for having to hug her to keep her from falling. When Chuxia came to her senses, she looked at our hero in a dumbfounded way and asked what he was doing. The main character also looked back at her in fright and opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond to the officer. He explained that the negative energy had gathered in the Chuxia Energy Center, and he just wanted to remove it. The guy was still holding her back and holding her hand, and Chuxia felt awkward, so she silently turned away, but didn't resist. The girl felt a warm feeling in her stomach, a positive energy accumulating inside, which really made her feel good. The main character apologized to her and said that he would try to finish it quickly. The girl agreed. Bai was embarrassed by the sound she was making, and Fang Yi saw a whole bunch of energy on his palm. Looking with disgust at his palm, our hero reproached himself for having missed it and did not notice the girl's condition earlier. With such a strong negative energy, he would need more than half of his own strength to remove it, but he had to do it now. Otherwise, Miss Bai's life would be in danger. Soon the clot of negative energy from his palm evaporated, and he informed the girl that the procedure was completed. A blushing Bai turned away and asked if he could let her go in that case. Fang Yi immediately took his hands away from her in fright and jumped back, loudly apologizing. The embarrassed girl once again called our hero a shameless cheat, but Fang Yi admitted that he still didn't understand what she was talking about. The guy advised her to use traditional Chinese medicine for a few more days to restore her body's balance. Fang Yi asked for a pen from a cafe employee and wrote down a list of all the traditional medicines needed for her. The recipe consisted of pasconic root, ginseng, white peony root, atractalodes, silk acacia, and other ingredients that need to be boiled and taken once a day. Our hero told the girl to take this medicine once a day for 3 days and do not forget about it, otherwise menstruation will be extremely painful. Officer Bai blushed again because it was very awkward for her to discuss something that happened to girls once a month with a guy. The girl asked why they couldn't go to that cave together at least once before she left, since he couldn't make her a talisman. Fang Yi replied that he couldn't, because he was going on a trip tomorrow, and Bai asked where and for how long. She was upset when she heard that Fang Yi was going to another city for 2 weeks, because tomorrow she was going back to the capital, and it was probably the last time they would see each other. The guy told her that Fatty and Sunchun were also going to the capital next week, so she should keep an eye on them. Looking stealthily at our hero, a blushing Miss Bai asked if Fang Yi would visit the capital too to see her. The main character confessed that he has no friends other than Fat Man, Sunchun, and Mr. Man, and he also considers Chuxia a friend. She froze in surprise and then said that she would wait for his visit to show him a couple of interesting places. Finally, Miss Bai advised Fang Yi to buy a mobile phone to keep in touch even after she left. Fang Yi replied that he was just not used to phones, and the girl asked if he could change for her. She pretended that the guy had imagined it and asked him to stay out of trouble because she would not forgive him if he got involved in something. The girl also asked the guy not to call him Officer Bai anymore. Because they are friends, it's better to call her just Chuxia. When Fan Yi called her Chuxia, she smiled and was about to leave, but our hero asked her to stop. He handed her an amulet made of jade and asked her to carry it with her, saying that it was more convenient than a talisman because it can be worn around the neck. Bai obediently put the amulet around her neck, and Fang Yi told her not to visit that cave alone and promised to go there together next time. The policeman went to the exit, and finally she looked at our hero with a smile and waved goodbye to him. After she left, Fang Yi felt sad, wondering if this next time he had just mentioned would happen. After meeting our hero, Old Man San asked the guy if his friends would go to Hainan with them. Fang Yi said that his friends would go to the capital to buy goods, and the master advised the guy to focus on studying the fragrant rosewood. The guy was surprised when Master San handed him an envelope with 20,000 wen. The guy replied that he had his own money. The old man didn't believe him because Fang Yi had bought a house and sent his friends to the capital to buy goods, and the guy explained that Zhao had already handed him the payment for the jade. Fang Yi felt uneasy because Zhao had already done him a great favor by arranging the jade sale, and Master San wanted to ask the man for more. The next morning, the main character went to the airport because he will fly to Hainan by plane. The guy asked Zhao why he took so many suitcases with him. The man explained that it was all because of his wife. Fang Yi replied that his wife was just taking good care of him, and the man called the boy too naive. An image of Miss Bai popped up in his mind when Mr. Bai asked him to wait for her to find someone for himself. He doubted that he would find someone soon, and then out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone very familiar walking by. He rubbed his eyes, guessing that he was imagining things, when he noticed Bai Chuxia in the crowd and decided to get closer. It turned out that he wasn't imagining it. It really was Chuxia. She was also surprised to meet the guy here. Mr. Zhao laughed when he saw that the kid seemed to have already found someone. He shouted for him not to miss his chance. Stammering, Fang Yi asked the girl why she was here and how she knew when his flight was. She replied that her flight was around the same time. The guy immediately knew that something was wrong because her flight was next week, and Chuxia asked what the problem was because she just mixed up the days. Mr. Zhao once again shouted to the guy to take his time, while he and Manchun took care of the tickets. Smiling, Curator Zhao said how lucky fools are. Manchun agreed with the man. The main character and Bai Chuxia both wanted to say something to each other at the same time, and then simultaneously asked each other to say it first. Blushing, the guy changed his mind about saying what he was going to say, and asked her not to forget to take medication and take care of herself. The girl asked Fang Yi if he would like to write down her phone number. The guy pulled out his new phone from his pocket. She was surprised to see that he had bought a phone, but Fang Yi still wanted to keep up with the times, so it would be easier to keep in touch with his friends. Bai Chuxia's eyes widened in surprise when she saw on the guy's phone that the last number he saved was hers. The guy did not understand why the girl began to smile so mysteriously, and Chuxia asked him to call her if he came to the capital. She explained to the fool that it didn't mean that he couldn't call her at any other time, and Mr. Zhao called the guy. The young man was forced to urgently go to the check-in point, and finally he shouted to the girl that he would call her when the plane landed. On the plane, Mr. Zhao asked the main character if he was in a relationship with Bai Chuxia. The guy honestly replied that no, but there are some feelings between them. The man advised him to pursue her because in 20 years he will be at the top of the antique world. The main character thought about Mr. Zhao's words about 20 years, and soon his plane took off and went to Hainan. Just a few hours later, Fang Yi saw Hainan with his own eyes for the first time in his life, and he immediately started complaining about the heat. Bai Chuxia smiled when our hero called her after he arrived at his destination. The guy reported to his lover that he had just arrived in Hainan, and it was 10 degrees higher here than in Xinling. She advised him to put on sunscreen because he is in the southernmost region of China, and Fang Yi was forced to say goodbye because he was invited to have a snack. Fan Yi, Mr. Zhao, and Man Chong went to a local restaurant, and the table was filled with delicious fresh dishes. Man Chun introduced the boys to a local named Amin, who would be their guide, and the man also introduced the strict Mr. Zhao to Amin. Amin asked the guests to taste the various dishes he had prepared for them, among them Wujishan pork. Mr. Zhao proposed a toast to Amin and thanked the local guy for organizing the dinner. Manchong decided to drop the formalities after all. They were all friends. He was thinking that he wouldn't have been able to sell the encyclopedia so easily if it wasn't for Curator Zhao. The man asked what they would be doing today, and Amin announced a tour of Miao Village and viewing wood for sale. Man Chong asked the guy to bring the wood here because it's easy to enter Miao Village, but it's not easy to get out. The shaven-headed man said that he saw something strange when he was there last time, and Fang Yi became interested. Manchun said that at that time, the grandmother of his business partner died unexpectedly, and the coffin with her body stood in the house for 7 days. The family called Shaman Miao to the funeral, and he brought a rooster, which had been standing on the coffin all week, but there was no smell from the body despite the heat. The day of the funeral came. The coffin was finally lowered into the grave, and the rooster suddenly died at the same moment. What surprised Man Chun was that the rooster's body gave off a terrible stench, as if it had been dead for many days. Curator Zhao commented that the story is creepy, but it doesn't compare to the terrible situation he faced after graduating from university. He and Liu Daji were fellow students, and one day the guy came to Yunnan, hoping to have fun with a friend in the city. At first, the guy liked the adventure in Miao Village. The local people accepted them as guests of honor. The trouble started when Zhao and his friend drank alcohol, and Liu Daji spent the night with a local girl. Upon learning of this, the villagers demanded that Liu Daji stay and take the girl as his wife. Otherwise, he had to pay with his blood. Liu Daji was afraid. He didn't like any of these options, so at night, he and Zhao secretly left Miao Village. Shortly after Liu Daji's return, a strange illness seized him, and none of the doctors could give him an accurate diagnosis. Later, an acquaintance from Yunnan told him that it was a gu curse, and Liu Daji was forced to return to the village to take the girl as his wife. According to Zhao, after the wedding, Liu Daji was released from the curse, and the couple moved to Nanbing. Fang Yi was intrigued after hearing Zhao and Manchong's stories, and Amin laughed because they were the most hackneyed stories he had ever heard. Amin said that in his youth he lived in a tent, but now all the houses in the village are built of brick. The local residents are no different from ordinary people, so there is nothing to worry about. Soon, Manchun's van was already racing along the mountain serpentine, and after another turn, they would arrive at their destination. The main character was delighted when he finally saw the Miao Village with his own eyes. From a bird's-eye view, it seemed very beautiful to him. Amin handed the boys some fresh carambola from here and told them that the other bidder hadn't arrived yet, so they would have to wait a bit for the timber. Realizing that the guys might be bored, Amin suggested that they take a look at his personal values, and Zhao, Fang Yi, and Man Chun agreed with pleasure. Man Chong, Zhao, and Fan Yi looked at the Lingji mushrooms, and our hero thought that the quality of these mushrooms was very high. Fan Yi said that powdered mushrooms like this can be drunk as tea, and it will strengthen the immune system, which is useful in middle age. Man Chun was outraged by this advice. However, Man Chong asked Amin how much such mushrooms cost, and Amin replied that it was 600 wen for half a kilogram. Man Chong decided to buy 1.5 kilograms of mushrooms, Zhao a whole 5 kilograms, and Fan Yi 2 kilograms for his master. Zhou suggested that Fang Yi only buy 1 kilogram, and he would share the other one with the master. Amin also showed the guys the agar tree, and Zhao was impressed with its quality because it was formed naturally. The local guide lit a piece of agar wood with a lighter, and the delicious aroma immediately brought smiles of delight to the faces of Zhao, Fan Yi, and Man Chun. From the smell, Zhao could tell that this tree was of the highest quality, which meant that there were a lot of valuables stored in this village. The curator of the museum asked Amin how much agar wood he had because he intended to buy it all, and the guy asked him to keep some of it. Amin, Zhao, Man Chun, and our hero stopped abruptly at the same time and looked in the same direction when a car pulled up nearby. The local guide realized that it was the second customer who had arrived, and he went to greet Mr. Gu politely and happily. Amin escorted Mr. Gu to join the others, a plump, middle-aged man wearing a red vest. The second buyer was introduced to our heroes. Gu shook hands with Zhao and said that he was glad to meet him, and hoped that he would be more gentle with him during the auction. Mr. Gu immediately invited Amin to look at the tree because he was so excited. The guy asked him to follow him to the backyard. Several wooden logs that Amin had prepared for sale were already placed in the backyard of the house. Zhao was the first to approach the goods, and a smile immediately appeared on the man's face, because at first glance the tree was very good. Fan Yi asked Manchun how the quality of fragrant rosewood is determined, and he explained that the old tree should be rough and with dense grains. According to him, the worse the conditions in which the tree grew, the better its quality. Amin agreed with the man. Amin said that he found these two trees growing on the rocks. They are of the highest quality, and the initial price is 20,000 rubles. Curator Zhao pondered and agreed that the wood really looked good, so he was willing to pay that amount. Mr. Gu immediately raised the bid to 25,000. Zhao was determined to fight for the wood further and offered 30,000. Manchong realized that things were bad and he needed to say something. Otherwise, things wouldn't turn out well for Supervisor Zhao, and he didn't want to. The man found the courage to say that 30,000 rubles. This is already a large sum, and Mr. Gu offered 35,000 rubles for the tree. Curator Zhao thought that considering what Meng had said, if he offered more now, it would look like a declaration of war. Mr. Gu was overjoyed when he finally got his wood, so he asked Amin to open the fragrant rosewood right away. Amin started sawing the rosewood log in half, and Manchun was already regretting that he had put in a word the day before. After finishing sawing the log, everyone stared at the wood and froze. Even the owner of the tree, Amin, opened his mouth in surprise. The quality of the fragrant rosewood that Mr. Gu bought was low because the dark core was quite tiny. Gu lamented that he could not even hope to make bracelets out of this log, and Amin said that this is how life is. You lose somewhere and win somewhere. Fang Yi asked the man's permission to take a closer look at the wood, and Gu allowed him to at least light a fire from these logs. Our hero remembered that he could sense the spiritual energy of antiquities in jade, so he was wondering if the same thing would happen with wood. He put his fingers to the center of the log, where the darkest part of the rosewood was, and felt something. The energy was very weak, but he deduced that the strength of the energy depended on the quality of the wood. Amin asked if any other buyers were interested, because there were still a few logs left to sell, and Zhao wanted to take a closer look at them first. Curator Zhao was no longer so enthusiastic about the rosewood, so he asked Fang Yi to take a look at the tree first. Fang Yi decided to keep a low profile to avoid trouble, so he replied that he didn't know anything about fragrant rosewood. Zhao insisted that the guy take a look, because lack of knowledge is not a reason to make excuses, but a reason to learn. Our hero drew attention to a log with fewer knots and swells. Putting his hand, he felt a strong energy. Mr. Man is right, the quality of the wood is high, but Fang Yi was afraid to say it out loud, so he called the log deformed and twisted. Fang Yi pointed his finger at the straight log, saying that it was definitely valuable, and Amin asked what decision Mr. Zhao had made. Zhou decided to buy what Fang Yi chose because the kid is always surprisingly accurate, and he trusted his eye. The initial price was 6,000, and Mr. Gu didn't believe that the tree was good, so he didn't fight for it. Amin sawed the log in half, and Zhao was disappointed with Fang Yi's mistake, because the wood was also of poor quality. Our hero admitted that he completely miscalculated in his assumption, and the man was probably right, and that deformed log is good. Zhou was fired up with the idea to get this wood. Regardless of the price, the initial amount was also 6,000. Mr. Gu decided not to interfere because Zhao had already set his sights on the log, and Amin asked the customer if it was worth sawing now. When Amin sawed through the log that Mr. Zhao had just purchased, the man froze in surprise. Zhao glowed with happiness when he saw the dark, fragrant rosewood in front of him, which he said was the best wood structure you could wish for. Amin clarified that there are still other parts of this tree, and Gu congratulated Mr. Zhao and invited him to celebrate the case after the auction was over. Curator Zhao asked Amin to prepare this tree for shipment because he wants to take it with him. Amin replied that he needed a circular saw to do this, and it was not so easy to get one right now, and Fang Yi suggested splitting the log. The owner of the wood replied that the logs were uprooted not too long ago, so they weren't dry enough to be split open so easily, but Fang Yi insisted. Manchung offered to help hold the tree, but Fang Yi advised him to move away so as not to get hurt. The man obediently stepped aside, and our hero closed his eyes, concentrated, and hit the log with his palm. He started using the machete to cut through the log, and Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao watched in shock. After making a few sword moves, the protagonist managed to rid the fragrant rosewood log of its bark. Everyone was shocked. Zhao noted that the wood core wasn't damaged, and Amin assumed that the guy was a Bagua saber master, because he had seen people who were proficient in this technique. Feng Yi was embarrassed and replied that it wasn't a Bagua saber, but an Wuhu cleaving blade. Manchun shouted, asking if the cleaving blade wasn't made up from martial arts stories, and Fang Yi admitted that he was just joking. Our hero offered to stop talking about martial arts and complete the auction because there are still 2 trees left. Go noticed that the trees were young, so it was unlikely that a pattern was formed in them. So Zhao agreed and advised Amin to transplant these trees, but it was too late. Fang Yi was noticeably alert as he crouched down by these logs and placed his palm on one of them. He felt something strange. He felt that the wood was quite high quality and thought that it would be right not to let Manchong leave here empty-handed. After all, he had paid for this trip. Manchun didn't really want to buy this tree because such young specimens give little hope for a good pattern. Fang Yi insisted, saying that the trees hadn't been cut yet, and Manchong might regret it if there was anything valuable in there. The shaven-headed man reminded Fang Yi that fragrant rosewood wasn't his specialty, so he didn't know what was in there. Our hero offered to buy this tree for 2, and if the man does not agree, he will buy the rosewood himself. Manchong knew that the kid had sensed something, so he and Fang Yi decided to buy these 2 logs for 6,000 each. The first log, unfortunately, turned out to be empty, and Manchun was upset that they had wasted their money. Fang Yi was hoping for a second log, but Manchong asked him not to be stupid because a young tree can't have a good drawing. Manchun was shocked when the second log was sawn. Our hero began to look at the beautiful pattern with surprise. Curator Zhao took a closer look at the wood. He was dumbfounded to realize that it was a pattern called tiger stripes. Zhao explained to Feng Yi that rosewood patterns are divided into 8 types: landscape, fox face, spider, and others, and tiger stripes are the most valuable of them. The man confirmed that the purchase was a good one, especially if the rest of the wood still has this pattern, and Manchun asked the guy to check the rest of the logs as soon as possible. Soon, all the fragrant rosewood that Manchun had bought was sawn into smaller wooden blocks. Zhu examined them and at first said that they were all very good, but in some areas the swirls distorted the pattern. Fang Yi hoped that he would be able to recover the money spent by selling this tree. Gu assured that the profit would be 10 times more. Manchun didn't know how to thank our hero, and Gu suggested that everyone go back to the mountain and eat to drink together and celebrate the end of the auction. Supervisor Zhao didn't mind drinking together until the evening, so he, Mr. Gu, and everyone else went back. They sat at the same table in a local restaurant, and Zhao asked Amin where there were good views, since they were not often seen in Hainan. Amin replied that the views on this mountain are really good, but most of the places are not yet equipped, including the karst caves under the mountain. Zhao was even glad that they were not equipped, because this way, they preserved the natural beauty. But Amin advised him not to go there because of the depth and darkness of the caves. According to Amin, these caves go at least 500 meters deep, and even they, the people of Miao, did not reach the end. The curator of the museum was not alarmed by this. He still wanted to go there, but Amin knew the reason why the caves were not actually equipped. He shocked the guys by saying that the caves are not equipped because there is a very powerful negative energy accumulated inside. Manchun asked Amin what he meant when he said negative energy, and if something inexplicable was going on there. Amin could not answer the man exactly, but when he entered this cave one day when he was young, something strange happened. On that occasion, he went to the cave with his friends and they only stayed there for about half an hour. As soon as they got back, all the guys were terribly ill. The temperature was at least 39 degrees. Even after it dropped, they lay in a lethargic sleep. The parents had no choice but to go to the village elder. In addition to this role, he was also a shaman. The shaman performed the ritual and burned pieces of paper with inscriptions to create a medicinal drink, which took the children 2 months to recover. Amin said that since then, none of them dared to enter the cave again because they were afraid of getting sick again. Zhao assumed that the children's weak immune systems had simply caught the virus. But Gu had heard that even adults got sick there after visiting the cave. Amin said that after the elder's death, 2 more children died after visiting the cave, so he asked the boys to reconsider their decision to visit it. Fang Yi deduced that the cave was indeed full of negative energy, and the village elder was a Taoist who used talismans to heal the children. He understood that someone could still die because there is no yin without yang, and the disease can be the result of a violation of the balance between the energies. Zhao asked our hero if it was worth visiting the cave. The guy knew that he had reached the level of turning energy into spirit, so he agreed. Manchun didn't like this idea because it sounded very dangerous, but our hero quickly reassured the man. Soon, Manchun, Fang Yi, and Zhao were in the forest near the cave, and the curator thanked Amin for showing them the way. Amin was worried about them, so he asked them not to go inside the cave and to call him if anything happened while he waited for them at the foot of the mountain. Manchung had a bad feeling from the start, but Fang Yi grabbed his arm and told him to relax, and they came across stalactites inside. Zhou didn't expect it to be so spacious inside, and Manchun explained to our hero why stalactites don't look like they do in movies. The curator tapped the wall of the cave with a hammer and concluded from the texture and sound that it is of volcanic origin, and this is very rare. According to him, only 2 such caves have been discovered in China, and this will be the 3rd. Manchun could not have imagined that the cave would be so unusual. Manchung suddenly felt cold, but as soon as he took a step back, he felt warm again. The man thought it was funny, but our hero warned Manchun that such a sudden change in temperature is harmful and you should not play with it. Fang Yi reminded the man that changes in temperature are the result of the presence of strong, negative energy, and physical health alone cannot cope with this. Manchun asked if such a place could be haunted, and the guy said that he could guarantee it, and the man would definitely come across a ghost soon. The man shouted, asking if the guy really wanted to scare him at such a moment, but Fang Yi insisted that he wasn't joking. Our hero suggested that Manchun leave if he was afraid, but he went ahead, claiming that he had never been afraid of anything in his life. The guy offered to turn back if they felt that something was wrong, but Manchung confidently walked forward. Suddenly, a chill crept up Manchung's legs, but he fought down his fear and spoke aloud to the ghosts, wanting to see them for himself. He was perplexed when in the cave he came across a TV lying on the floor. It was even working. Someone's pale palm was on the screen. Manchun saw a man with long black hair covering his face, who was literally climbing out of the TV. The shaven-headed man broke out in sweat and screamed in fear because he thought he had run into a ghost. The ghost of the girl crawled on the ground, getting closer to Manchun. She looked at him with empty eyes and demanded her life back. Manchun was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and froze, and the ghost once again demanded her life back. The ghost grabbed the man by the throat and started choking him. Manchun couldn't breathe anymore. He thought that he would definitely die here. A second later, he opened his eyes and started shouting, claiming that he didn't kill anyone, but the person in front of him was Curator Zhao, and they were no longer in the cave. A bewildered Manchun, trying to come to his senses, asked where the ghost girl had gone. Fang Yi replied that they were outside in the middle of the day, and there couldn't be any ghosts here, but Manchun insisted that he had seen a ghost come out of the TV and try to strangle him. He pointed to his neck, claiming that he must have had ghost marks on it, but Fang Yi claimed that it was Manchun who tried to strangle himself. Our hero said that he and Zhao were walking behind the man when he started screaming and put his hands on his throat and then lost consciousness. Zhao added that after they left the cave, they were going to take Manchung to the hospital if he hadn't woken up. The main character confirmed Manchun's guesses that he was just imagining things, and the ghost was a hallucination. He explained that the deeper you go into the cave, the denser the negative energy becomes, and this can cause a person to hallucinate. Zhao assumed that he was also exposed to negative energy in his youth, and Fang Yi told him about people who are weak to resist the effects of fields, and they see hallucinations due to dead souls. The curator of the museum didn't expect our hero to understand such things, and Fang Yi only relied on what the old teacher told him. Manchung didn't want to go back to this cave anymore, but Fang Yi insisted that it would be fine as long as they didn't go too far. The man asked why Fang Yi hadn't hallucinated there, and the guy explained that he was practicing martial arts, so he was full of positive energy. Zhou asked the boy to teach him martial arts as well, but Fang Yi replied that it was too late to start at his age. The curator explained that after returning, he would like to meet with his superiors and organize a search expedition to this cave. Fang Yi then handed him and Manchun some strange items and asked them to keep them to themselves if they really wanted to go deeper into the cave. It turned out to be jade amulets. Fang Yi explained that he had filled them with a blessing, so they should have an effect. Manchun was overjoyed to receive the blessing-filled amulet, and now he wasn't afraid of the ghosts in the cave. Curator Zhao saw that the engraving on the amulet was done masterfully, and it must have been put into the soul, and the creation took a long time. Fang Yi explained that he was going to give the amulets to the masters as a sign of respect, and it took him a whole week to create them. The guy was going to make amulets for Zhao and Manchun anyway, so the curator agreed to accept the gift gratefully. Manchun, after listening to the guys, concluded that these amulets were something incredible, so he suggested that they be tested immediately in the cave. After entering the cave again, Manchun asked his companions if they also felt that it was much warmer here. The main character asked the man to give him back his new amulet, As soon as Manchun gave it back, he felt something. The shaven-headed man immediately started complaining about the extreme cold, but said it didn't make sense. When they came across the bodies of dead animals, not understanding how they got here, they saw that they were very well preserved due to the cold. Fang Yi deduced that the negative energy was accumulating here, so he asked the men to go to the exit while he went even deeper. Curator Zhao was afraid for the boy and asked if he really wanted to die, because it was probably even colder down there. Our hero convinced the men that he would be fine, but then came across a concentration of negative energy that he did not expect. Fang Yi put his hands together and materialized a ball of yin and yang from his positive energy, after which he began to swing his arms, distributing its flow. The boy managed to create a large magic seal that illuminated the entire dark cave with blue light. He looked down at his palms and saw that they were emitting a pleasant blue light, which meant that in a short time, the vital energy had noticeably increased. Fang Yi remembered Master's words about places with strong energy being the birthplace for people of the path, and he wanted to go even further. Our hero noticed that all the shining and colorful stalactites suddenly turned completely black and put out his flashlight. He decided to sit on the ground to meditate, closing his eyes as streams of energy began to gather around his body. The boy was enveloped in a magical shining ball that attracted many streams of energy from the cave. It became difficult for Fang Yi to deal with it, and he began to sweat and groan in pain, then released a stream of energy as he opened his mouth. He decided not to risk upsetting the energy balance in his body, but just to take a little more time to look around here in the cave. The boy was surprised to notice that his perception was greatly enhanced, and he noticed a strange light at the end of the cave. Our hero boldly went further. He thought that this cave is much deeper than he originally thought. Once in another empty and spacious space, the young man wondered where he should go next. Fang Yi noticed a bright light. He didn't understand how it could be here, so deep underground, where there was no access to the sun. The light was so bright that he covered his eyes with his hand. It was an incredibly pure, positive energy that shouldn't be in a place filled with negative energy. The main character was even more surprised when he saw the flow of negative energy in the same place. The extremes converged. Fang Yi couldn't have imagined that both positive and negative energies coexisted in this cave. Taking a closer look, he concluded that they were locked in some strange balance, and it was worth staying away, because a violation of the balance could lead to an explosion of unimaginable force. Turning around, our hero noticed a pool of strange yellow liquid that lay under the energy flows. He assumed that it was some kind of divine essence and decided to get closer. He couldn't break the barrier, but he decided to come back when he got stronger, because this liquid would definitely be useful to him in improving and advancing on the path. The two streams of negative and positive energy were still glowing and making strange noises, staying in synergy. Fang Yi could already only slowly move towards the exit because his strength was at its limit. He could barely keep his consciousness under control. The guy noticed that the negative energy is beginning to weaken and concluded that there is no silver lining. He finally managed to see the light at the end of the tunnel, only a few meters away from the cave's exit. Manchun was the first to notice that our hero had left the cave, and Curator Zhao and Amin immediately looked in the guy's direction in fright. Fang Yi smiled and apologized to them for being away for so long, and Amin came because Zhao and Manchong had called for his help because Fang Yi was missing. The protagonist once again apologized to Mr. Zhao and Mr. Man for making them worry. Zhao was afraid for the guy because Fang Yi stayed there for more than 3 hours, and our hero explained this by the cave's too large size and strong negative energy. Our hero asked Zhao to forget about exploring these caves because they are too dangerous, but the curator was now more concerned about the state of the guy. He was all pale. The young man tried to convince Zhao that he would be fine. He just needed to meditate to recover. When it was completely dark outside, our hero finally began to meditate, holding a bundle of energy between his palms. He thought that he would have to use his life energy to force the negative energy out of his body, and Amin asked Manchun what style of Kung Fu Fang Yi practiced. Amin told Manchun that it wasn't like any of the Shaolin styles he had seen, but more like the practice of a shaman from his village. The local guy was scared, he shouted, asking what was going on when he saw our hero covered with ice. Dumbfounded, Amin asked Manchun what the hell kind of Shaolin style he was talking about, since Fang Yi was actually completely covered in a thick layer of ice. Suddenly, they noticed that the main character spat something out, and the ice slowly began to fall off Fang Yi's face. Manchong, Zhao, and Amin even stood up when they saw a bright flash in the night sky, which then exploded like fireworks. Amin noticed that the ice had turned to mist, and the main character finally came to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. Fang Yi smiled and assured the men that he was fine. They were about to leave the mountains and return to the hotel. At the hotel, Zhao asked the guy to take a good rest, because they were going back to Qingling tomorrow, and Fang Yi wished him a good rest as well, since it was a difficult day for everyone. Supervisor Zhao tossed the kid a mobile phone he found in the car and asked him to keep a better eye on him in the future. Fang Yi still wasn't used to the phone, so he didn't even notice when he lost it. Zhao left and wished him a good night. He was startled to see that Bai Chuxia had called him a full 15 times, because it must be something important. He decided to call the girl back immediately, and after a few rings, Fang Yi heard a click, which meant Chuxia picked up the phone. He immediately apologized to the girl for just seeing how many times she tried to call him, but Miss Bai didn't say anything. He said her name several times, after which Bai Chuxia broke the silence and asked how she should punish Fang Yi for this. But the protagonist realized that it wasn't Bai Chuxia's voice, he shouted, asking who was talking to him. Fang Yi once again demanded to know who was talking to him, and the person on the other end of the phone asked the bastard if he had already forgotten him. Out of anger, Fang Yi clenched his fist and demanded the man to stop talking nonsense and answer what he did to Chuxia, but he heard laughter. It turned out that the call was answered by a fat man who couldn't stop laughing as he listened to his friend's panicked voice. Our hero began to curse his chubby prankster for such jokes and asked why he answered the phone, because he was trying to contact Chuxia. The fat man explained that they were having a midnight party together to celebrate their upcoming success. Xinhua said that he met a man named Old Man Wu and bought goods from him for 80,000 rubles, twice as cheap as in Qinlin. The boy convinced our hero that it was definitely not a fake and no one living could fool him, and Fan Yi asked to pass the phone to Chiswa. The girl asked where he was now, and the guy immediately began to justify that he had left the phone in the car and not deliberately ignored the calls. Bai Chuxia snorted and replied that she didn't charge the guy for it, and our hero just didn't want the girl to be mad at him. While talking on the phone with smiles on their faces, Bai Chuxia and the protagonist addressed each other at the same time. Miss Bai stepped aside and suggested that the guy come to the capital because there are many business opportunities here and they could see each other more often. He promised that he would come when everything calmed down more or less, and Bai was pleased with the news about getting a job in the Ministry of State Security. Fang Yi replied that working in an office was good because it was safer, and asked her to take care of herself and always wear that jade amulet. Bai Chuxia asked him not to worry because she wears the amulet every day, and the night market drinking continued. The fat man poured himself a beer and was unhappy that Chuxia and Fang Yi were talking for so long, completely forgetting about their friends. The next day, the main character, the curator of the museum, Mr. Zhao and Man Chun, arrived back in Qinling and were already walking through the airport with their suitcases. They were met by a guy who reported that Supervisor Zhao called him and informed him that Fang Yi was ill, so he came. The boy wanted to help Fang Yi carry the suitcases in the car, but he couldn't even lift them. Our hero said that the luggage weighs only 50 kilograms. Subordinate Zhao was dumbfounded to see that Fang Yi grabbed the suitcase like a feather and didn't even break a sweat, and it was him who was still ill. Manchun noticed that our hero looked much better than yesterday, and Fang Yi guessed that there was something healing in the air of Qinlin. Our hero announced to Zhao that he wanted to go to the antiquities market to look at the goods purchased by Fat Man and Sunchun. At the market, the fat man immediately asked if Fan Yi had brought souvenirs for his friends. Our hero replied that he had left them at home. Xinhua was happy to show his friend the product they had bought in the capital. It was still hidden under a thick cloth. The main character was ready to see the purchases of his friends. The fat man proudly tore off the cloth from the counter to show the goods. The fat man explained that they didn't have enough money to buy everything, and Sangchun complained about how they were treated by the sellers when they found out how much they were going to buy the goods. The main character began to silently and carefully examine the goods. He touched the bracelet made of red beads to feel the energy from it. Taking the bracelet in his hand, he was forced to upset his friends. The guy said that these jewelry is fake. Fang Yi checked the other bracelets. Each of them turned out to be a fake and not an expensive antique. None of the bracelets that the guy had bought and tested were real, and Fang Yi slammed his hands down on the table in anger. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy once again told Fatty and Sung Chun that all of the jewelry was fake. The fat man did not want to believe that it was a fake, so he handed the guy a bracelet made of what he said was excellent Nepalese rudraksha. Fang Yi explained that such a smooth, real rudraksha must be very expensive. In fact, these bracelets are made of plastic. Stammering, Xinhua handed Fang Yi a bracelet made of Indian Bodhi wood, hoping it was an excellent item, but it turned out to be a low-grade item from Vietnam. The fat man couldn't believe it, because a Vietnamese tree can't be so colorless, and Fan Yi asked his friend if he knew anything about fakes at all. Fang Yi poured water into a basin and poured the powder into it, preparing to test the Indian colorless Bodhi bracelet. He threw the bracelet into the soapy water and told his friends to watch carefully for what was about to happen. Xinhua and Sunshun were shocked when they saw the colorless tree before their eyes began to rapidly darken. The fat man immediately charged forward, intending to return to the capital, taking the lives of Old Man Wu and his entire family for this deception. The main character grabbed a friend's hand and stopped him, claiming that they couldn't go anywhere. Sangchun and Xinhua didn't understand why they couldn't get a refund for fake goods, and Fang Yi asked if they understood the rules of the industry. Fang Yi demanded a check from his bewildered friends and pointed out art objects and forgeries. Our hero said that plastic beads and a Bodhi tree from Vietnam perfectly fit this definition, so you can't prove anything with a check. According to Fang Yi, to survive in the world of antiques, you need to rely on insight and intuition, and not ask for a refund after cheating. Suddenly, he was distracted by a phone call. Our hero picked up the phone and asked if the master really needed him for some reason. After listening to the master, he ended the call and informed his friends that by a lucky coincidence, he had to go to the capital. Soon, Master San handed over the invitations to the boy, saying that they should be distributed to his old friends from the capital to attend the boy's initiation ceremony. Master San asked the boy not to get into trouble in the capital and told him about a friend from the Taoist Association who wanted to meet Fang Yi. On the train, the fat man didn't calm down. He wanted to take a hard revenge on old Wu, but Fang Yi replied that they were going to the capital to distribute invitations, so it was worth changing the topic for Xinhua. Xinhua admitted that he feels that his biggest problem is greed and poor knowledge of the industry, so he also wants to learn from Master San. Fang Yi got tired of listening to his friend, so he threw a gold piece of paper right in his face, shutting the guy up. Finally finding peace and quiet, our hero took a look at the invitations, one of which he needed to deliver to someone named Qin Haishuan. Earlier, Master San had warned Fang Yi that this person would give him 2 gifts when he delivered the invitation. 1 gift should be returned, and the other should be kept for himself. The old man explained to the bewildered boy that Fang Yi would figure it out for himself when he received those 2 gifts from Qin Haishuan. The next events unfolded in the capital, surrounded by majestic buildings with wooden roofs. Hiding in the shade of the bright summer sun, one of the residents of the old mansion strode under its brick walls. The girl noticed that Mr. Hua was going somewhere and asked him about it, but he was forced to stop. Hua explained that it was a secret because Master Qin himself had asked him to meet the guest at the main gate. Xiaozhou was surprised because the department head himself was meeting an important guest. Fang Yi and the fat man arrived at the Forbidden City. Xinhua was amazed at the place, and Mr. Hua asked if they were Master San's disciples. Our hero introduced himself to the man, who shook his hand and introduced himself as Hua Qi, Master Qin's disciple. Mr. Hua said that this was once the emperor's study, and now they are restoring ancient artifacts here. Master Qin asked them to come in, and Fang Yi immediately admitted that he had come on behalf of Sun to give him an invitation. Looking at the invitation with a smile, Master Qin stated that it was a very important event for the entire industry to have Sun take on a disciple. Xuan told the kid that he couldn't imagine how many people in the capital would want to learn from Master Sin. Even Hua was embarrassed, claiming that it was all in the past, and Master Qin acknowledged San's superior skills in restoring calligraphy artifacts and paintings. The old man was curious as to why Fang Yi was accepted as Master San and Master Yu's apprentice at the same time, and then he remembered the gift. Master Qin acknowledged that San had really dealt him a heavy blow this time, and asked him to accept these 2 gifts. Fang Yi, as San had warned, received 2 gifts. He asked if he could see what was inside, and Qin allowed him to do so. Opening the red boxes, our hero was dumbfounded, because he saw heliotrope and larderite, valuable minerals. The guy knew very well that these were first-class seal stones, and from the reaction of his friend, the fat man realized that these minerals were expensive. Recalling the master's words, Fang Yi realized that one of these minerals should be used to make a seal for Qin. Qin laughed as he realized that Old Man San still liked his tricks. After Fang Yi confessed that the master had told him to give the 2nd gift back, Hona told the boy to take his time because it would definitely take quite some time to carve the seal for Qin. The bespectacled man offered to pay for the boy's accommodation in the city if Fang Yi needed time to work on the seal, but Qin stopped him. Qin asked a subordinate to bring tools for our hero, who was at a loss, but the master insisted. Having received the tools for work, our hero asked the master what kind of engraving on the seal he would like to get. The old man wanted the phrase "Master of the Free-Floating Cloud House" on the seal, and Fang Yi immediately went to work. Master Qin and his disciple watched with open mouths as Fang Yi expertly wielded the knife while making the seal. Hua couldn't believe the young man's skill in making seals, and the master asked our hero where he had acquired such skills. Fang Yi smiled and explained that he just had a lot of practice, so he can push the blade harder than others. Having received the finished seal, the master called it excellent without loss of expressiveness. He doubted that anyone else was capable of such a thing at the age of our hero. Qin was confident that Fang Yi would be able to develop his skills even further if he joined the Association of Artists, Engravers, and Calligraphers. Fang Yi froze. The fat man tried to rouse the blockhead, and our hero replied that he could not immediately answer such an important sentence. First, you need to ask the teacher. The master praised the guy for wanting to make decisions carefully and gave Hua the opportunity to accompany the guest for these 2 days. Looking at our hero once more, Qin was convinced that San and Yu were right, and this young man would one day accomplish many great things in the world of antiques. After the main character went to one of the capital's restaurants to eat, there was already hot, fragrant, fresh food on the table. Bai Chuxia also joined the meal, even though the fat man didn't expect her to come, but the girl had specially made time for herself today. Fang Yi couldn't stop looking at the girl, so she asked why he was looking at her like that, and the guy replied that she had a beautiful hairstyle. The girl smiled faintly, looking at our hero, and said nothing. Her cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. The fat man suggested that the couple eat first and then flirt, because they ignore his very hungry friend. Chusha asked what was wrong with flirting, since they were currently on a date, and the fat man just asked her not to do it in front of him. Qinhua started teasing the girl, asking if he could call her little sister now, and she resented it. At that moment, a blonde guy who noticed Chuxia was passing by, and he came over and asked what she was doing here. Bai rudely told Zhou Hu that it was none of his business, and the guy asked why she was saying such heartless things, since they were childhood sweethearts. The girl immediately became so angry that she grabbed the glass and wanted to hit him. Our hero tried to stop her and calm her down. Zhou Hu agreed to leave, but finally told the protagonist to remember that he should not even think about his beloved. Now the fat man was also angry with the guy. He shouted at him to watch his mouth, otherwise he would have to force him to do it. The blonde man was angry that Fang Yi dared to reproach him for something, swung and hit him, but our hero didn't even stagger. Startled, Zhou Hu immediately withdrew his hand. He was at a loss to see that his strong punch had no effect on the guy. Fang Yi grabbed him, fearing for the guy when he started to fall, and Zhou Hu warned that all he had to do was make a call, and our hero wouldn't even be recognized by his own mother. The angry kid turned around and shouted that what I want to beat is none of his business when Hua sneaked up on him from behind. He was startled when he saw brother Hua standing behind him. The man with glasses explained that he had come here to eat. Hana told the boy to leave and not make a scene here, but the boy explained that he wasn't going to. He was just passing by and decided to say hello. The bespectacled man apologized for being late and was surprised to see Bai Chuxia sitting at the table. The girl greeted him, clearly knowing Hua. Hana said that their dads work in the same ministry, so they've known each other since childhood, but they haven't seen each other for 7 years after his dad's promotion. The guy asked Bai if her father knew what was going on between Fang Yi and Chuxia, and the fat man accused Hua of being old-fashioned, because nowadays parents don't arrange weddings for their children anymore. Bai replied that her parents would not interfere, and Hua told the fat man that they had also known Zhou Hu since childhood, because his father was in the Ministry of Education. Hua advised the boys to be more careful with Zhou Hu, because as he got older, he became an unruly bully. The fat man still intended to teach the blonde a lesson, especially since he and Fang Yi would soon be leaving the capital and they wouldn't get anything for it, but our hero wasn't happy with the idea. He respected Xinhua's bravery, but warned that Zhou Hu had connections in the police, so the police might detain the boys for a couple of days if they tried to take revenge on him. After advising Fang Yi once again to stay out of Zhou Hu's way, Hua suggested that they stop talking about unpleasant things, since there were so many things to be happy about today. They bumped their glasses together to toast the day's meeting, but then they heard someone grunting nearby. Fang Yi, Chuxia, Xinhua, and Hua all looked at the man at the same time, their mouths hanging open. It turned out that Zhou Hu was sick, sweating and shaking, and his friend was helping him walk by holding his waist. Hua immediately scolded him for coming back, and Zhou Hu explained that his stomach was hurting, and he just wanted to use the toilet here. Zhou Hu shouted that he was at his limit and hurried to the toilet, while the main character was worried about the boy's condition. When the blonde came out of the bathroom, the fat man covered his mouth and started shouting indignantly because he couldn't eat anymore because of the stench. Zhou Hu wanted to leave, but he clutched his churning stomach. He was forced to go back to the toilet. Fang Yi hurried to the toilet as well, asking if this stomach upset was contagious because he also had a stomach twist. Our hero went in and locked the door, leaving Joe Hu outside, who started shouting and demanding that he open it for him. The guy was running from side to side, shouting that he was at his limit and couldn't hold out any longer. And then the critical moment came. Joe Hu felt relieved as he peed right into his pants, while Qinghua, Hua, and Chuxia were all shocked to see it. The guys covered their noses and started complaining about the blonde man shitting his pants, Joe Hu sweating and turning pale with shame. The fat man started laughing at the arrogant blonde who was shitting his pants, and Joe Hu started threatening Qinghua, but the guy couldn't stop laughing. An angry Joe Hu warned that he wouldn't hold back. He wanted to pounce on the fat man, but suddenly his stomach twisted again. Qinghua moved to the side when he saw Joe Hu wanting to shit his pants again, and the blonde man stood silently and shivered. When our heroes left the restaurant, it was already dark on the street, and Qinhua's displeased cry could be heard. The fat man complained about the most disgusting meal of his life. Now the sight of meat will bring back memories of Joe Hu, and Hua suggested that he stop bullying the blonde. Hua offered to take the fat man to the hotel, and Chuxia and our hero will be able to be alone for the time being. The bespectacled man put his arm around Qinhua to lead him away, and the guy complained that he still wanted to walk around the capital. Finally, Chuxia and our hero were left alone. They went to the night market to try various street food. Feng Yi asked if girls are usually not afraid to eat too much, and she explained that she works hard so she won't get fat. Chuxia guessed that our hero wanted to ask her something, so she told him that she and Joe Hu lived nearby and went to the same school. According to her at that time, Joe Hu was not a particularly gifted student, but he was not a bad person, and he behaved decently with girls. She turned around and assured him that she had never met Joe Hu, but Feng Yi remained silent and smiled. The main character gently took the girl's hand and brought it to his face, after which he replied that he knew it himself. At first, Chuxia froze and couldn't take her eyes off the guy, and then she broke free and shouted, calling him a scoundrel. Stammering, Feng Yi tried to justify himself to her, and then ran after the girl, claiming that he could explain everything to her. He asked if she really wanted to end the date and asked where her car was, but remembered that she had recently drunk alcohol. Feng Yi asked her not to drive, at which point Chuxia stopped and asked if he had had enough fun with her and now wanted her to leave. The guy asked what he could do to make her forgive him, and Chuxia demanded to know if he had anything to do with what happened to Joe Hu today. Our hero admitted that Joe Hu had a slight disturbance in the flow of energy, and he slightly disturbed the meridians in his stomach, but did not suspect that the consequences would be so serious. Chuxia was surprised that the guy would do such a simple touch, and Feng Yi asked if she forgave him now. The girl moved forward without answering, and he backed up behind her, demanding to know if she had forgiven him after all. They soon returned to Chuxia's car, and Feng Yi warned her that he would sit next to her and leave when she sobered up. Bai Chuxia reminded him that in all the time they had known each other, he had never asked her about the girl's family. Feng Wei explained that he had never had any parents and had no clear idea of the family, while Chuxia stated that her family would be his from now on. The girl said that her family started out in Jiangxi province. From the very beginning, it was very large and educated. Once 3 brothers were born in the family, one of whom was an officer. Chuxia is the granddaughter of the same man. Unfortunately, her grandfather died a long time ago, and her father and uncle also began working for the government, moving to the capital. Feng Yi concluded that her family was very aristocratic, but he also called himself so magnificent that the girl's parents would not be able to oppose their relationship. Chuxia had told him not to be so smug, but her father wouldn't interfere with her personal life. The main character wished the girl a safe trip, because they did not notice how morning came, and Chuxia finally sobered up. Bai asked if he was going to leave or go to her place, and a startled Feng Yi replied that he was just about to leave. The guy was about to open the door to get out of the car, but the girl called out to him again, and he turned around. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when Chuxia cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. After the kiss, the dumbfounded guy touched his lips and noticed that his heart was beating like crazy. He had never thought that a Taoist like him would behave so chaotically when faced with such a situation. In the morning, Feng Yi returned to the hotel, and Qinhua laughed when he saw his friend because he didn't show up all night because of a date with a girl. Feng Yi immediately collapsed on the bed and said that he didn't have time to chat, needed to get some sleep before going to the Panjiang store, and then threw a pillow at the fat man who couldn't stop making fun of his friend. In the afternoon, our hero and the others went to the market. Feng Yi was very impressed to see so many people in the capital. The fat man wanted to have a store in the capital as well, because with such a large number of people passing by, they would definitely get rich, and Feng Yi also didn't mind expanding. Qinhua promised his friend that with him at the head, they would definitely conquer the capital one day, and Fang Yi turned his attention to an ancient object. Fang Yi asked if the old man's store was really nearby, and the fat man already thought that his friend wanted to break in and level everything. But our hero calmed him down. The guy looked at the ancient candelabra closer. The seller said that this item was created during the Eastern Zhou dynasty and even belonged to the father of Emperor Qin Shi. He explained that King Qin Shi Huang used the same candelabra when he and Liu Bei swore an oath and became brothers. Fang Yi admitted that it sounded amazing and expressed a desire to buy this candelabra, while Hua was surprised that Master Sun's disciple would fall for such a pathetic trick. Hua explained to our hero that the price of this item is a couple of yuan, not 200, and anyone at first glance will identify it as a fake. Our hero replied that where one sees a fake, the other sees a treasure, and the fat man asked Hua not to pay attention to the crazy guy in love. Holding a new purchase in his hands, the main character walked closer to a group of people who crowded into the market. Breaking through the crowd, the fat man shouted to his friend that this was a shop run by the man who had fooled them, Wu Tianbao. Fang Yi tried to stop an angry friend who wanted to take revenge on the old scoundrel. Our hero asked Chuxia to wait here because the situation is getting out of control. Chuxia said that she would go shopping nearby for the time being, and Xinhua reluctantly agreed to follow her. Our hero asked Hua if he knew this from Tianbao. The man replied that this is a fairly well-known, but not from the best side of the person. Hana said that he had tricked merchants from other provinces in the capital, and it looked like the old man had tricked someone again. Two burly men came up to the young guy, who looked very scared. He was sweating and didn't know what to say to these big guys. Mr. Hua intervened and asked what was going on here, and why those guys were surrounding the terrified youth. The white-haired, bespectacled old man was overjoyed when he turned around and saw young Master Hua standing in front of him. He approached Hua and our hero, telling them how long it had been since they had seen each other, and what an unexpected guest he had become today. Hua shook the old man's hand and confessed to Mr. Wu that he was surprised to see the old man doing such unseemly things by attacking the teenager. The old man was embarrassed. He explained that the young man who came to the store behaved suspiciously and even attacked his people. The young man became indignant and started accusing Wu of lying, and the old man threatened to call the police if he continued shouting nonsense. The angry guy swung and tried to attack the elderly man, but our hero stopped the young man. The young man was dumbfounded. He would have sent even a buffalo flying with such a punch, and Fang Yi stood still as if nothing had happened. Fang Yi quietly told the guy to wait for him outside. In half an hour, he would find him and listen to him if he had something to say. Wu thanked Fang Yi for his help and confessed that the guy deserved his deepest respect. Our hero smiled sheepishly. Master Wu had said that he would do anything to help the boy if he needed help, and Fang Yi needed it. The guy was clutching a newly purchased candelabra, and Hua immediately said that it was a fake, even though it looked good. Fang Yi replied that he was still sure of the authenticity of the item, and he wanted to ask Mr. Wu to evaluate the antique candelabra. When Wu saw the candelabra with his own eyes, the man looked visibly shocked, even speechless. Hua was sure that it was a fake, and he didn't understand why the man would look at the candelabra like that, but Wu didn't agree with him. Master Qin's disciple was taken aback when the old man stated that for some reason he thought this candelabra was authentic. Old man Wu took a closer look and realized that the candelabra wasn't from the Warring Provinces era, but it definitely belonged to the Han Dynasty at least. The man asked the guys to look at the patina, which seems to glow from the inside, and the oxidation on the candelabra was natural. Hua admitted that our hero has a better eye, and Fan Yi asked the man not to joke like that and called it just a coincidence. Wu asked the guy if he would like to sell him this candelabra. Our hero replied that he bought it as an art object, and the immediate sale could bring him problems. The main character was shocked when an elderly man expressed a desire to buy this candelabra for as much as 100,000 rubles. The old man began to convince the guy that he would not have any problems with the law because he would write a receipt. He managed to convince our hero. Fan Yi agreed to sell the man a candelabra. After the deal was done, Fang Yi and Hua said goodbye to the shop owner on the street and left. Smiling slyly, old Wu called Fang Yi a village fool who wouldn't recognize money even if it fell on his head. The fat man was overjoyed when his friend Fang Yi and Hua finally returned, with Chuxia and that young man from the market who was attacked by Wu's men standing next to him. Fang Yi claimed that he had returned the money that Tianbao had lured out of them and threw a bag of bills to the dumbfounded fat man. Happy, Xinhua asked a friend how he managed to pull this off, and Fang Yi confessed that he had sold a fake candelabra to Wu for 100,000 yuan. Hua didn't believe that the candelabra was fake and even thought that Fang Yi had sold it cheap, because Tian Bao would be able to resell it at a big profit. The protagonist replied to the bespectacled man that it was just a small trick and the old man wouldn't be able to sell anything. The day before, Wu Tianbao handed our hero a bag of money, and the latter in return gave him a sealed candelabra, which he affected with his energy. Shuxia asked if the guy was afraid that Tianbao would now sue him for fraud, but Fang Yi had previously made the old man write a receipt. The girl saw a receipt stating that Wu Tianbao was buying an art object from our hero for 100,000 yuan. A happy Fang Yi said that the fake candelabra could be considered an art object, and Tianbao wouldn't be able to show him anything. Our hero was approached by a shy young man who had previously been attacked by hooligans working for Wu Tianbao. The boy introduced himself as Shi Yuanji and told him that he would be 18 years old this year. Fang Yi, hearing the young man's name, asked if by any chance he was related to Shi Yongkong, and it turned out that he was the young man's great-grandfather. Shi Yunji said that he came to the capital to have fun, but as soon as he got off the train, his wallet was stolen, and he had to wander around for 3 days. Then the guy decided to sell one piece of turtle shell belonging to his family, but Tian Bao called it a fake and offered only 200 yuan for it. Yuanji refused to sell it, but they didn't want to let him go, so a fight broke out, and Fang Yi concluded that Tian Bao was indeed a dishonest person. The fat man smiled and said that Wu Tianbao got what he deserved, and this is still small things, but for some reason our hero was not so happy. Shi Wenji praised Fang Yi for being fair and said that he truly embodies traditional Chinese values and nobility. Fang Yi was embarrassed, but Shi insisted that our hero had everything that a true Chinese warrior should have. The chief smiled and replied that Grandpa Shi was right about the days of swords, wetness, and dramatic love being over. Shi smiled when the guy added that fighting for justice, helping those in need, and fighting the wrong are positive values that remain in their hearts to this day. Meanwhile, Wu Tianbao was making excuses to Mr. Zhen, a recognized master appraiser, for exposing the fake candelabra. Mr. Zhen replied that he was not interested in the old man's explanation and that he should keep the fake candelabra. He turned around and left, and Wu Tianbao ran after him, trying to stop him, but Mr. Zhen's guards grabbed him. The man got into the car and drove away, not wanting to listen to the old man's excuses, and Wu Tianbao knew that this was the end of him. Shi Wenji finally ate after wandering around the capital for a few days. He hungrily stuffed himself with fried chicken. The fat man said that he had never seen a man with a bigger appetite than his, and Sai thanked the guys and asked for more. Qinhua asked if the guy had a black hole instead of a stomach because he had already eaten a lamb and 3 ducks, and Shi complained that he hadn't eaten properly in months. Fang Yi told the guy not to worry and allowed him to eat whatever he wanted. Shi replied that then he wouldn't hold back. The fat man was worried that they would go bankrupt because of the guy's appetite, and Shi promised to pay back all the debts when he had the money. When Qinhua asked him where he would find the money if he lost his documents and couldn't find a job, Shi fell silent. He placed his hand on the box and stated that if he did, he would still have to sell the tortoiseshell scepter, a relic of his family. The exasperated fat man crossed his arms and asked how much this old broken back scratcher could sell for. Shai replied that according to his grandfather, this scepter was given to their ancestor by the emperor, and Fan Yi asked him to take a closer look at it. Fang Yi sensed the spiritual energy from the scepter and deduced that it was an item from the Qin dynasty, and she wanted to sell it to our hero. Our hero was surprised because this is a family treasure, but she had no choice. He wanted to sell the scepter for 200,000 right now, but then buy it back. The main character laughed out loud and asked the guy if he really looked like a pawn shop owner. She justified himself by promising to pay Fang Yi an additional amount, and our hero explained that he didn't have that much money right now, no matter how much he wanted to agree to the deal. Yuanji was upset and realized that he would have to find another solution, and Fang Yi asked what he was going to do after selling the scepter. Fang Yi suggested that he take up martial arts, but she didn't think that his skills were so great because our hero stopped him in one move outside a store near Tianbao. The protagonist replied that in fact, Shi Yuanzi's skills were superior to his own, and they could have a training match if he didn't believe it. Shi Yuanji stood up, waved his hands at the guy as a sign of respect, and said that if he did, he wouldn't hold back. The young man was concentrating on the battle. He tried to attack our hero, but Fang Yi easily managed to dodge and grab the guy's arm. Yuanji screamed in pain as Fang Yi grabbed his arm and used a painful move before tripping him up. Shi lost his balance and fell straight onto the yellow sofa that was standing behind him. The fat man praised his friend for a good fight, and Fang Yi blamed himself for forgetting to give in to the guy during the fight and now won. Fang Yi asked the guy if he was okay, and he sadly replied that his skills were incomparable to our heroes, and he couldn't even hope to succeed in this industry. The main character pondered, and then a good idea popped up in his head, and he suggested that Shi Yuanjie work with them. The shocked Shi Yuanjie was at first delighted, but then he didn't know how to react to this unexpected suggestion. He replied that he only knew martial arts and farming, but not business. But the fat man and Fang Yi also didn't know business before opening the antique shop. The fat man asked Shi to take a look at him, because he was now a famous person in the Qinling antique business, and Yuanjie and Fang Yi would definitely not be lost. Qinhua and our hero looked at Shi with a smile, waiting for him to respond to their offer. The young man was silent for the time being, clenching his fist. In the end, Shi Yuanjie still agreed to go to Qingling with Fang Yi and Qinghua. But in the capital, Fang Yi still had things to do. All the invitations to the ceremony had been delivered, and all that remained was to go to the Taoist organization. Soon, the main character was already standing near the signboard in the archway, after passing through which he would enter the territory of the Taoist organization. The elderly man with a long white beard was overjoyed when Fang Yi finally arrived to meet him. Fang Yi asked Abbot Rongsheng why he was invited here, and the old man handed him a package from Master Zhenling, which surprised him. He immediately asked if he could find out where Master Zhenling was, but was told that Master didn't like to show himself in person, and Fang Yi had better take a look at the gift first. The main character was dumbfounded when he opened the package and saw a seal with a yin and yang harmony symbol in front of him. He was surprised that such a large seal could be made of pure gold. It was an incredible tool that had a huge amount of energy invested in it. He held the Shangqin Heavenly Court seal in his hand and couldn't believe that he had received such a valuable gift from Master Zhenling. He knew that the Shangqin Heavenly Court was the most important divine pillar of Taoism, and the gods from the higher and lower realms were bound to respond to the summons of the seal owner. Fang Yi asked the abbot if he could find out about the origin of the seal, because he didn't consider himself worthy of it. The old man asked the guy not to belittle himself like this and said that the seal was obtained in Shangqin Palace. Shocked, the boy asked if this seal made him a member of the Shangqin Palace, but Rongxing said that he didn't know. He was just following instructions. The main character agreed to accept this seal, however. He had one more question for the abbot of the Taoist organization. The boy asked the old man to send him a message if he found out where Master Zhenling was, and the grandfather replied that if it was fate, their paths would cross. While leaving the association building, Yongxin asked the guy to always contact him if he needed help. Fang Yi replied that he would keep that in mind and thanked the abbot for everything, then turned around and left. As he walked down the city street, he wondered if the old monk could be a friend of Master Zhenling and how he came to know such an influential figure. He decided that there was no point in thinking about it right now. He intended to hand the seal to them when he returned to Shangqin Palace. The abbot of the Taoist organization went back to the temple. He hesitated, trying to address the person sitting with his back to him. Yongxing shyly greeted the master and apologized for not being able to kneel, and the master stretched, recognizing the old man's voice. The man turned around and reminded the old man that intentions were the most important thing, and there was no point in unnecessary formalities. The abbot asked the master why he didn't want to talk to Fang Yi in person, and the master replied that Fang Yi still had a lot to learn in the mortal realm, so it wouldn't be of any use to meet him today. The master informed Rongxing that he had booked a ticket to Mount Qincheng, where he would continue his cultivation, and he couldn't say when their next meeting would take place. The old man had expressed his hope that Master would visit the White Cloud Temple once more, but suddenly the young man surprised him with the news that Grandpa only had 5 years left in this world. Wearing dark glasses, the master warned that he would return in 5 years to recite the rebirth mantra to Yongxin, and left. Yongxin called out to the master, trying to stop him and talk more, but the boy wasn't going to stop. Renling left the Taoist organization without turning around. The poor old man called out to the guy and even ran out after him on the street, but the guy didn't stop. Standing on the threshold of the association, the abbot called himself insignificant and thanked the master, even though the latter no longer heard him. Sangchen raised a toast to Brother Yi and Fatty's safe return from their trip, as well as to their new brother Shi Yuanjie. The guy reported to our hero that the antique shop will move soon. Fang Yi asked where they will now install their counter. Sangchen said that the new location is not far from Mingtian Palace. There are many shops there, and he wants to buy space for a store there. The guy said that it would take 800,000 to buy 2 stores, and the fat man was angry because they only had 100,000 left. Fang Yi stood up for Sangchen because the guy would never have suggested such a thing without having a plan, and he asked his friend if he had found the money somewhere. Sungchen admitted that he talked to Mr. Man, and he agreed to lend the boys the missing money. The tense man admitted that the guys may need to wait a little longer because he is now a little strained with money. Fang Yi asked the man not to worry about it, and Sangchun reminded him that Manchun had originally agreed to give them the money in 2 days. Looking down, the shaven-headed man confessed that he had already prepared the money, but he had lost it. The protagonist and Sunchun were shocked to hear that Manchun had lost such a large sum of money. Manchun clutched his head and shouted that not only did he lose 700,000 yuan, but the entire 1.5 million that he had saved up to buy stores for himself. Fang Yi asked how it happened, and the man said that he came to the casino with $1.5 million, but came out with nothing. The main character knew that the man visits the casino, but usually he takes no more than 30,000 with him, so he asked why he took so much this time. Manjung replied that he wanted to buy some antiquities, so he took so much, and then he slammed the table in anger and blamed the bastard Yao Dezhong for everything. He revealed that Yao Dezhong is known for his weakness for betting and often puts valuables instead of money, so Manchun went to the casino to meet him. The man screamed, clutching his head, that once in the casino, he lost control and lost all the money. Sangchun consoled Manchun and asked him to calm down, and the protagonist touched the man's neck with 2 fingers. At the same time, Manchun started to fall asleep. Fang Yi asked the fat man to carry the man to the bedroom, and she didn't understand why he was getting sleepy so quickly. In the morning, the main character was left alone in his room. He decided to meditate with his eyes closed. Manchun went to the guy and offered him a drink. Fang Yi asked if he was going to the casino again, and his guesses were confirmed. Our hero noticed that Mr. Man looks a little different today, and then guessed what the reason was. The man's eyes were clear and sharp, which is a good sign that he's going to be lucky, and Manchun asked the guy why he was looking at him like that. Fang Wai expressed a desire to go to the casino with him and take a look, but the man refused to teach the guy such unsightly things. The young man said that he wanted to win money at the casino because they needed a large sum to buy stores, and Manchun asked if the young man really thinks he is the god of the game. Our hero grabbed the phone and warned that he would be happy to inform Manchun's wife about the loss of money if he did not want to take it with him. Manchun tried to grab Fang Yi, who was already running away from him, and then agreed to take the kid with him. Then the main character thought that it looked like it was time to show off his skills. The next events unfolded in the casino. The room was filled with players and employees. Mr. Manchun was already sitting at the table and playing. He had 2 cards, a 9 and a jack. The shaven-headed man was overjoyed because the opponents had a queen and a 7, which meant that he and Fang Yi had won. Manjung couldn't hold back his gleeful laughter. Because luck was on his side today, he was winning time after time. Fang Yi suggested that the man take a break. Manchun agreed and suggested that the guy buy him a drink to celebrate. The main character and Manchun went to a restaurant in the casino. A waitress in a revealing outfit came up to them and put their glasses on the table. Manchun ordered, and he asked the waitress to bring them 2 steaks, lobster, red caviar, 2 servings of foie gras, and truffle soup. The waitress told the guests that everything would be ready, and coquettishly asked the men to wait for their dishes for a while. Fang Yi was embarrassed and asked Manchong why the waitresses here were so scantily clad, and the man asked him not to be stupid, because the place requires such a revealing outfit. The shaven-headed man told the dumbfounded guy that there are also waiters for ladies here. He admitted that he had recently seen Director Lan here as well, and the perplexed guy asked what the girl could do here. Manchong assumed that the single woman was looking for a boyfriend here, but Fang Yi was sure that Lan was leading a straight and honest life. The main character warned the man that it might reflect badly on him if someone found out that he was spreading such rumors. The man apologized for this and asked the guy what could be hidden behind his luck today, because he won back about 800,000 yuan at a time. Fang Yi guessed that Manchong had come into contact with the seeds of life, and the bewildered man wondered if it was something like sunflower seeds. The guy replied that he was referring to the menstrual cycle, which shocked Manchun because he didn't think Fang Yi knew about it. Manchun admitted that he couldn't sleep last night, but he didn't know that his wife had these days. The main character explained to the man that, coming into contact with the seeds of life, a person can either be very lucky or vice versa. The shaven-headed man turned around when someone called out to him. It was a man with a mustache who asked Manchun if it was a good day for him. Manchun honestly admitted that it wasn't a bad day because he had won about 800,000 and asked how the man was doing. The man replied that he had won about 8 million, and Manchun admitted that he couldn't compare to him because he was playing small. Manchun's acquaintance laughed, wished them a good meal, and left to play a few more rounds at the casino. It turned out to be Yao Dezhong, and Manchung suggested that Fang Yi follow him after dinner to try his luck to win some of his valuables. After dinner, Manchun decided to make the most of his luck and play a few more laps, while Fang Yi suggested looking for Yao Dezhong for now. The guys split up. Along the way, the main character came across a familiar blonde man who by chance also happened to be here. Fang Yi and Zhou Hu met eyes and clearly recognized each other. Our hero was visibly surprised to see the guy here. The main character smiled when he saw the guy, and Zhou Hu was very angry because the guy in front of him caused him trouble last time. Zhou Hu clenched his teeth in anger and frowned at our hero, while Fang Yi didn't stop smiling. The guy asked if Zhou Hu was feeling better today, and the blonde guy shouted, asking if Fang Yi was getting into trouble. Losing control of his anger, Zhou Hu grabbed our hero by the collar of his shirt, wanting to take revenge for his disgrace. He shouted that he wouldn't let go of the guy this time, but someone put a hand on his shoulder and warned Mr. Zhou that fighting was forbidden here. Zhou Hu advised the man to leave if he had any brains, and the man introduced himself as Lin and said that he was the casino manager. The blonde guy agreed not to start a fight and offered Fan Yi to play in the casino, but our hero admitted that he could not play himself and just came here for company. Zhou Hu told the protagonist not to even dare approach Chuxia if he was so cowardly that he was even afraid to play. Fang Yi asked the manager if he could take out a loan from the casino. Lin allowed him to do so, but our hero will have to pay back the money with a large percentage. The man explained to the bewildered guy that from the occupied million, he will get 900,000 in his hands, and he will have to return 1,300,000. The main character silently stared at the casino manager with dazed eyes, because the percentage was large. Nevertheless, the guy agreed. He and Zhou Hu sat down at the same table. The self-confident blonde told the puppy to prepare for defeat. Manchun was curious about what was going on and why the crowd had gathered, and was shocked to see Fang Yi sitting at the table. He ran up and asked the guy why he was playing if he didn't know how, so our hero suggested that Manchun take his place. Zhou Hu said that he didn't care who he played with, and Fang Yi asked Manchong to calm down, because luck was on his side today. Manchun smiled at the memory and grabbed the red cup, shaking it and putting it back on the table. The croupier announced that Mr. Man had a total of 9 points, and the audience began to mock him. Now that Zhou Hu was even more confident of his victory, he told his opponent to watch how it was done and shook the cup. The smile faded from his face after a second. He didn't understand how this was possible because he had 8 points. Manchong couldn't believe that he had won with so few points, and Zhou Hu wanted to continue playing. While rubbing the cup, Manchun called on the spirits of heaven and earth to show him their strength, and he got the maximum number of points. Zhou Hu could no longer hold back his anger. He decided to show his opponent his true strength. The blonde carefully picked up the burgundy cup and set it on the table, but he didn't know how many points he was getting yet. The guy was unlucky. The combination of dice was good, but he was only 1 point short of a draw. Even manager Ling was shocked that Zhou Hu didn't have enough points to win. He admitted the blonde's defeat for the second time. Manchun didn't mind continuing the game. He danced the cup again. Now he felt confident and didn't pray. The shaven-headed man was startled when the lid of the cup fell off prematurely and the cubes flew down. The cup fell on the table, and then on the floor, one of the dice also left the game table. Startled, Manchun stood up when he saw that one of the dice had fallen to the floor. He couldn't wait to see what had fallen on it. He asked the manager if he could throw again, but Lin announced the results. Mr. Manu only got 5 points. Zhou Hu stated that rules were rules and assumed that it was his turn, a smug smile appearing on his face. Both Manchun, Zhou Hu, and even the casino manager were dumbfounded when the blonde's results were determined. In total, Zhou Hu managed to get only 4 points, which means that for the third time, the winner was Mr. Man. The blonde man got up and told the manager that the game was supposed to be between him and Fang Yi, so he was asking for a change of player. Manchun was afraid because Fang Yi can't play, but our hero couldn't refuse since Mr. Zhou asked so politely. The guy took the cup and started shaking it. He even closed his eyes, concentrating on defeating the opponent. With the help of his abilities, he could see the cubes through the sides of the glass, and then the guy put it abruptly back on the table. In the first round, Fang Yi got 14 points, but he managed to win because his opponent had 1 less point. In the second and third rounds, our hero also won a landslide victory. Zhou Hu was once again unlucky. Zhou Hu, sweating and dazed, stared at nothing. He couldn't speak anymore. He had lost 10 rounds in a row. The casino manager advised Mr. Zhou to finish for today, because in 10 rounds he had never won a game. Zhou Hu shouted, telling everyone to shut up. He expressed his desire to play again and was willing to bet 10 million. The audience was shocked by the guy's decision, and Fang Yi said that he didn't have that amount on him, so they'd better stop there. The blonde man wanted to yell at Fang Yi, but manager Lin stopped him and said that Zhou Hu's current loan was less than 10 million. The boy shouted that in this case he would mortgage the house on the second ring street of the capital. The manager agreed. Manchun knew that such a house was worth at least 50 million, and manager Lin asked our hero what he would do. Fang Yi smiled and replied that he really didn't have that kind of money. And Zhou Hu suggested that the guy kneel in front of him, and then he would let him go without playing. Director Lan suddenly intervened and asked Mr. Fan to accept the guy's challenge, wanting to give our hero the right amount. The girl asked the manager to give her 10 million chips and warned her that she would pay all of Fang Yi's expenses today, no matter how much he played. Lan told Fang Yi that she didn't expect him to be a casino player. Our hero didn't expect to meet her here either. She allowed the guy to use her chips and said that she would be happy to pay any amount up to 500 million. Zhou Hu paled in horror and fell silent as the people around him gossiped about whether Fang Yi was from a more powerful family. After all, he knew Director Lan. The blonde man stood up and stated that a wise man knows when to back down, so he would probably leave after seeing Director Lan supporting his opponent. The main character and the girl just didn't say anything, and the shame loser Zhou Hu turned around and headed for the elevator. As he entered the elevator, he thought that he had never imagined that Fang Yi, that brat, could be friends with Director Lan herself. He was well aware that Director Lan was no match for him, but the desire to take revenge on Fang Yi did not disappear. After Lan, Fan Yi, and Man Chun sat down to relax on the couches, the girl confessed that she actually owned 40% of the casino. Man Chun said that it was amazing because the casino makes a lot of profit, and the girl complained about how hard it is to manage such a business. She asked Fang Yi why she didn't share this casino with the guy so that he wouldn't have any problems in the future if he wanted to come play here. The guy was forced to decline because he doesn't know much about this business, but he thanked her for the offer. Man Chong deduced that this young man had great talents. After all, in such a short time, he had become close to many important people. The man was surprised when De Jong suddenly called him and asked him to come somewhere, and Man Chun immediately agreed. He whispered to our hero that Yao Dazhong had just lost all the money, and now he was going to bet his valuables. Fang Yi asked Director Lan to rest because it was getting late, and he and Man Chun had to go and deal with the rest of their business. Finally, he promised the girl that he would contact her soon, and she gave him permission to disturb her at any time. Beaming with joy, Man Chun returned to the casino and asked De Jong what had happened and if his luck had changed. After lighting up a cigarette, Yao De Jong admitted that he was confident in his luck, but he had lost as much as 10 million that night. Man Chun and the protagonist exchanged glances without saying anything to each other. They were ready to exchange valuables from De Jong. De Jong was dumbfounded when, with a snap of his fingers, the waitresses brought out 3 million that Man Chun was willing to give to the man. The man shook hands with an old friend and praised him for his kindness. He agreed to accept this money, knowing the rules perfectly. Yao Dazhong placed the suitcase with his valuables on the table and was about to open it. Man Chong and Fang Yi couldn't wait to see the treasures. The man with the mustache snapped open the locked suitcase he had brought with him to exchange the antiquities for money. Man Chong's mouth drooled as he saw the 12 pieces of Hongshan jade in front of him, the price of which is around 8 million. Yao Dazhong was about to negotiate a deal with an old friend, but suddenly he looked at our hero questioningly. It turned out that Fan Yi was interested in the ring on the man's finger. Our hero did not even hope that Dazhong would sell it to the guy. The guy admitted that he only had 100 grand on him, but Dazhong didn't hesitate to hand the jewelry to Fang Yi because it was cheap. Yao Dazhong said that he visited the tomb of an old teacher in Longhu Mountain a few years ago and found this ring there. The main character began to carefully examine the decoration. He decided to touch the yin and yang sign on it with his index finger, but his finger was immediately thrown back, which startled him, and Fang Yi thought that his spiritual power wasn't enough to make contact with the ring. After the casino, Man Chong was beaming with happiness because the jade items that he had exchanged with Yao Dazhong could be sold for at least 10 million. Fang Yi admitted that it was a good idea to come here, and Man Chong took the ring that the guy bought from Yao Dazhong. Man Chong saw that the ring was hard but light, which meant it wasn't made of precious metal, and the image quality was mediocre. The main character put the ring in his pocket. Most interested in the decoration was its ability to block spiritual power. He understood that studying this thing could bring many discoveries, even if it wasn't left behind by a saint teacher. The next day, the main character stayed at home. He was sitting at a table in the yard and working on something. Although they had managed to win a few million in the casino, they had spent all of it on Hongshan jade, and now the guy was making figurines out of it. All he had to do was refine this jade and sell it through Mr. Zhao to raise funds to buy a new shop. After making another movement with the knife on the jade, the guy suddenly stopped, his expression frightened. Feng Yi himself didn't understand why he suddenly felt so anxious, so he decided that he needed to read a fortune. Our hero realized that this did not apply to him personally, but to someone close to him, so something could have happened to Chuxia. The concerned guy immediately called the girl. She picked up the phone and asked what had happened. Fang Yi asked if she was all right and if anything bad had happened, and Bai was visibly upset to find out that he hadn't called because he missed her. The main character sighed with relief and replied that as long as the girl is fine, everything is fine. Bai Chuxia was surprised when the guy immediately hung up. She had no idea what was going on. After finding out that his girlfriend was fine, the main character wondered if something bad had happened to his friend Xinhua. The guy decided to call the fat guy, but he heard an automatic message that the subscriber was unavailable. Sang Chun came and asked the guy if the car was ready, because he already wanted to take the jade to Mr. Zhao. But Fang Yi wasn't interested in the jade, so he asked Sun Chun if he had seen the fat man, and Sun Chun said that he had only seen Mr. Man this morning. Our hero became even more wary, assuming that something had happened to both the fat man and Man Chun, but he didn't admit it to his friend. Fang Yi suggested that his friend take some of the figurines to Zhao, and Sang Chun asked again if everything was all right. Unable to get the truth out of his friend, Sun Chun left, taking some of the jade figurines with him. The main character decided to use something more serious to tell fortunes, so he took out 3 coins from his pocket and tossed them. When he first noticed the hexagrams on the plane, he immediately deduced that the fat man and Man Chun were really in trouble. From the coins, it was also clear that Fang Yi was connected to this trouble, which means it could be Zhou Hu's doing. The hexagrams said that Man Chun and Xinhua are in the southeast of here. They are in pain, but their lives are not in danger yet. The next events were already unfolding when it was dark outside, and a guy in white sneakers was walking down the street. A man, his head covered by a hood, approached the door of the Qingdong security building. It was the main character who came to the aid of his friends. He identified the place where they are. There really was something going on in the Qingdong security building, and there were screams. It turned out that the fat man was being beaten by someone. It was a guy with a stick who was trying to wean the Xinhua tied to a chair from being stubborn. The enraged fat man demanded to be untied. Otherwise, he guarantees that he will hunt the scoundrel for the rest of his life. The fat man promised the bastards that they wouldn't see a happy day by showing him their faces, but those guys weren't afraid of him, so one of them swung the stick again. There was a loud crack in the Qingdong security building, and the beating of Xinhua by unknown guys was clearly going on. The battered fat man could no longer speak, and the boy smiled maliciously and asked him where his chatty mouth had gone. Tensing up, the guy asked Mr. Kwang if he had killed the fat man, who told him to shut up and decided to see for himself. When Mr. Kwang took a closer look at Xinhua's face, the latter suddenly came to his senses and growled loudly. Quan and his subordinate stepped back in fright, and the fat man smiled and promised to send them to hell if they did it again. The guy with the stick got angry and wanted to hit the fat man again, but Quan stopped him, because otherwise he would definitely kill him. Kwang told the battered brat that they had nothing against him, and they were willing to let him go if he confessed where Fang Yi was now. Xinhua barely managed to open his eyes, looked at the scoundrel, and quietly asked if he was telling the truth. The latter confirmed his words. The man put his hand on his heart and said that he had fulfilled his promise. If he were not Quan, then the fat man agreed to tell everything. The guy in the red cap approached the fat man because he was talking too softly, but Xinhua was stalling for time. Taking advantage of the moment, the fat man bit the scoundrel's ear, and the scoundrel immediately grimaced and screamed in sharp pain. Because of his stupidity and carelessness, the bully lost part of his ear, and his cry was heard throughout the building. The guy clutched his ear, and the fat man laughed with the scoundrels, who decided that the Chinooka was ready to sell his friend. Huaki took out a gun and decided to take revenge on Xinhua, but Kwang stopped him because they were here for money, not to kill anyone. The gun was already inches away from Xinhua's face, but the fat man didn't show his fear. He was smiling in the face of the kidnappers. Quan couldn't calm his partner down, so Huaki wished the fat man dead and hit him in the face with the butt of his gun. Fang Yi was on his way. He didn't know who had just screamed, but he hoped that Jinhu AI and Mr. Man were still safe. The main character hid around the corner. Because the whole area was guarded, several people passed by. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth slapped a man in uniform on the back of the head for complaining about too little money for the capture of 3 people. According to the guy, Mr. Quan never did small things, and they have a share in the business. The man in the cap agreed with him, but suddenly something happened. The dumbfounded guy collapsed, not understanding what it was just now, and a second later the man in uniform received a blow on the back. It is unclear from whom and from where. The startled boys turned and shouted to see who was there, but a quick streak of light sped off into the woods. Terrified, they approached the bushes, and a man in uniform, hiding behind Tenzi, said that there used to be a cemetery here, which means that some evil spirits could start up here. Tenzi didn't believe this and told his partner to stop talking nonsense. He took out a knife and was ready to defend himself when suddenly the streetlights started to crackle. The guy turned around and heard an ominous voice, someone laughing and saying that they hadn't tasted human meat in a long time. At that moment, Tenzi became really creepy, sweating profusely as he shouted and asked who was there. The loud, angry laughter continued, and the full moon and clouds in the night sky were even more terrifying. Terrified, the security guard screamed, demanding that the man show up and stop playing with them. Turning around, the guard, who was sweating with fear, saw a dark silhouette in front of him, which a moment later hit him in the face. The dumbfounded Tenzi didn't even have time to say anything when he received a push in the back, even though the mysterious man was in a different place just a moment ago. Tenzi lost his balance and collapsed on the asphalt. He immediately started shouting and surrendering to the Great Spirit and begging him to let them go, because he and the common people who did nothing wrong. The guard asked the spirit if it was still there, while our hero was hiding from them in the bushes and smiling. Feng Yi asked in an ominous voice how many people were there, and found out that there were only 2 of them outside, but there were others inside the warehouse. Tenzi realized that the spirit had come here for the captured people, and then the guard decided that it could not be a ghost. The guard stopped Tenzi, trying to tell him that it wasn't a ghost, and Tenzi looked at his partner questioningly. Realizing that he was exposed, the main character immediately hit Tenzi and his partner on the necks to neutralize them. The main character was surprised that such fools as Tenzi and this guard were able to pin down his friend Xinhua. After rewinding his head, the injured Huaki couldn't calm down. He wanted to take out his anger on the kidnapped fatty and hang him on the gate, but Kwang was against it. Suddenly, the main character burst into the hall. They looked at him in surprise and asked who he was and who let him in here. Feng Yi immediately noticed the injured fat man in Manchun, and he introduced himself to the kidnappers and asked them what his friends had done to annoy them. Huaki and Kwang were dumbfounded when they heard who was standing in front of him, because capturing Feng Yi was their original goal. The kidnapper approached Feng Yi and confessed that they had already searched him, and they could not think that our hero would come here personally, and then pointed a gun at him. Keeping calm, Feng Yi told him to let his friends go, and the guy wouldn't continue in return. But Huaki didn't think our hero was in a position to dictate terms. Quan clapped his hands and said that it was time to explain everything to our hero, so he wanted to call the other guys here. The doors opened, and other thugs began to enter the warehouse at the command of their boss. There were at least 5 of them. The main character started to look around. A crowd of bandits surrounded him, but Feng Yi didn't show any fear in front of them. Several scoundrels rushed forward, swinging their fists to pounce on the guy. Feng Yi prepared to fight back. Even outside the warehouse, screams could be heard, and one of the bandits, covered in bruises, was already lying on the floor and moaning in pain. Feng Yi had no trouble dealing with all of them. Huaki pointed his gun at the guy in a panic. Kwang shouted, telling him to fire his damn gun already. It was hard for Huaki to do it, but Quan was panicking and shouting, pushing his partner to make a shot, and it still happened. The main character was not afraid of the bullet flying at him. He froze, and a bright sphere of spiritual energy appeared in the area of his chest. Feng Yi's body seemed to split into 3 parts, making it difficult for the guy with the gun to hit him. Fortunately, the bullet whizzed right past Feng Yi's temple, and the guy didn't take any damage. Huaki visibly panicked even more, so while shouting, he started firing shot after shot without even aiming. The image of the main character, who was standing right in front of him a few meters away, became quite blurry. A look of horror appeared on Huaki's face, and he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Feng Yi seemed to have disappeared. It turned out that at that moment, the youth was already behind Huaki. He was ready to jump to the ground to counterattack the guy. Startled, pale, and sweating, Huaki didn't even have time to turn around when Feng Yi was about to pounce on him from behind. When Huaki turned around to look back, he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw our hero's cold gaze. The main character only needed to lightly squeeze Huaki's shoulder to cause a serious injury to the bandit. The guy's shout could be heard throughout the warehouse. He immediately dropped his gun and collapsed on the floor, and Feng Yi walked over to the gang leader. The terrified Kwang stammered as he asked Feng Yi what he wanted, then decided to attack the guy first since he wanted to fight. Kwang tried to hit Feng Yi, but the latter easily dodged and without a single blow, caused the bandit to fall face down on the ground. The main character only looked at Quan in silence with a reproachful look, not taking any action against him yet. Instead of dealing with Quan, the guy went to his bound friends and began to free them. Feng Yi saw that all the wounds were superficial, there were no serious injuries, and the fat man came to his senses and immediately began to threaten the bastards. Our hero tried to reach out to the beaten friend, saying that it was him. The fat man looked at him, barely opening his eyes. The young man reassured the fat man that everything was fine and said how sorry he was that he and Mr. Man were dragged into this. Grunting in pain, Xinhua asked why Fang Yi didn't come earlier, because he was already pretty sure that Man Chung was already dead. The protagonist smiled and comforted the fat man, explaining that Man Chun wasn't dead, but just sleeping. Man Chun seemed to be having a happy dream about the casino even now. The fat man was trying to wake him up, not understanding how he could sleep in such a situation. When Man Chung came to his senses, he was startled, thinking that the fat man was a ghost, and Fang Yi apologized to the man for the delay. Man Chung threw himself into the boy's arms, glad that Fang Yi had finally come. After all, he didn't expect to see each other again. The shaven-headed man began to cry. Our hero began to calm him down, and Xinhua turned his attention to someone. Mr. Man asked the fat man where he was going, and Xinhua started walking towards his assailants in silence. Huaki was still moaning in pain from his injured shoulder, and the fat man flexed his fists and looked at the offender with a bloodthirsty smile. The guy was horrified to see a vengeful Xinhua in front of him, stuttering as he asked the fat man what he wanted. The fat man decided to grab the offender with his hand right behind his injured shoulder. Huaki was no longer able to defend himself. Huaki yelled loudly in pain again, and Xinhua only laughed because of it. He didn't feel sorry for the one who beat him up. Xinhua came up with an ingenious way to shut Huaki up. He took off his socks, which made Fan Yi and Man Chong cover their noses. The fat man pressed the dirty socks to Huaki's nose and claimed that he hadn't washed them specifically for him for 3 whole days. The guy wasn't going to stop there. He grabbed the board to beat up Huaki, but Man Chung stopped him, because this way he would take the scoundrel's life. Xinhua and Man Chung were shocked to hear that Fang Yi had taken the lives of those guys outside. After all, they were a bunch of useless scum. Fang Yi offered to end it all by taking a gun and do what they wanted to do to the bandits. Our hero pointed the gun at the offenders. His friends wanted to stop him, because the guy can be executed for murder, and you should not do anything stupid. Kwang shouted at Fang Yi not to do this, and confessed that they were only following orders, and this was all Zhou Hu's plan. Fang Yi put a gun to Kwang's throat, and Kwang said that he was ready to call Zhou Hu, return all the money to him, and refused to do his dirty business. Our hero was not satisfied with this plan, so he told Kwang to call Zhou Hu and report that they had done their job and dealt with Fang Yi and the others. The terrified Kwang replied that if that was the case, Zhou Hu would ask for proof, but Fang Yi had an idea about that as well. Smiling, the protagonist asked Kwang if he had a camera to fake evidence for Zhou Hu. Man Chun and Xinhua lay down on the floor and pretended to be dead, closing their eyes to be photographed. The main character did the same, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue comically, and a stuttering Kwang took a picture of him. While playing with the gun, Fang Yi smiled and told Kwang to show these photos to Zhou Hu now. The youth warned Kwang that if Zhou Hu disturbed him and his friends one more time, the guy would end up like this gun that was just crushed by Fang Yi in his hand. Stammering, Kwang asked our hero not to worry and promised that he would definitely pass everything on to Zhou Hu. Fang Yi warned the guy that 2 of his men were lying outside, and he wasn't going to take responsibility if they froze to death. Kwang collapsed to his knees when it turned out that Fang Yi had not killed anyone, and our hero and his friends went to the exit of the warehouse. The bandit began to cry because his first job, and he immediately ran into such an opponent, the guy wanted to go home. Then the events unfolded in a local hospital, where the fat man thundered after being beaten. Now he was resting in his banana. Xinhua was in the company of a girl, and Fang Yi entered the room to ask how his friend was feeling. The guy chuckled and asked who the girl was, and the girl stuttered and greeted the main character. The modest lady introduced herself as Meng Shuang, a friend of Xinhua's, and the fat man proudly replied that she was his girlfriend. Fang Yi was happy for his friend. He asked when they started dating, and why he didn't know anything about it before. The fat man admitted that they had been together for 6 months, and they met when the guy went to buy phones. Our hero, looking at the behavior of a friend, decided that he was already quite healthy and could be discharged from the hospital, but the fat man hugged the girl, wanting to stay with her here for another couple of days. Fang Yi confessed that he wanted to invite him home to the village. The fat man was delighted with the idea. After all, he had long wanted to introduce Shuang to her parents. Soon, Man Chun's van was already speeding along the provincial road, and the man praised these nice places and said that it was a good place to go with your family. Then Fan Yi, Man Chun, Xinhua, Sanshin and the girls had to walk along a narrow path leading to the mountains. Soon the children came across a wooden gate with an inscription on it, which indicated their arrival home. Smiling sadly, Fang Yi touched the gate and spoke to his teacher, saying that his disciple had returned, and then he heard his own voice. The guy seemed to go back in time. He saw himself as a little boy, who was happily holding the teacher's hand. The main character was dumbfounded because he clearly heard a dialogue with his deceased teacher and little self from the past. The fat man tried to rouse his friend. Fang Yi told his friends to go rest while he took the gifts to the teacher. The sun had already set below the horizon when our hero made his way over dangerous cliffs to the grave of his teacher. After a while, the guy was on the spot. He saw in front of him a large gravestone covered with moss. On the stove, he left his favorite food for the deceased teacher, including fried chicken and fresh fish and marinade. After praying, Fang Yi confessed that he hadn't found Master's favorite wine, but he had brought the best he could find in the city. It was already night outside, and Fang Yi had gotten pretty drunk himself and told the teacher that he hadn't done anything shameful in the city in these 6 months. He confessed that he had fallen in love with a girl named Bai Chuxia, and that he had also reached the level of turning energy into spirit, which meant that he had almost caught up with the teacher. The guy said that he came because he found 2 new teachers and asked if the former teacher was angry with him for this. The young man lay down on the grass next to the tombstone and confessed that no one could replace his old teacher anyway. A tear ran down the drunk Feng Yi's cheek as he thought of his teacher, who had been gone for a long time. He turned on his side and closed his eyes, resting his hand on the mossy stone of the grave, while the master's spirit watched him. The spirit of the deceased old man had been looking at his disciple all this time and smiling, but he didn't try to talk to him. It was already dark in the village, but they were still preparing for dinner, so they decided to roast a piglet right on the fire. Qinhua ate happily, Sangchun and Manchun drank beer and had fun, and the girls sat on the sidelines and chatted. Fang Yi went to Qin and asked if there was any rice congee, but there wasn't any, and the fried food was already spread out on the leaves. Qin Guan didn't understand why Fang Yi wanted rice congee if they had fried so much meat. The guy explained that it wasn't for him. The main character took out of the shirt of his new friend. It was a squirrel, for which he asked for rice broth. Qin and Shuang beamed with joy when they saw the cute squirrel in front of them. Shuang took the squirrel in her arms. Our hero warned her to be careful because the animal bites. The squirrel jumped back onto Fang Yi's shoulder. The guy scolded it for its aggressive behavior, and Shuang asked him not to scold the animal. Qin asked where Fang Yi found the squirrel, and the latter confessed that he found it while hunting wild boars. The meeting of our hero with a squirrel took place in the afternoon. When he was hunting in the forest, there was a whole flock of wild boars nearby. The guy was still cautiously wandering through the forest. He hid in the bushes and turned his attention to something. Fang Yi wondered what the boars that were standing near the tree were doing, so he decided to take a closer look. The main character saw that on this tall tree there is a hollow in which a squirrel lives, so the boars crowded there. Wild boars behaved aggressively, and several of them even tried to climb a tree to get a squirrel. Our hero was afraid for the squirrel and screamed when he saw that it fell out of its hole and began to fall right into the mouth of predators. Fang Yi didn't think twice as he kicked off the ground and charged forward. He put out his hand so that the squirrel would fall right there. Fortunately, at the last moment, the guy managed to save the squirrel from the boars, who crowded around the young man in bewilderment. The protagonist became alert as he looked ahead and saw a boar in front of him, snarling and baring its teeth. The rest of the boars also began to behave aggressively. The guy prepared onions to repel the evil forest dwellers. He managed to get rid of all the boars. Hunting became much easier for him because his abilities improved. The squirrel did not go anywhere, but sat in the boy's arms and made noises, trying to thank him for saving her. Fang Yi assumed that the squirrel was hungry and asked if he would mind staying with him, since his parents were nowhere to be seen. Soon, the two of them returned to the village together, and Shuang was startled by the story, thinking that it must be fate. Our hero confessed that he hadn't thought of a name for the squirrel yet, and Sun Chun came over and asked what they were talking about so animatedly. Sun Chun asked if it was by any chance one of the demonic squirrels, and this gave Fang Yi the idea to call it the Little Demon Lord. The boys gathered around the campfire, and Fang Yi announced that they would be heading back to Qinling tomorrow, and after that, they might not get a chance to come to the village for a long time. He noticed that the building hasn't been taken care of for a long time, so it won't last long, but there are some important things from the teacher that he would like to take with him. While Master was still alive, he often said that the most important item was the feng shui compass, and Fang Yi picked up the stone slab to take it away. The main character was shocked when he found nothing in the cache. The most important treasure of the village was gone. The next morning, the guys were already returning to Manchun's van. Our hero had a huge trunk of things on his back. Qinhua, noticing how much luggage the guy had taken with him from the village, asked what he was carrying with him. Fang Yi replied that it was a collection of ancient books and texts that he wanted to take back to the city with him because the temple wasn't the safest place. Uncle Wei came up to him and asked if the guy and his friends would like to stay in the village for a few more days. The guy replied that they had arrived so suddenly and did not want to abuse their hospitality, so they would stay longer on their next visit. Fang Yi took his uncle aside and asked if any strangers had been near the village recently. Uncle Wei replied that no one would have come here since they lived in such a remote place, and Fang Yi told him that one of the teacher's things was missing. The man was shocked, but the guy asked him not to worry because he had already determined the location of the item and plans to return it. Soon, Manchun's van started moving, the main character being silent and thoughtful during the ride. Half a year has passed and his life has changed so much. Now he has a safe place in the world of antiques and 2 masters. This is what the guy thought. When our hero returned to the city, the ceremony of his initiation as a master's disciple soon took place, and the guests were already gathered at the tall glass building. Inside there was a sign welcoming guests to the initiation ceremony, and tables and chairs were placed under it. A colorful variety of drinks were prepared for the guests, which were arranged in a row on the table. The party organizers also prepared delicious hot meat dishes, salads, and snacks for the guests. The ceremony was attended by many respected people who wandered around the hall and chatted, including Hua. Director Lan also arrived at the ceremony, standing next to Man Chun and talking to other men about something. The main character, dressed in a special ceremonial outfit, stood on the street and met the other guests. Inside the building, guests were greeted by Hua and Chun, who escorted people straight to the banquet, pointing out the direction with their hands. Master Qin also came to congratulate Sun and Yu on finding such a talented disciple, and the old men asked him not to even try to steal Fang Yi from them. The 3 old men laughed loudly for the entire hall because their request was taken as a joke. The main character turned around when someone called out to him. It turned out that it was Hua who came along with Master Qin. Hua looked scared because Zhou is blabbering all over the capital about killing Fang Yi, but our hero laughed because he doesn't look like someone who can be killed so easily. The host greeted the ladies and gentlemen at the apprentice swearing-in ceremony for Masters Yu Xuan and Sun Lianda, and everyone applauded. He stated that it is a great honor for them to host so many masters, experts, and businessmen today. The guests agreed that Curator Zhao was right because even Master Qin had arrived, and a good half of the industry was gathered here. Zhou said into the microphone that the years were taking their toll, so Master Wang couldn't come in person, so he sent calligraphy instead. The girl was shocked to think that this Fang Yi was truly incredible, since even Master Wang had sent the calligraphy, but her friend thought otherwise. Curator Zhao said that in addition to many friends from the world of antiques, Lan Liang is present here today. Director Lan came on stage and said that she was happy to be here on an important day for the antiques world, and she would like to give Fang Yi 2 million yuan as a gift. Master San and Yu, the main character in Hua, were dumbfounded when they heard what a generous gift the girl wanted to make. The guests began to whisper, wondering who this Fang Yi was, and assumed that the girl was just trying to show respect to Master San and Yu. Fang Yi approached Director Lan and said that he was very grateful to her, but he couldn't accept such a gift because it was too much. Lan handed him the check and said it was a sign of her appreciation, so she insisted that he accept the gift. The guy looked at the check in silence and hesitated, and then noticed the approving looks of the masters on himself. Then Fang Yi decided to donate the money on behalf of himself and his masters. Lan was not against it, because it is his business how to dispose of the gift. The guests heard this and said that this Fang Yi was indeed a worthy youth, and the masters had found a good disciple. Masters San and Yu stood to the side with proud smiles on their faces because their newly chosen disciple was behaving nobly. Curator Zhao suggested that the guests officially begin the swearing-in ceremony. First, Fang Yi should offer tea to his masters. Fang Yi knelt before the masters and asked them to take this tea, but Old Man Sun told Ditu to get up. Master San decided to give the disciple a phrase from the instruction to Liang Zhuge's son and expressed the hope that he would remain as honest and not give in to arrogance and impulsiveness. Our hero thanked the master and promised that he would always beware of pride and short temper. Yu claimed that his calligraphy was much worse than that of his friend San, so he decided to give Fan Yi a gift that every Dao follower should appreciate. The young man was delighted when he opened the box and saw the bell of the 3 divine teachers in front of him. One of the guests noticed that the masters had given the disciple very generous gifts, and he was curious about what kind of gift Fang Yi would give them in return. Fang Yi bowed his head and asked the masters to accept some small attentions from him. These were jade talismans. The guests were outraged and felt that it was disrespectful to their masters to give them amulets carved on the machine. A world antiques expert named Li Qingqian, who was also present at the ceremony, snorted arrogantly. Master Sun praised his disciple for his care and said that they would gladly accept his gifts. The guests didn't understand what was going on and why the masters were satisfied with such bad gifts. Curator Zhao announced that the ceremony was coming to an end and once again congratulated the two masters on finding a new disciple. The banquet began, and the guests of the ceremony sat down in their seats to begin the grand dinner. Fang Yi walked over to one of the tables and greeted the guests, thanking them for visiting and asking permission to propose a toast. Li Qingqian refused to accept the toast because the guy showed disrespect for the teachers. But suddenly, one of the old men intervened. Master Yu asked Li to hold back at least in front of him, otherwise he might retaliate if the man was careless. Qingyan accused our hero of giving the master a cheap gift, and Old Man Yu suggested that the man take a closer look at the gift. The antique expert refused to look at it because it was only a piece of jade, but Master Yu insisted. Li Qingxian reluctantly opened the small box and picked up the jade amulet, then chuckled. He was shocked to see the skill with which this amulet was created. Upon closer inspection, it was amazing. Fang Yi called Li Qingxian's words too kind, and the man admitted that he was wrong to reject the guy's toast. The man asked the protagonist if he could carve the same jade amulet for him. The ceremony was finally over, and Fang Yi, his craftsman and antique connoisseur, Li Qingqian, met in a more intimate setting. Master Yu took one of the white pieces of paper in his hand and confessed that he and Sun would like to ask Fang Yi a question. Fang Yi replied that he would be happy to answer any question from the masters, and Yu then asked if this jade amulet was a tool. The guy laughed because the craftsmen themselves guessed this, and admitted that this was his first attempt to create a tool. The young man admitted that he accidentally managed to create this tool, and Master San said that the tools contain power that goes beyond common sense. Master Yu tried to stop the old man, but San told him that the palace has many tools that have the power to ward off evil and attract good luck. Old Man Yu asked the kids if they knew about the flood of the century that happened a few decades ago, and they all knew about it. Sun said that then a flood of water hit the city, and Qinlin was on the verge of destruction. At that moment, the abbot of Mingtian Palace sought out a curator and suggested a method of diverting water, but for this he needed a Song Dynasty drum from the museum. The curator agreed, and soon the ceremony began. The abbot beat the drum, and the waterfalls of water from the sky suddenly stopped. While continuing to beat the drum, the abbot of Mingtian Palace even managed to disperse the clouds. All the clouds in the sky dispersed. Manchong, Zhao, and Xinhua were shocked to hear that after the ceremony was over, all the water that had flooded the city had disappeared. Fang Yi speculated that the abbot then accompanied the drum with a golden bell and musical jade to copy the sounds of rain, wind, and thunder, and the slightest mistake could lead to failure. The boy asked what had happened to the abbot, and Sun told him how Qin Quan had left the world a few days after the ceremony. The main character thought that it was an act of a true Taoist to sacrifice his life for the sake of saving ordinary people. Curator Zhao suggested that the jade amulets given to the masters by Fang Yi might not have the same power. Fang Yi replied that he didn't have the ability to do that, and Manchun reminded Zhao of how he had seen the power of these amulets in Hainan. Manchun asked if the main character could mass-produce such jade amulets. He was upset when he heard that mass production was unrealistic, but then he came up with the idea of using the guy's carving talents differently. The man was overjoyed and asked Fang Yi if he would like to work together in this field and play a big game. Fang Yi and the fat man looked at him in disbelief, while Manchong stated that they could open a jade shop. The guy replied that they didn't have any customers, but Manchun already had a plan because they were given a bunch of business cards at the ceremony today. Zhao admitted that there was some logic in Mr. Man's words since business cards are high-class customers. Manchun revealed that the guy had piqued his interest, and now he wants to help Fang Yi create his own brand. The man explained that the ceremony can be seen as a bugle call announcing the appearance of a new name in the antique industry. He promised that he would make Fang Yi a nationally known master engraver, and Zhao said that this would bring the guy respect and influence. Manchun laughed out loud and shouted how he would just earn up to 20 million a day and watch the money flow straight into his pockets. He and Fang Yi turned pale and became quiet when Master Yu reminded them that there was still a problem with the material. They admitted that this was indeed a problem, but Master Yu made them happy because he already had a solution. Manchun begged the master to tell him what to do with the materials, because he was dying to know. According to Master, the prices of jade are set quite tightly, so it's not easy to make a big profit, but there is one way. Master Yu said that the solution is to buy jade directly from Myanmar, where it is much cheaper. Sun reminded a friend that the situation in Myanmar is volatile, and the jade market is difficult to access, so this is hardly a good idea. Yu replied that an auction was opening there next month, and an old friend had invited him to Myanmar for an evaluation, so Fang Yi could take advantage of the opportunity. Master Sun acknowledged that personal experience was a good opportunity But there was a caveat. Old Man Yu understood what San meant, so he immediately said that the Feng family would take care of the safety. Soon the main character went home, as the Demon Lord Squirrel was waiting for him, which did not take its eyes off the owner. Feng Yi warned Squirrel that he was going on a plane trip, so the Demon Lord would have to wait for him at home. After packing his suitcase, our hero left the house and went to the green van, which was already waiting for him. The squirrel stayed at home, watching its owner leave, and soon Fang Yi was already at the airport. As he was sitting on the plane, he heard a strange squeak and looked up, wondering what that sound was. He stood up and opened the trunk to check, when suddenly a demon lord jumped on his shoulder. Tensing, Fang Yi asked the squirrel how it got here and how it got through security, and the squirrel just squeaked in response. The main character became even more tense when one of the passengers, a boy, noticed his pet. The boy asked if he could pet the squirrel, which Fang Yi allowed, but asked him not to show the pet to the flight attendant. He started stroking the squirrel's head, and it closed its eyes and started squeaking with pleasure, not biting the boy. The boy's mother looked at the animal with a smile, and Master Yu also smiled when he noticed the pet. Fang Yi and Master Yu soon arrived at their destination, walking through the airport building with their suitcases behind them. Chen Kai met them at the airport. Master Yu introduced him to his disciple, and Fang Yi was happy to meet Mr. Chen. Master Yu said that Mr. Chen would help them make sure that everything in Myanmar goes smoothly. Fang Yi thanked the man for his help, but the latter asked him to drop the formalities since he and Master Yu are old friends. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a small boy who was hurriedly running to his dad and calling loudly for him. He immediately threw himself into his arms. Chen Kai was overjoyed and asked his son if he missed him, and Fang Yi was dumbfounded. It turned out that Yong Kai's son and his wife had returned from a trip, and they were on the same flight as Fang Yi. The boy confessed that he already knew Fang Yi, so he went up to him and asked where the Demon Lord was. Fang Yi was surprised when the squirrel at the boy's call peeked out of the owner's jacket and jumped right into his arms. Chen Kai asked Fang Yi how he met his family, and the guy said that Linlin and his wife were sitting on the plane right in front of him. According to our hero, Linlin fell in love with his squirrel. Chen Kai laughed and replied that it seemed like fate wanted them to meet. The next events were already unfolding on the track surrounded by green hills of the Chinese province. In the car, Chen Kai confessed that he was surprised that Fang Yi managed to become friends with his son so quickly, and that it made him jealous as a father. Master Yu, who was sitting in the back seat, intervened and stated that it must be fate in action. Chen Kai said that he was counting on the boy's help for this trip, and Fan Yi advised him to rely on the foresight of the master because he was still just learning. Old Man Yu asked the man not to worry because he would try to choose the best jade for him, which would last for the next few years. The man replied that it was a great relief to hear this and continued to drive the car to its destination. They soon arrived at the checkpoint, and Master Yu confirmed the disciples' guess that they were already leaving China. Master Yu reminded Fan Yi that security was the most important thing because the situation in Myanmar had taken a turn for the worse recently. Chen Kai thought that the master was too worried because the man had already been to Myanmar many times, and everything was not so bad, but suddenly they came across military vehicles. The man was forced to brake urgently because the military transport blocked them the entire dirt road. In addition to the usual trucks, there were vehicles with machine guns on the roof, and armed guys in camouflage were standing nearby. Fang Yi asked everyone not to worry and promised that he would deal with everything, and Master Yu told both of them not to be nervous. Master Yu offered to open the door because he was sure that the bandits were here to pick him up. Chen Kai and Fang Yi both turned around at the same time and looked at the old man in shock because they hadn't expected this turn of events. The man behind the wheel was shocked that his old friend Yu even knew gangsters from Myanmar. Master Yu got out of the car and approached one of the bandits, who shook his hand, introduced himself, and assumed that this was Feng. The older man was right. The guy in the bandana in front of him introduced himself as Feng Ban, Feng Qiaxin's grandson. Yu asked the boy how his grandfather was doing, and he said that the old man was healthy and thanked Yu for the question. Old Man Yu introduced his disciple Fan Yi and Chen Kai to the guy and expressed hope that they would get along, and Feng suggested that they continue the conversation in the car. They continued on their way in the van, Fan Yi silently looking out the window, looking at the broken streets of military Myanmar. Chen Kai asked Feng if it was too risky to drive so openly, but Feng reassured him, because in Myanmar, not many people can pose a danger to the Feng family. Feng showed his weapon, saying that everyone would run away when they saw it. Fang Yi was delighted with the guy's submachine gun. The guy even suggested that our hero shoot. Fan Yi was surprised that in Myanmar you can shoot freely. Feng Ban explained that the country is currently in turmoil, and there will be a lot of gunfire going on, so it's okay if they shoot a little too. Looking sadly out of the window, our hero thought that they did not live in such a peaceful era. Just some were lucky enough to live in peaceful countries. Now, the convoy of military transport, in which our hero was sitting, was driving along a winding mountain road surrounded by green rocks. Soon, several military vehicles stopped near a luxury mansion that belongs to a local well-to-do family. The cars did not stop, but began to drive into the mansion's grounds along the narrow stone-paved road. Chen Kai asked where they were going, and Feng Ben explained that this was his family's estate, and it was best to take a break before heading to the noisy and unsafe Yangon. The old man remarked that this place was very cute and picturesque, and Feng Ban boasted that his family had more luxurious properties. Feng Ban said that everything here belongs to his grandfather, and he just looks after the house, and invited the others to come and sit down. Chen Kai allowed the boy to stop being so polite to them, and the group went to the mansion. The man admitted that he had to obey Feng Ban in this territory, and then Chen Kai suddenly got scared. The main character noticed that the man suddenly felt bad. He closed his eyes and began to fall forward, losing consciousness. Fearing for Chen Kai, our hero grabbed the man so that he would not fall. He could no longer stand on his feet. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Kai, and the man felt better, saying that he just needed to get used to the situation. Old Man Yu advised the man to follow his example and practice Tai Chi, and Feng Ban suggested that everyone still get home and rest. Feng Ban deduced that Fang Yi was an unusual person based on his reaction speed, so it was worth testing him and finding out what kind of strength he possessed. The main character was climbing the stairs, and then he smelled something wrong and turned around, looking back. The guy noticed that Feng Ban was going to attack him, and at the last moment, he dodged, and the attacker's fist flew past. Fang Yi then covered his face with his hands as Feng Ban tried to hit him once more, then kicked off the ground. Our hero tensed up because the opponent was strong, and Feng Ban praised him and asked him to show what he was capable of. Feng Ban swung his fist once more and tried to punch the youth in the face, but Fan Yi managed to dodge at the last moment. The boy put his hand out in front of him and pushed Feng Ban away from him, then swung his foot to hit him. Feng Ban's counterattack failed because he grabbed our hero's leg, so Fan Yi tensed up even more. Feng Ban grabbed both of the boy's legs and lifted Feng Yi off the ground so that he couldn't attack him. Feng Yi struggled to extricate himself, and with his right foot, he managed to kick his opponent right in the face. This allowed the protagonist to escape. Feng Ban released the guy's leg, and the youth was released. Feng Ban backed away, not taking his eyes off his opponent, but he didn't plan on ending the fight. Feng Yi crouched down to attack again, but Old Man Yu intervened and told them to stop, saying that they were equal in strength. Our hero smiled and praised the opponent's fighting skills, and Feng Ban also admitted that Fan Yi wasn't bad. Feng Ban became alert when he noticed something amiss, and suddenly blood began to flow out of the guy's mouth. Everyone was startled when they noticed that Feng was feeling unwell. Fang Yi also ran up to the guy and shouted, asking if he was okay. Feng Ban asked him not to worry, explaining that it was just that an old illness had returned, and Fan Yi asked him to let him take a look. The main character was scared when he analyzed the guy's health status and immediately determined what was wrong with him. Judging from the way the blood is flowing, Feng Ban had some serious internal injuries. Fang Yi shocked the guy by determining that he was practicing martial arts without developing his mind first. Feng Ban admitted that he practices the Five Tigers soul-shattering sword style, which refers to internal martial arts, but the method of mind training has been lost over time. The main character asked the guys if they had an acupuncture kit because he wanted to treat Mr. Feng. Soon Feng Yi stuck the needles in the right spots on the guy's back, and Feng Ban confessed that he did not expect our hero to be so well versed in medicine. Feng Yi said that he learned a little bit of this as a child under the guidance of a master and gave Feng a drink of medicine. Feng Bong agreed to drink the medicine, even though it tasted really bad. And then the guy got really scared. His subordinates were also startled when they saw Brother Feng coughing up blood right in front of their eyes. One of them grabbed Feng Yi, asking what he had given Feng Ban, but the boss told him to let the guy go. Feng Ban explained that it was dried blood, and he feels much better after getting rid of it. The guy stood up and took a deep breath. His state of health changed dramatically. Everything seemed so unlocked to him. Young Master Feng was euphoric because he hadn't felt so light in a long time. Fang Yi advised him to develop his mind so that his recovery would be complete, but he didn't know any suitable masters in Myanmar to do this. Feng Ban was overjoyed when our hero asked the guy to help him with this, and then Feng looked at his dumbfounded subordinate. Mr. Feng whispered something in his partner's ear, and Fang Yi just looked at them with a puzzled expression. Our hero didn't understand what was going on, and Feng Ban put his arm around Fan Yi and suggested that he go sit down below. At the bottom, a suitcase full of money appeared in front of Fang Yi, and he was even speechless from what he saw. Fan Yi stated that he couldn't accept the money, but Feng Ban insisted because he couldn't leave the kindness unpaid. Feng Ban then suggested that the talented guy join them to fight in Southeast Asia, but Fan Yi replied that he was just an ordinary person and all these battles and murders were not for him. Feng Ban had a third suggestion. He suggested that our hero become twin brothers because they got along very well. Fan Yi replied that he was more than happy and it was a great honor for him. Then Feng Ban gave the order to his subordinate to make preparations. Everything necessary for the oath ceremony was already ready. The main character and his new brother-in-law went to the statue. The boys knelt in front of the statue, and they said their names before taking the oath. They solemnly swore to be brothers to each other, although they may not be by birth, but they will be together in death. Events continued to unfold in Myanmar on the grounds of a mansion that belonged to the Feng family. Feng Ban warned Master Yu that he would not be able to accompany them to Yangon due to the difficult relationship with the government, so Ahu would go with them. He called out to his subordinate. A guy in a green suit immediately came over at the leader's order. Feng Yi asked what it was, and Feng Ban explained that it was a gift from him to spend the money on purchases at the auction. Chen Kai was surprised because he didn't know that they had become twin brothers, and Old Man Yu didn't mind since they got along so well. Our hero humbly accepted the gift to show respect for his brother. In the car, the demon lord began to behave strangely. The road was not easy, and Chen Kai asked the driver to slow down because he almost hit his head. Ahu explained that he was just afraid of being late, and the old man told him not to hurry because the jade auction would last for days. Feng Yi was surprised and asked the master what kind of bidding it was when Chen Kai told him how long it would last. Master Yu said that at closed auctions, people write the amount they are willing to spend on a particular item on a piece of paper and then put it in a box and open it in 3 days. This pleased the main character. He thought that he again has a chance to use his abilities. Soon after, the driver announced that they had arrived, and Master Yu, Chen Kai, and Feng Yi got out of the car. In front of them, there was a huge square with endless rows of shops selling jade and other ores. The main character was impressed by the amount of ore, but he knew that all his strength would not be enough to check everything and find something valuable. The squirrel that was hiding in his jacket began to squeak, and then completely broke free and jumped forward. The demon lord started jumping from rock to rock and squeaking, and then stopped at one of them and looked at his master. Feng Yi got angry at his pet, he shouted, asking the demon lord what he was doing. Old Man Yu, watching this, said that young people are very careless, and Chen Kai hummed in approval. Our hero finally caught up with the pet and asked the squirrel what came over her, and she squeaked and stood on one of the stones. Feng Yi knelt down on one knee and wondered what the demon lord was trying to do because he was acting strange. The boy assumed that the squirrel was trying to tell him that there was something inside the stone, and the demon lord squeaked. Our hero trusted the pet and decided to check. He put his palm on the stone chosen by the squirrel. Feng Yi was surprised because the squirrel was right. There was actually jade inside the stone. Smiling, the guy asked the pet how he knew that there was something inside, and the squirrel began to squeak again. She hopped onto her master's arm and began to fawn over him, and Feng Yi praised her for having such strength. Since the demon lord had such power, he decided to leave the choice to him, and the squirrel started jumping on the rocks again. The squirrel once again found a great find, Feng Yi checked, and inside was an ice jade that could be sold for at least 3 times as much later. Feng Yi turned around and looked at the man, who asked the young man if this piece of ore had caught his attention as well. The man introduced himself as Chen Sikong, and he wanted Feng Yi to agree to his audacious request and leave the stone to him. Chen was willing to pay Feng Yi even triple the price for the main character to hand over this piece of ore to him. Feng Yi didn't understand why he wanted to pay him, since this was a closed auction and he could just place a bid. Sikong explained that he simply couldn't let down the customer who ordered the ice jade. Feng Yi understood and decided to leave, but Chen asked him to stop. Chen handed him an envelope and expressed his appreciation. Feng Yi didn't want to accept the money, but the man insisted. Master Yu, who had overheard the entire conversation, intervened and stated that there was no way Feng Yi could take the money. Chung Sikong didn't expect Master to come here as well, and asked if the old man could really speak on behalf of this young man. He was shocked to hear that Feng Yi was his disciple, and began to praise our hero for his ability to detect jade and high moral qualities. The main character once again asked the man to keep this money for himself. He finally stopped insisting, but then remembered something else. Chen Sikong handed Feng Yi his business card and asked the guy to call him if he needed anything, and promised to do everything in his power. When Feng Yi shared the news with Chen Kai afterward, the man was surprised that a prominent Hong Kong businessman would just give him his business card. Chen Kai told the guy that Chen Sikong is the director of Chen Jeverly, and he is one of the 3 richest families in Hong Kong. Fang Yi realized what kind of powerful person he was, and Chen Kai asked the guy not to lose this business card. Kai shouted, asking where the guy had run to when Fang Yi rushed off to urgently continue his inspection of the ore. The demon lord stopped at one of the pieces of ore. The main character made notes on paper to memorize the selected stone. The main character made his bets and came up with a piece of paper to the bins, where you need to throw it in the framework of closed bidding. Soon, everyone was gathered in the hall, pieces of ore were displayed on the stage, and a woman in a red dress walked past Chen Kai and Fang Yi. Fang Yi thought that he had saved some of the money until the open auction, but now he would have to bid blindly, and the host announced the opening of the auction. Chen Kai was surprised when the main character immediately held up the sign and said that he was willing to pay 6,500 yuan for the lot. The man asked the guy why he was trying to buy this useless ore. He refused to believe that there might be jade in it. Old Man Yu reassured Chen Kai, because he just doesn't know how lucky this young man is, so he can make any bets. Fang Yi still had some of Mr. Feng's money left, so he decided to raise the bid to 8,000 by competing for the lot. After Chen Kai checked the ore he bought, he found that there was indeed something there, which meant that Fang Yi had won the lottery. After drilling a piece of ore to check for the presence of jade, the protagonist was unpleasantly surprised. It turned out that the stone he bought was a dummy, and Fang Yi felt ashamed that all the pieces of ore he bought were unsuccessful. Master Yu told the disciple that this was why experienced people in the industry were so cautious about betting. The old man admitted that he did not stop the student from betting because he called him to learn and expand his horizons. The main character bowed his head before the master and promised the man that he would remember his wise words. Fang Yi asked Mr. Feng why he had come when he suddenly appeared, but the guy didn't have time to explain. Clearly worried, Feng Ban grabbed our hero's arm and dragged him along, asking him to just follow him. Master Yu, Feng Bang, Fan Yi, and Chen Kai were all in private, and they sat down on the sofas to discuss what young Master Feng had come for. The guys said that negotiations between Medka Khan and the armed forces failed, and in 2 days they are going to attack Yangon. Chen Kai didn't want to leave the city because he had invested everything in a closed auction, but according to Feng, the airport will be closed tomorrow. The man started to panic. He jumped up from the sofa and shouted, asking what he should do now. Lamenting, Chen Kai asked the old man if he knew of any generals who could be asked for help. Master Yu told Kai that even getting to know the president wouldn't help in such a situation, and Feng Ban agreed with him. Chen Kai shouted that the fate of his family depended on it, and he had worked hard for so many years, so Yu had to help him find a way out. Old Man Yu replied that things weren't too hopeless, but Chen Kai should ask Fang Yi for help instead. Yu told the student that Chen Sikong has her own plane that flies to and from Myanmar. Feng Bang was shocked that Fan Yi knew this Hong Kong businessman, and Fan Yi didn't have time to tell his brother this long story. Chen Kai cried with happiness when the protagonist made a call and informed the man that Chen Sikong had agreed to help. Master Yu said that tomorrow after the auction, they would immediately break the stones they bought so as not to take the pacifiers with them and not cause unnecessary problems for Chen Sikong. Soon the results of the closed trades were ready. They were published on the screens. Chen Kai was upset because he had only won 3 bets, and Fang Yi was happy because there were 18 of them, and his bets turned out to be winning. Fang Yi, Chen Kai, Feng Ban, and Master Yu walked over to the pile of stones that they had managed to buy back at the auction. The guys were amazed when they noticed that our hero managed to lift a huge stone with his own hands. They stared at the young man with shocked eyes, for there were several hundredweight pieces of rock in his hands. Feng Bang was also shocked. He thought that his new twin brother had an incredible skill in martial arts. Chen Kai's mood improved noticeably after checking out the ore pieces he bought. Even though he only bought 3, they were all successful, and Master Yu suggested that Fang Yi open his purchases as well. The main character put his stone on the machine to use a circular saw to cut it in half and check the quality. Spinning at an incredible speed, the sharp blade began to saw through the ore so that it sparkled. Chen Kai and Master Yu were shocked when they saw the inside of the stone. It was jade of incredible quality. Master Yu came closer and brushed the dust off the ore with his hand to examine the jade more closely. Even an experienced person like Yu was shocked because there was an ice jade with veins inside in front of him. Chen Kai told Fan Yi that such a piece of jade was worth at least $500,000. Feng Ben was speechless when Fan Yi turned around and stated that he wanted to give this stone to him as a gift. Our hero insisted that the guy accept this gift on the occasion of twinning. Feng Ban humbly agreed. After the young man pressed the button to start the machine again and saw another stone, there was jade again. Chen Kai was dumbfounded to see that the protagonist had managed to acquire another lucky piece of ore. Fang Yi then checked the quality of 3 more stones. All of them, without exception, turned out to be high-quality jade. Chen Kai clutched his head when he saw that the 5 consecutive stones that our hero bought were successful. The man was shocked when the tired Fang Yi finished checking the last stone. All 18 pieces of ore were jade. Master Yu thought that in his 40 years in the industry, he hadn't seen such a precise selection, so it wasn't just luck. Fang Yi and Chen Kai turned around when they heard the applause, and a man in a white shirt walked up to them. It was Chen Sikong who claimed that young Fang Yi had opened his eyes, and Master Yu had asked the man not to overpraise the guy. Surprised, Chen asked what Feng Ban was doing here, and the latter introduced himself as Fan Yi's older brother in charge of the group's security. Chen Sikong said that he couldn't refuse to help now that young Master Feng was on the case, and then suggested that we discuss something else. The businessman admitted that he came to Myanmar to buy ores worth $10 million, but because of the outbreak of war, he could not do it. He would have to bear the responsibility for this failure, so he offered Fang Yi $10 million for all of his jade. Chen Kai was shocked to hear this amount because translated into Chinese currency, it is as much as 100 million. The man nudged our hero because the guy had a chance to become a multi-millionaire, but Fang Yi hesitated. Fang Yi agreed to sell the stones to Chen Sikong after Master Yu advised the disciple to help the man. Chen Shiknul suggested that the men should hurry to the airport with jade if that was the case. Soon, several trucks packed with jade were speeding down the suburban highway, heading straight for the airport. Inside the airport building, Master Yu, Chen Kai, and the main character sat down on couches to rest before the flight. Master Yu asked the disciple if he knew why Chen Sikong had bought his jade, and called him naive, realizing that the young man didn't know the real reason. The old man explained that Chen Sikong, as a powerful businessman, could sell this jade for 200 million, and they wouldn't even get 50 million for it. We explained that Chen didn't buy the jade directly from Fang Yi, making it look like he was doing the guy a favor. According to Grandpa, Chen Sikong took their feelings into account, so both sides won and no one got hurt. So this kind of reasonableness is worth learning. Fang Yi smiled and told the master that he understood and thought that he still had a lot to learn in order to succeed in the antique business. The men were announced that the plane was ready to fly. Chen Kai and Yu were happy to finally leave the place, and Fang Yi was acting strange. The main character looked scared as he confessed to Master and Chen Kai that his Demon Lord squirrel was missing. Fang Yi started running around the airport building, shouting the Demon Lord's name to find the pet. The master shouted, asking the guy what he was doing, because the plane was about to leave, and Fang Yi allowed them to leave without him. The old man shouted, asking if he understood what war was, because there was no way he could stay here. Chen Kai supported the master and promised Fang Yi to buy at least a brood of such squirrels, because it's just an animal. The main character confidently replied that the Demon Lord meant much more to him, and he could not be replaced. Master Yu told Chen Kai to go back alone, and he would stay with his disciple and help him find the squirrel. Chen Kai and Fang Yi were against Master Yu staying, but the old man shouted, asking how he would look San in the eye if something happened to the disciple. The airport worker once again asked the men to come on board, and our hero apologized to the master. Fang Yi touched the master with 2 fingers, and the master fell asleep at the same time. The guy calmed Chen Kai down, saying that Grandpa would be fine. Our hero asked Mr. Kai to take Master Yu to the plane. The man was at a loss. The guy explained to the man that he still had business here, and Chen Kai should take care of the master, and left. Fang Yi left the airport building, relieved when he saw that the plane with Chen Kai and Master Yu had taken off. Feng Ban asked the guy if he had already found the Demon Lord, because the rebels had already entered Yangon. The guy admitted that he hadn't found a pet yet, but in the same second, Fang Yi noticed something. He saw the Demon Lord nearby, jumping from tree to tree, and immediately ran after him. When Fan Yi and Feng Ban reached the forest, the squirrel was no longer visible. Our hero was disappointed that they had lost it. Feng Ban heard a strange sound and turned around. He saw the Demon Lord and shouted at Fan Yi to run there. The main character saw the Demon Lord jumping from branch to branch, right above his head. The guys ran after him. After a while, they still couldn't catch the Demon Lord, and Feng Ban and Fan Yi had already wandered deep into the forest. Feng Ban asked where the squirrel had gone, and the Demon Lord immediately made himself known by starting to squeak. Fan Yi realized that the squirrel was leading them somewhere, and Feng Ban realized that this was the path to the Kachin Hills. The main character turned around and asked about the Kachin Hills, because he hadn't heard of this place before. Feng said that this is a dangerous, insect-infested place where 32,000 Chinese died during the Second World War. The guy said that these people got lost there, died of starvation and miasma, were killed by snakes and maimed. Feng Ben said that people are fragile and cannot fight against Mother Nature, but their struggle for their homeland is truly worthy of respect. To enter the Kachin Hills is to sign a death contract, but Feng was ready to follow his brother, so Fan Yi decided to tell him about the true abilities of the squirrel. According to Fan Yi, if the Demon Lord was leading them to the Kachin Hills, then there was definitely something unusual there. Feng Ban listened carefully to his friend and said that he understood everything. He immediately confidently set off in the direction of the hills. The boys continued to make their way through the dense undergrowth, being careful and looking around. Young Master Feng was noticeably alert when he heard a suspicious and intimidating sound. It turned out that in the forest, in addition to poisonous insects, there were other dangers, namely armed men. Feng Ban and Fan Yi were hiding in the bushes, but it turned out that they were rebels, and the guy didn't want to get into a fight with them. The main character didn't think that they would be able to just bypass the rebels, so he asked Feng Ban to look at something. It turned out that the two rebels had caught the Demon Lord, and they grabbed the squirrel and started making fun of it. Fan Yi asked why Feng Ban had taken out a knife instead of a gun, and the latter explained that he should not do so. Feng Ban explained that the sound of gunfire could cause all the rebels in the area to run away, and swung the knife. The rebels were still playing with the funny little animal, but after a moment they were alert when they noticed something. One of the armed men didn't even have time to draw his weapon when Feng Bang was already attacking him with a knife. The young master managed to get rid of one of the rebels with a knife in one move. The other rioters wanted to start shooting, but Fan Yi intervened and kicked the submachine guns out of their hands. Things were bad because one of the rebels pointed a machine gun at our hero, and Feng Ban eliminated another one. The rebel hadn't fired a single shot when young Master Feng grabbed his submachine gun. The armed man did not have time to react in any way, as in a second he was already lying on the floor. The guys managed to get rid of the entire group of rebels, and then they noticed that the Demon Lord started running away from them again. Feng Bang was angry at the ungrateful little brat who had run away from them again. And what mattered to Fan Yi was that the squirrel was safe. Two of the rebels were frightened, having lost their weapons. They tried to escape unnoticed from the guys. They shivered, sweated, and turned pale with fear when they heard Feng Bang's voice calling for them to stop. The rebels fell to their knees in front of the guy and began to pray that he would spare them and spare their lives. Feng Ben took out a knife because he didn't want to spare them, but Fan Yi stopped the guy and tried to persuade him to deal with them. Mr. Feng was adamant, but Fan Yi was trying to convey to the guy that heaven rewards mercy and it's worth letting the rebels go. The rebels looked at each other and giggled as they watched Feng Yi intercede for them. The main character was frightened when the rebels suddenly attacked him from behind. One grabbed him by the neck with his hands, and the second swung a knife. Then Feng Ban still had to pull out a gun and make 2 shots. He saved his sister from death. Our hero turned around and saw behind him these rebels, who were already lying on the grass and showed no signs of life. Feng Ban heard a suspicious sound and grabbed his brother's hand. He had to run, because it was already not safe here. Feng Yi and his brother ran forward with all their might, the rebel helicopter flying in the sky behind them. When the boys stopped and turned around, they noticed that the helicopter had started to descend, clearly aiming at them. The helicopter started shooting directly at them, and Feng Ban protected his twin brother with his back, knocking him to the ground. The rebel continued to fire at the guys with his machine gun, but Feng Yi and Feng Ban were running forward, trying to escape the machine gun fire. Feng Yi and his friend were finally able to exhale, hiding behind 2 trees where the helicopter couldn't reach them. Feng Ben knew that hiding here forever wouldn't work. They would be discovered sooner or later, and Fan Yi sensed at least 20 people nearby. Young Master Feng asked the guy what was wrong, and Fan Yi confessed that he didn't think the helicopter was here because of them. Fan Yi explained that the helicopter had appeared right after the shot was fired, and they wouldn't have been able to react so quickly, and Feng Ban decided to look around in the tree. Using the monocular, Feng Ban noticed something that made him start up. There were several other armed men in the woods nearby, now in more professional military uniforms. Fan Yi was right. Feng Ban had noticed that there were soldiers hiding nearby, so the helicopter must have been tracking them. Our hero asked what they should do now, but Feng Ban was still watching the situation, hiding in a tree. The helicopter flew away and Fan Yi also climbed the tree. Feng Ban suggested like wise monkeys to sit here while the tigers fight each other. As the helicopter rose higher above the ground, the rebels decided to use a more serious weapon, dropping a heavy shell on the forest. The projectile began to rapidly fall down, approaching the area of the forest where our heroes were at that moment. There was a deafening explosion that hit the soldiers as well, and Fan Yi squeezed his eyes shut as he felt a strong shock wave. The military opened automatic fire on the helicopter in response. The grenade launcher launched a shell at the aircraft. The shot was successful. The grenade damaged the helicopter, which began to smoke and descend. A second later, the helicopter was completely destroyed. A strong explosion thundered. The rebels inside were killed. Feng Ban was overjoyed to see this because now he and Feng Yi were safe as well. The main character did not share the joy of his friend because for the first time in his life, he felt the war in his own skin. Feng Ban, seeing that the guy was scared, told his friend about the law of the jungle and asked him to try not to pay attention. Feng Yi thought that he would never be able to understand these bloody and terrifying scenes while living in a peaceful country. Mr. Feng offered to take advantage of the chaos and escape, and looked at his friend in disbelief when he heard him laughing. He hoped that the boy would be able to bear it, and then the two of them walked further into the woods. Feng Yi confessed that he thought he heard the demon lord's voice, and that it sounded like me at the cave entrance. Feng Ban started to make his way through the dense thicket of bushes, trying to find a cave, and then turned his attention to something. It didn't take them long to discover the very cave where the demon lord should be right now. The main character and his brother boldly entered a dark cave and began to walk through it in search of a squirrel. Feng Yi turned around and saw someone rush past him, then saw the demon lord's head behind a rock. The guy was very happy when he finally found his pet, who in response squeaked several times to the owner. The squirrel jumped on the owner's hand, and he said that he would not let it escape again, but the demon lord did not stop squeaking. Our hero perfectly understood what the pet was saying to him and explained to a friend that according to the squirrel, there was something delicious in the jungle. Feng Yi suggested that they go and eat if that was the case, because they didn't eat anything today, and Feng Ban didn't trust this squirrel so much. When they went outside, Feng Yi and his brother-in-law were at a loss, and the demon lord was drooling. It turned out that by something delicious, the demon lord was referring to a large brown bear that was roaming nearby. Feng Ban, watching the bear in the bushes, noticed that the predator was licking something. It was honey. Mr. Feng deduced that the demon lord wasn't referring to a bear, but honey, and that the swarm of bees was hanging over the tree. The guy said that the praying mantis is watching the cicada, but does not notice the oriole behind its back, and then threw a stone. The rock caused the beehive to fall from the tree directly to the ground, and the bear grabbed the beehive with its paws to eat. But he didn't expect the bees to get angry and pounce on him. The bear growled and ran away from there, fleeing from them. Feng Ban shouted that this was their chance, and our hero grabbed the honey hive, but there was danger waiting for him from behind. The main character turned around and saw a swarm of angry bees in front of him, which flew in his direction. The guy started running and saw the river, panicking. Feng Ban asked the guy to give him a beehive and promised that everything would be fine when he jumped. Our hero gave the hive to his twin. They ran in different directions, fleeing from a swarm of angry insects. Feng Yi ran with all his might, shouting for the boundless heavenly spirits because the bees were still chasing after him. It turned out that the demon lord somehow managed to grab the bee queen in his paws, and now our hero can be killed because of the squirrel. The demon lord decided to go further. With his small, sharp claws, he took the life of the bee queen. The swarm of bees dispersed, and Feng Yi told a friend that wild honey and wax are used in medicine. They treat various ailments and strengthen the body. Feng Bang was already beginning to dream of steamed bear paw to be watered with this wild honey. He was even sorry that the bear had run away, but a second later, the boys noticed the predator in the bushes right in front of them. The bear growled loudly and then was perplexed because the guys were not afraid, but looked at it as if it were delicious food. Soon, the bear's paws were already smoking on the makeshift bonfire, and Feng Ban gave his friend a taste of roasted bear meat. Feng Ban boasted to his sister-in-law about his sharp handmade knife from America, which took 5 years to make. Seeing that our hero was impressed with this knife, Feng Ban decided to give it to a friend. A blush appeared on Feng Yi's face when he was handed this knife, because he said it was great. Feng Ban was sweating and looked at his twin in fright, asking what he was doing when Fan Yi got up and walked over to him with a knife. Unexpectedly, the main character shouted loudly, calling for young Master Feng to step aside. The guy in the bandana didn't have time to do anything when he noticed how his friend protected him with a knife from a huge snake. Feng Yi's attack was unsuccessful. The green anaconda was still alive. The giant snake appeared in front of the guys. The anaconda opened its mouth to attack Feng Yi, but he grabbed it by the throat and pinned it to the ground, then swung the knife. Unfortunately, the knife bounced off and flew into the sky. Feng Ban hurried to save the situation. He pointed the gun at the anaconda. Feng Ban shouted for his brother to move quickly to the side, and then shot several times at the giant snake. The shots had no effect on the snake, and the bullets couldn't even penetrate the huge anaconda's skin. Young Master Feng, as well as our hero, were shocked. The scales of the snake did not take a knife or even a gun. The anaconda once again opened its mouth to threaten the guys, and Feng Yi concluded that the predator was attracted by the smell of fried meat. Feng Ban confessed that 2 years ago, a similar snake swallowed more than 30 of his men, and Fan Yi grabbed his arm and told him to run away because there was no time to give in to emotions. The boys ran as fast as they could and screamed in fear, but the anaconda didn't lag behind, crawling along the forest path after its victims. The demon lord, who was watching this chase from a nearby tree branch, sighed heavily. The main character saw someone jump past his back and realized that it was the demon lord. Squirrel decided to save his master and his friend. She jumped right into the mouth of a terrible giant anaconda. The anaconda opened its mouth, and a second later, the demon lord was gone, swallowed whole by the predator. The guys were shocked to see the demon lord being eaten by an anaconda. Fan Yi was very scared for his pet. The main character screamed and wanted to rush forward to save the baby, but Feng Ban held him down and asked him to calm down. Feng Ban asked him not to give in to anger, otherwise he would also get hurt. And then the guy noticed that something strange was happening. A fresh cut appeared on the anaconda's body. The snake clearly felt pain and no longer behaved so aggressively. A second later, it turned out that the demon lord was completely fine. He flew straight out of the snake's belly. The squirrel managed to escape by making a hole in the anaconda's body. Our hero was dumbfounded to see that his pet was fine. The demon lord turned around and squeaked something to his master, and then his tail, fur, and all parts of his body turned golden. Feng Ban was shocked to see that the lord had evolved, and Fan Yi guessed that this was why the squirrel was eager to get here. They noticed that the demon lord was holding an anaconda's gallbladder in his paws, which he was about to devour. Young Master Feng felt sick when he saw that the squirrel was actually going to eat the raw gallbladder. After Feng Ban advised his friend to take a long way to avoid the anaconda's lair, Fan Yi noticed something. Feng Yi confessed to his twin that he had already seen this oddly curved tree about an hour ago. This allowed them to get out of the dense forest right away, and Feng Ban promised his friend that they would definitely not get lost now because they just needed to follow the river. Feng Ban, smiling, warned that it was still dangerous here, and Fan Yi understood that he was referring to the animals going to drink. Feng Yi asked the twin brothers not to worry, because they have a demon lord who tore the anaconda apart from the inside. Young Master Feng was startled when he saw an even more terrifying monster that emerged from the water in front of him. The guy asked our hero if he was sure of what he said earlier, and the giant snake already opened its mouth. The demon lord began to aggressively squeak at the snake, and Feng Ban and his brother-in-law backed away in fright. Feng Yi asked what kind of monster it was that made that anaconda look like a pitiful worm, and it turned out to be a boa python. The guy asked his friend what they should do now. Feng Ban decided to fight because there was no other way out. The boa python opened its mouth again and snarled at the boys, who drew their guns and knives, ready to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Master Yu had already returned home, standing silently by the window in his apartment. Chen Kai came up to him with some news, and the old man assumed that Feng Yi had finally been found. But Chen Kai replied that he was able to contact Ahu, and the last time Feng Ban and Fan Yi were seen was when they were entering the Kachin Hills. Old Man Yu knew that no one had returned from there yet, and Chen Kai told him about the search and rescue team that had been searching for the children for 3 weeks without success. The master drooped and looked down at the floor, falling silent as Chen Kai became concerned for the elderly man. Yu told the man to arrange a plane to Myanmar because he was determined to return there, but Chen Kai was absolutely against it because it is extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, in the forests of Myanmar, a search was underway for Feng Ban and his friend, and some of his family ran to meet their master. A guy from the Feng family walked up to the master and reported that Master Yu had arrived. A second later, Master Yu actually appeared. He was with Chen Kai. The old man asked the man if he was Feng Hao. The man introduced himself as Feng Hao, Feng Ban's older brother, and apologized to the old man for making him come all this way and not giving him any news about the boys. A second later, the good news appeared, because the master's subordinates came running and reported that they had found someone. Master Yu was overjoyed when he realized that his disciple had been found, but was taken aback when he saw Feng Ban injured on the stretcher. He asked why they only brought Feng Ban, and what about Fan Yi? The guy replied that they only found one. Feng Ban was sent to the hospital and bandaged up all over his body. His older brother felt as if he had been doused with a strong poison. Feng Hao suggested that it might be the poisonous stomach juice of an anaconda, which means that the boy was swallowed by a snake. The bewildered Master Yu didn't understand how the guy was able to get out if he was swallowed by an anaconda. Hao explained that snakes often regurgitate food that they can't digest, and Master Yu became even more wary. He was terrified because the dreadful thought that Fang Yi might already be dead crept into his mind. Feng Hao was overjoyed when his little brother finally woke up. Ban started coughing violently and opened his eyes. The bandaged bun looked at the guy next to him and recognized him as his third brother. The boy sat up and drank some water. and Master Yu asked Ban if Fang Yi had actually been swallowed by the anaconda as well. Feng Ban asked the old man how he found out about this. And then Grandpa felt bad, and Feng Hao tried to calm him down because Fan Yi was definitely fine. Master Yu didn't understand how his disciple could be okay if he was swallowed by an anaconda, so Feng Ban decided to tell him everything. Earlier, when our hero and his brother came across a giant snake, the python Bao opened its mouth wide, showing sharp fangs. Feng Ban, the demon lord, and Fan Yi fought fiercely against the snake, trying to shoot it and attack it with a knife. But when the python closed its mouth, all three of them were swallowed, and Feng Ban, his friend, and the squirrel ended up in the snake's stomach. The main character said that we need to get out of here as soon as possible because they can dissolve in this strong poison. The guy looked at his pet that was sitting on his head with a smile and declared that everything was in the hands of the demon lord. The demon lord immediately jumped down from its master's head to reach the wall of the giant snake's belly. The boa python hissed in pain as the demon lord tore a hole in its stomach to get out. Feng Ban hurried outside after him, admitting that it was disgusting, and Fan Yi grabbed the guy's t-shirt because he was careless. The main character struggled to hold the twin by the t-shirt so that he did not fall down from a great height. But then the guy still fell down, fortunately, falling into the river, which was inhabited by a giant python. Feng Ban told the master that the next moment he lost consciousness and woke up here, and the river must have separated them. He was sure that Fang Yi was safe because he was a good swimmer, but Master Yu was determined to go to the hills to look for him. Feng Hao asked the old man to calm down and wait in the camp and let them save the protagonist. 3 days later, the news was disappointing. Because there were still no traces, Master Yu was beginning to fear the worst. Feng Ban asked the master not to give up hope. He was determined to return to the hills and definitely find Fan Yi. Master Yu wanted to say something to the boy, but he didn't have time because he heard the demon lord's sad squeak. They were shocked to see the squirrel, because it could mean that Fang Yi was also here. Master Yu ran outside. The stunned old man ran out of the tent and looked around, but there was no sign of his disciple. The demon lord started to gallop forward, leading the way, so Feng Ban immediately ran after the squirrel. Feng Ban explained to the old man that the squirrel wanted to take them to Fan Yi, so they should follow him, while our hero was meditating on a rock. The boy was finally cured, but he didn't know where he was going, and there was no sign of the demon lord or Feng Ban nearby. There was a flash of lightning in the sky and a heavy rainstorm, so Fang Yi immediately stood up from a rock in the middle of the river. The guy saw a cave nearby and decided to hide there to wait out the downpour. The main character began to carefully step through a large unexplored cave in which there was a thick fog. The thick fog in this cave alarmed our hero, and then he turned his attention to something. He began to walk slowly forward, making his way deeper and deeper into the dark, misty cave. Surprised, Fang Yi thought that it looked like his spiritual consciousness was absorbing the energy hidden in this fog. He could feel his spiritual strength increasing due to this, so he decided to sit down and meditate once more. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to absorb energy from the thick fog that enveloped him. Fang Yi bent over and groaned in pain, then yelled at the entire cave when he was too ill. The cry of our hero was so strong that stones began to fall from the ceiling, and then a glowing sphere appeared around his body. He noticed that his strength had increased noticeably, so he wanted to find the source of this energy to absorb even more. The main character got up and went further along the cave, studying it, and then something interesting caught his attention. He saw where the fog was coming from and peered through the crack, revealing an even larger cave. Our hero put his hands on the wall to destroy it and make his way to the next part of the cave, because the gap was too narrow. Fang Yi tensed up when he saw the cave begin to collapse, and a huge rock almost fell on top of him. The passage beyond was clear, and he was surprised to see that the steps in front of him were obviously man-made. The boy saw that these steps went far into the depths and began to climb them, studying the cave further. After Fang Yi entered a spacious underground room, he was shocked when he noticed something there. He saw the stone in front of him, which was the source of this thick fog that stored energy reserves. The main character took step after step closer to the source of energy, a light stone standing in the middle of the hall. He tried to approach it, but it did not work, so he started running, but attempts to approach were unsuccessful. He didn't understand why he couldn't approach this stone bed, and then he realized that he had been standing still all this time. The terrified Fang Yi assumed that he was trapped inside a hallucination, even though he didn't feel any negative energy. He thought back to his childhood, when the master had told him about a thing that could trap people inside a hallucination. Then the master told the curious student about constructions that have much more power than spells. Thanks to the master, our hero now knows that he is faced with the construction of 8 trigrams and 9 palaces. He knew that a wrong move could cost him his life, because according to the master, You can only leave the formation by finding the gate of life. If one captured the gate of luck, one's life's luck would be gone. And if one captured the gate of bad luck, it would be the opposite. This was what Fang Yi remembered from his teacher's words. The main character laughed when he discovered the gate of life, because everything here exactly coincided with the words of his teacher. When Fang Yi turned around, he was startled and remembered the master's words that the guy might encounter a special case. The master said that such cases are much more dangerous. This is the changing construction of 8 trigrams and 9 palaces. The main character was shocked to realize that now he was in this more dangerous situation, and the construction is unusual. The dumbfounded guy thought that the ancient Taoists should have left this plane of existence long ago, and this was just an illusion. He saw the nightlight pearl and decided that it was an illusion created with it, and it was the Qimeng Dongjia technique. Jumping up, the main character grabbed this small glowing ball with his hand, which created an illusion. The guy looked at it, rubbed it with his hand, and thought that it was beautiful, which means you should take it with you and give it to someone. There were a lot of night pearls in the cave, so Fang Yi decided to collect them all and install them around the house so that he wouldn't have to turn on the lights anymore. The main character collected all the glowing pearls and put them in one pile so that later he could take them with him. After putting them in the bag, the guy turned around and noticed the stone bed. Now he was able to approach it. He sat down on the ground and noticed the sound of water, assuming that there was a spiritual spring somewhere. He understood why such a remote place attracted Taoists, and then he remembered the master's words about finding a spiritual spring for immortality, but he was unable to do so. Fang Yi smiled, cupped his palms together, and mentally addressed his teacher, saying that today his disciple would fulfill the dream of his life. The boy tried to grab the stone bed and move it to get to the spring, but the burden was heavy. He still managed to do it. The hole was huge, so Fang Yi could easily crawl through it. Fang Yi treacherously jumped down and found himself on the lower level of the cave. The water softened the fall, so he was not injured. He made a gesture with his hand and began to recite the mantra about the heart star, the messenger star, and the helper star. The water became more turbulent. The guy continued to recite the mantra about the stars of the beast, courage and aspiration, and then he shouted loudly. The guy's scream was so strong that the cave began to shake and collapse, and an earthquake was felt under his feet. Feng Ban and the Demon Lord were already in this cave, and he was afraid that it was an earthquake. The guy noticed a stone bed and decided to run straight there, hoping to find his friend. Young Master Feng and the Demon Lord looked into the hole and saw the main character below, who was meditating peacefully. Feng Ban took a closer look and realized that it was true. Fang Yi, the guy, and the Demon Lord were overjoyed. The main character, who was sitting in the water, came to his senses, looked up, and saw Mr. Feng. Ban was shocked when our hero jumped up and was standing next to him a second later, and Fan Yi asked how the guy got here. Feng Ban explained that the Demon Lord had brought him himself, which Fan Yi believed because it was not an easy place to find. Mr. Feng suggested that we return to the camp as soon as possible because Master Yu is already waiting for the boy at the search camp and is very worried about him. Fan Yi asked the guy to wait for him at the cave entrance because he had something to finish. Feng Ban agreed. Before leaving the cave, our hero wanted to find a sign with the foundation of the building. He closed his eyes, put his hands together, and streams of energy began to circle around the cave. Then the boy's eyes snapped open and he noticed a rock hanging from the ceiling of the cave. This rock began to rapidly collapse, fragments flying in different directions. Fang Yi was overjoyed because he found the foundation of the formation. A small pentagonal crystal that emitted a soft blue light appeared in front of the protagonist. When the surprised guy touched the crystal with his finger, it immediately broke into small fragments. Dumbfounded, Fang Yi didn't understand how this was possible and then looked at the floor in disbelief. He saw that the magic seal was also beginning to collapse and cracks appeared on the gate. Fang Yi recalled the master's words that the foundation of the formation would turn to dust at the moment of touch. There was a spiritual power of this person more than the one who set it up. He assumed that his spiritual power had already surpassed that of the ancient practitioner, and then Feng Ban returned to the cave. Young Master Feng rushed into the cave with a gun, thinking that something had happened, and cried with happiness when he saw a healthy and unharmed Fan Yi. They soon returned to the search camp, and Feng Ban happily shouted to Master Yu that he had found Fan Yi. It turned out that it wasn't just Master Yu who was there. Master San ran out of the tent after hearing the news. The old man couldn't stay at home knowing that Fang Yi was in the hills, and our hero knelt down and apologized for making the teacher worry. Master San was glad that the disciple was fine and reported Master Yu's illness, which was due to stress and fatigue. The main character was frightened when he heard that his master was seriously ill, and this is also his fault. Fang Yi and San entered the tent and the old man turned to his friend and gave him the happy news that their disciple had returned. Master Yu initially thought he was imagining things, but Fang Yi tried to convince him that he was really here. The main character firmly took the master by the hand, and he said that now that the guy is back, he can rest in peace. Fan Yi and Master San were startled when Yu started coughing loudly. Our hero was holding the teacher's hand. Our hero decided to give Master Yu some of his energy through a handshake to help. The surprised master asked the disciple why his hand was so hot. Fang Yi explained that it was the old man's hand that was just too cold. Master Yu jumped up and scolded the disciple for daring to joke around when the old man was lying here on his deathbed. The elderly man was perplexed when his state of health changed dramatically, and the disease seemed to evaporate. Sun assumed that Master Yu was faking illness. Knowing that the old man would blame him, and Yu was outraged. Feng Ban intervened and asked them not to argue, because Master Yu had recovered and Fan Yi was still alive, so they should celebrate, not fight. Fang Yi admitted that he hadn't eaten for 10 days, so he was exhausted, and Master Yu suggested that he eat well. But first, Master Yu told the disciple to wash up well, because the guy smelled awful. After 10 days in the forest, the main character was finally able to take a bath. He was happily washing up, and then he noticed something strange. The guy was dumbfounded when he started to rub his soapy body with a washcloth. Something happened to his skin. All the old skin peeled off the guy like a suit. Fang Yi never dreamed that he would ever embark on the path of immortality. At dinner, Fang Yi made a toast to Master and drank, and Sun noticed that the disciple looked like a completely different person after taking a bath. Feng Bong also noticed that our hero seemed to be a few years younger, and Fan Yi called Mr. Feng too kind. Suddenly, a worried guy ran into the tent and reported to Feng that trouble had come. His grandfather was dying. Ban said that there was an urgent message from his house, so he had to leave, and Ahu would keep an eye on the masters and Fan Yi. Feng Ben had already turned around to leave, but his brother-in-law asked him to stop. Fang Yi saw the sign of a family member's death on his brother's face, which meant that Mr. Feng's grandfather was really fighting for his life. Our hero warned his twin about the bad signs on his face, but Feng Ban tried to escape because he was in too much of a hurry. The main character said that he had never met his twin's grandfather in person, but he wanted to go with him. Feng Ban thought for a moment and agreed to let his brother-in-law go with him to visit his dying grandfather. The masters watched the cars leave, and Sun said that Fang Yi would definitely not listen to the old men's objections. The old men agreed that there was nothing they could do about it, and it was worth the risk when they were young, but they could sit and drink wine for now. In the car, the protagonist asked Mr. Feng if there was any other problem besides his grandfather's serious illness. Feng Ban admitted that there was nothing to hide from the guy, and told about the attempts of some people to usurp the power of his grandfather. Dumbfounded, Fang Yi realized what exactly the warning signs on the twins' face were warning about. Ban said that his family has remained strong for decades, and many people don't like it, so this someone took advantage of Feng Ban's absence. According to the guy, my grandfather had an iron health and he had never been ill before, so most likely he was poisoned. Mr. Feng smiled and reassured his friend, saying that he had already seen a lot, so he wasn't afraid of getting poisoned himself. Fang Yi was shocked when Ban said that he wanted to transfer control of the family business to the guy, because this is a great chance to show strength. The protagonist wanted to object to his friend, but young Master Feng asked the young man not to interrupt him. The guy suggested we talk about it later, but in the meantime, we need to focus on dealing with the scum that organized all this. Soon, the military vehicle stopped near the Feng family mansion. Our hero and his brother arrived at the place. There were armed guards inside the house, and one of the Feng family members stood silently by the bedside of his sick grandfather. A worried Feng Ban rushed into the room and shouted to Grandpa that he was back, and immediately rushed to his bed. Feng Bang's grandfather really looked very bad. With tubes attached to his nose, the man didn't react to his grandson. Seeing his grandfather's condition, the guy grabbed Gilia by the collar and asked how he allowed this to happen. After all, he was supposed to look after the old man. In response to the tired-looking Gilue, he only said nothing and looked at Feng Ban indifferently. Feng Ban clenched his teeth in anger and glared at the man, not understanding why he was acting so strangely. The guy assumed that Gil was paid to turn his back, but Gil was allowed to kill himself right now if the master didn't believe him. An enraged Feng Ban took out a gun and shouted to Gilue not to think that he couldn't do it, while the man looked indifferent. The main character also entered the room. He saw that the old man's condition had worsened. Blood began to flow from his mouth. The young man immediately realized what was wrong with the old man and stopped Feng Ban because it wasn't because of the poisoning. Fang Yi explained to his twin that his grandfather wasn't actually poisoned, but rather cursed. Feng Ban started to stutter after hearing what really happened to his grandfather, and the old man only got worse. The three of them surrounded Grandpa's bed, Feng Ban trying to digest the fact that his relative was cursed. Ban remembered that there were many curse masters serving old Chen, and he would talk to him right away. Feng Yi had stopped him because they had no proof, and Feng Ban didn't know what else to do, and whether it was better to sit helplessly on the spot while his grandfather died painfully. Our hero asked the guy not to worry, because now that he knows it's a curse, Feng Yi knows how to deal with it. The guy decided to cure his grandfather of the curse with the help of acupuncture. First, he took out needles and took the old man by the hand. With his fingers, Oni found the right points on the dying grandfather's palm where to put the acupuncture needles. After the guy confidently grabbed a long needle and imbued it with his own healing energy and inserted it into the skin, after which it became strange. Feng Bang and Gilawei were shocked, not understanding what it was, and Fan Yi was well aware of the goo bug, the source of the curse. The needle caused the bug to move to another part of the body, and the goo began to wander under Grandpa's skin, reaching up to his neck. The elderly man opened his eyes and his face changed, after which he coughed violently, and the bug popped out through his mouth. Dumbfounded, the guy saw that the beetle had come out. It was a harmless ladybug in appearance. With his sharp eye, Bug Goo immediately saw where he should fly to and hurried to the open window. Feng Yi panicked when he saw the bug trying to escape, and Feng Ban immediately opened fire on the insect. One well-aimed shot was enough to destroy the cursed bug. Our hero warned Ban that now the master of curses will die too, but this guy was only on hand, because so the enemy will be forced to show themselves. Finally, the elderly man came to his senses, and the first thing grandfather did when he woke up was call out for his grandson Ban. Feng Ban ran to his grandfather. The old man asked him why he felt so weak, and the grandson confessed that he was poisoned. The head of the Feng family immediately realized that his enemies had finally taken action. The old man didn't think that his grandson would be strong enough to overcome the curse, but Ban introduced him to his brother Fan Yi, who saved his grandfather. Feng Yi, who introduced himself as grandfather's blood grandson, greeted the old man as he tried to stand up. Grandpa immediately saw what an unusual aura the guy had and how much was hidden inside him, which meant that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Our hero was embarrassed, and the old man said that he was counting on the guy and hoped for his help to ban in martial arts. Feng Ban asked the old man why he was making his grandson feel helpless, since he was one of the family heads and had made a name for himself in Southeast Asia. A subordinate reported that Master Deng and Fourth Master had arrived. Feng Ban was even glad to see them, and Grandpa asked his grandson not to rush. Grandpa asked his grandson, Feng Yi, and the others to leave the room for the time being, because he wanted to talk to the masters in private. The fourth master and Master Dan entered the room and looked like they were very worried about the old man's health. One of them knelt down in front of the master and asked if he was feeling better, but the old man said that he didn't have long to go, and this was their last meeting. The big bald man asked him not to say that and promised that he would get better, and then Grandpa suddenly got up. The old man sat up and confessed to the men that he was actually fine. He looked at the men who visited him with disdain and said that he doubted very much whether they were all right. One of the masters wanted to ask the master if he shouldn't be in critical condition, but he hesitated. Grandpa finished for him and assumed the man meant that Mr. Chen should be cursed. The master laughed and explained that he was just making a wild guess, but the old man confirmed his guesses. The man laughed awkwardly, and then the old man asked him what happened to his cursing masters now that the insect was dead. The master asked the master if he suspected him, and the bald man suggested that the game should end, because the old bastard knows everything. The big shaven-headed man suggested that they just finish the job before Feng Ban returned. A gun was pointed at Mr. Feng, but the elderly man reacted indifferently. The nephew asked the old man not to blame him for this, and said that when he comes to power, their family will cease to be conservative, and its strength will only increase. The man with glasses fired, wishing the old man dead. The rest of his accomplices were shocked to see the blood spatter. As it turned out, this blood didn't belong to Mr. Feng, but to his nephew because someone shot him in advance. It was Feng Bang who entered the room and asked the relatives if they expected him to come back. The guy walked up to the master and put a gun to his throat, telling the man to save his words for the king of the pit in hell. Old man Den, a shaven-headed man sweating with fear, decided to run away from here before it was too late. The accomplice tried to stop him. Young Master Feng didn't let the big guy get away. The guy coolly shot the man in the back, stopping him. Old man Chen took advantage of the moment and pointed a gun at the guy. Feng Ban asked if he thought he would get out of here alive if he killed Ban, but the man wasn't going to take his life. Instead of using a firearm, the man took out a tiny box from his pocket. When he opened it, Feng Bang was shocked because there was a cursed bug goo in the small box. The man released the bug outside. The cursed ladybug started flapping its wings as it flew around the room. Enraged, Feng Ban started shooting at the beetle, trying to hit the tiny insect, but it dodged. The beetle pricked up its mandibles to attack the guy, and Feng Ban asked the man if he really wanted to pull one of his tricks. Young Master Feng was shocked when Bug Gu managed to break his gun in two with his strong mandibles. The owner of the beetle gasped, being satisfied with the pet's work, and then the ladybug returned back to the box. Fang Yi shouted at Mr. Feng to be careful, because this bug is called the golden silkworm. According to our hero, neither a blade nor a bullet can kill this beetle, and its venom is deadly. One touch is enough for the human body to begin to decompose. Chen stated that he would definitely take all of them with him if he went to hell, because that's how he runs his business. The man opened the small wooden box again and released the deadly golden silkworm outside. The beetle began to rapidly approach Grandpa, and Fang Yi and Feng Bang were afraid for the old man's life. Chen was shocked when he saw that his invincible beetle was easily stopped by a squirrel by grabbing it with its paw. Feng Ben was delighted and praised the Demon Lord for his excellent work, while Squirrel looked at the beetle curiously. The Demon Lord wanted to eat the beetle with gusto, but the owner stopped him because the golden silkworm can burn a hole in the stomach. The squirrel got angry at the beetle and threw it roughly to the floor. It hit it, and then the Demon Lord grabbed it again in his paws. The pet of our hero began to beat the deadly beetle on the floor over and over again, taking out all his anger on it. Enraged, Chen demanded that the squirrel immediately release his golden silkworm, and this frightened the Lord. Grinning slyly, Fang Yi allowed the pet to give the beetle to the man since he wanted it so badly, and the squirrel started jumping around the room. The squirrel jumped on the man's face and bit into his eyes, then forced the bug into his mouth, and Chen swallowed it. The bug immediately hit him in the stomach, and Chen began to writhe and scream in pain, trying to pull the bug out of his mouth with his hands. It took the golden silkworm a few moments to take the life of its own master. Everyone was stunned when Mr. Chen collapsed on the floor and no longer showed any signs of life. Feng Bang didn't regret it. He stated that this bastard got what he deserved. Grandpa said that Chen used poisons and curses against others, but ended up suffering the same thing himself, so this is a lesson for all of them. When the situation in the Feng family mansion calmed down, Feng Ban, his grandfather, and our hero gathered around the table to have dinner. Gilu brought a bottle of wine, for which Fan Yi thanked him, and the old man offered to raise a toast to our hero who saved his life. Mr. Feng asked him what the young man usually did, and he said that he ran an antique shop in Qinling. Grandpa told them that they had a vacancy for an elder and suggested that Fang Yi wouldn't be interested in the position. Feng Ban explained to his friend that the old man was referring to the family elder because his fourth uncle ran the family business. Fang Yi politely declined the idea because he can barely manage his shop, but the old man asked him to help expand the territory. Ban told the guy directly that they would like to use his connections in China to sell ancient art objects. Our hero asked if $10 million would be enough for them to replenish the budget and said that he received this money in Myanmar, selling ore. Gilwei and Feng Ban were speechless when they heard how much money the young man had managed to get from the auction. Soon, Fan Yi and Feng Ban came out. The boy was amazed, and the friends said that this is only a small part of their family collection. Feng Ben said that now all this wealth belongs to our hero. In front of him was a whole hall with valuable items. After examining the items in the hall, the main character immediately realized that many of them have an exceptional uniqueness. Fang Yi was particularly interested in one thing that was standing under the glass in the corner. He immediately knew what it was. The guy went to the next room and found a source of energy that was very negative. The main character aloud admitted that the sword lying in the box comes from a strong negative energy. Feng Bin said that several hundred or even 1,000 years ago, this sword took lives, which is why it can emit such energy. He said that during the Qing dynasty, his ancestors served as executioners, and Fan Yi asked how his family ended up in Myanmar. The guy replied that someone had beheaded a man who shouldn't have been beheaded, so his family was expelled from the country. Fan Yi asked who it was, and Feng Bang confessed that it was Tan Shitong. The main character was dumbfounded because Tan Shitong was a famous figure, one of the participants of the 100 Days of Reform. Feng Ban walked closer to the sword, touched it, and explained that his ancestor couldn't disobey the emperor's order. According to him, Tan Shitong was loved by all the warriors. The whole world of martial arts was his friend. After his execution, everyone turned against ancestor Feng Ban. Ban allowed the guy to just keep this sword if it was too negative and just pay $500,000 less, but Fang Yi wanted to keep the weapon for himself. Puzzled, Feng asked why the guy needed this sword, which brings bad luck. Fang Yi explained that his teacher was friends with Tan Shitong and knew that his execution was imminent, but he couldn't help him. so he wanted to take this sword as an offering to his teacher. Feng Bang was taken aback when he heard that his master was friends with Tan Zitong, because then this master must be at least 100 years old. Our hero said that his teacher was also friends with Dong Haichong during the Changlong reign, which means that he was at least several hundred years old. The guy noticed one of the stones and took out a ring from his pocket, noticing that both items are made of the same material. Young Master Feng explained to his brother that this stone was a meteorite. He said that he bought it at an auction, and it is the hardest material that he has ever met, because even the laser did not leave a scratch on it. Feng didn't think that this meteorite would appeal to Fang Yi, so he didn't include it in the list of items sold, but allowed his friend to keep it for himself. Ban heard that our hero has 2 more twin brothers, so he prepared gifts for them. The main character called Mr. Feng too kind and thanked him on behalf of his other siblings. The next day, Fan Yi and Feng Ban went to the wooden dock where the boat was already parked. Fan Yi thanked his friend for seeing him off, and they said goodbye because every journey has an end. The main character boarded the boat and sailed away, and Feng Ban stood on the dock for a long time and waved goodbye to the guy. He was sad that the boy was leaving, hoping for a fate that would allow them to meet again. Soon the plane landed at the airport in China. Our hero returned home and was already walking through the airport building. He turned around when someone called out to him. It was the joyous Sang Chun and Qinhua who had come to meet their friend. Qinhua and the main character started running towards each other after a long separation. Just yesterday, Fang Yi was in a wild and dangerous jungle, but today he was back in a peaceful and bustling city, and it was like 2 different worlds. The boy had to look away from his thoughts when a happy Sung Chun asked him to look at something. Fang Yi was dumbfounded when he saw himself on the huge billboard on the building. It was an advertisement for jade charms from a master carver. Qinhua stated that Fang Yi is now a celebrity, and Sangchun talked about Mr. Man's work on creating the image of a young and promising jade carver. Our hero remembered that Mang mentioned something like that, and the man himself was already waiting for the guys in the restaurant to celebrate Fang Yi's return. Wanji turned around when someone entered. He was overjoyed to see the main star, our hero, in front of him. Everyone was in the room except Yuan Jie, Man Chong, Zhao, Qin Qin, and the others were there, and Master San was especially happy to see the boy back. Fang Yi knelt down in front of the master and apologized for going to the Feng family estate alone and making the teachers worry, but Sun didn't hold a grudge against him. Master Yu said that San was very worried, but he came here on wings when he heard about his disciple's return. Sun suggested that Sang Chao move to another seat because today Fang Yi should be sitting in the center of the table. The old man took a glass and suggested that everyone finally celebrate the joyous occasion of Fang Yi's return. Man Chun asked the guy if he had already seen ads on the streets of the city, and the guy replied that he seemed to have become a kind of celebrity thanks to the man. The man replied that it was nothing, and asked if the guy knew how much they managed to earn on it during this time. With a proud smile on his face, Manchun admitted that they had earned almost $7 million during the boy's absence. Fang Yi praised him, and Manchun said that the net profit is about 2 million, and the guy's share is 430,000 yuan. The main character thanked the man, and Manchun asked the young man to just rely on him, and he will help in earning money. Master Yu said that an assistant called him and told him that the money from Mr. Chen had already been deposited into the account. Manchun was taken aback when he heard about Mr. Chen and asked if they were accidentally talking about Chen Sikong, the owner of Chow Dai Fuk. The man naturally knew him, since he is the richest man in the country, and Fang Yi said that he just sold him the jade he bought at the auction. The news startled Manchun, and the curious businessman asked how much money the boy had sold the jade for. Fang Yi modestly replied that he didn't sell the jade for that much, but Master Yu voiced the amount instead. Manchun froze and was speechless when he heard from Master Yu that Fang Yi had earned as much as $10 million. Now, the man wasn't so proud of some measly 2 million profit, because 10 million is 80 million yuan. The girl invited Mr. Man to sit down, and he sighed heavily and sat down, and then confessed to Fang Yi that he was currently depressed. Manchun shouted that since Fang Yi was now a rich man, he refused to share the profits with him. The guy smiled slyly and stated that this nearly 7 million earned by Manchun should be fully transferred to Fang Yi. These words noticeably annoyed the man. He asked the guy what he was saying. Fang Yi explained that he had seen a lot of valuable items in the Feng family estate, and he needed another 6 million. Manchun was overjoyed when he was asked to invest this money, and Sun advised them to do business slowly and carefully. The man agreed with Mr. Sun and also advised our hero to think again. Fan Yi replied to the master that he had carefully examined all the items before leaving, and besides, Feng Ban was his brother-in-law, and he would not deceive him. Manchun didn't mind giving the boy the 6 million, And Sun told the naive student that friends and family often became enemies in the face of money. The protagonist abruptly stood up from his chair and agreed with Master San's words while Man Chun looked at the guy in surprise. The guy ran away and returned with a large box in his hands, saying that these items can help the master dispel his doubts. Fang Yi took out an antique knight helmet from the box, stating that it was Mr. Feng's gifts for Fatty and Sunshine. The fat man immediately put the helmet on himself and looked like one of those black knights. According to Sun Chun, the vase was also beautiful. The guys asked Fang Yi to make sure to pass on their thanks to Mr. Feng, and our hero smiled sweetly. Master Yu asked Chao and Hong Tao if they would like to evaluate these items, and the men admitted that they were just about to do so. The guy looked at the gift and saw that it was armor from the Spanish Royal Guard of the 16th century, and each individual piece was worth about 10,000 American dollars. Picking up one of the armor pieces, the guy stated that the complete set was worth at least $500,000. Manhwa said that then you should treat the gifts more carefully because he was literally given a whole villa. Curator Zhao decided to take a look at the vase that Feng had given to Sun Chun and opened his eyes wide as he analyzed it. According to him, it was an enamel vase from the Yongzheng Emperor era, and the symbols on its bottom were perfectly executed. The man was sure that this vase was real, and Sun Chun asked how much it might cost. Everyone was shocked when Zhao revealed that a bottle of incense from that era was sold for $2.5 million at the auction, and this vase will cost several times more. Feng Yi asked the master if his anxiety had subsided now, and the old man replied that he would like to personally inspect the rest of the items when they arrived. Master Yu told his friend that if he died from anything, it would be from being too careful, and Man Chun asked Feng Yi if he had brought something from Feng and for him. When everyone came out of the house to look at other valuables, the shaven-headed man was shocked because it was the first time he saw antiques being transported by trucks. I had to hire a few movers to get all the boxes of valuables out of the trucks. One of the employees carrying a box of antiques accidentally tripped and dropped the load from his hands, losing his balance. Sanshin, Manhwa, the masters, and Menchun were all terrified when they saw that the box of expensive antiques was in danger. The loader fell to the ground and could not save the box, which also fell to the ground and opened. Something fell out of it. The affected antique item turned out to be a Buddha statue. It fell out of the box and ended up on the ground. Fortunately, the statue was not damaged. It was lifted from the ground, and Master San could not believe what he saw. He looked at the statue through a magnifying glass and came to a surprising conclusion, and Feng Yi asked him what it was. The master asked the guy if he knew the history of Myanmar. The guy admitted that he didn't know anything about other countries. Zhao said that Yunma is one of the oldest civilizations. After the fall of the pagan dynasty, all the states that emerged there were under the protectorate of the Chinese Empire. Sun said that later there was a Kanban dynasty, which launched a war with China for the Golden Buddha. Feng Yi was shocked that they had started a war with their overlord over the statue, and Manchong assumed that the statue was very valuable. Master Yu said that wealth disappears, but the effects of war remain for a long time, so the statue is not worth so much. Xiao said that in the 18th century, the Kanban dynasty had a ruler who led the army and united the country. According to the curator, this ruler, who drove all the invaders out of the country, was called Alan Phaya. When the ruler died, his descendants ordered a golden statue of the Buddha with his face made, and it was installed in the palace in memory of him. After some time, a Chinese general arrived at the palace. He saw the statue and stole it, succumbing to greed. Myanmar, which had always been obedient, suddenly moved its troops to China, and that general and his soldiers lost their lives. The war continued for many years, but then the Qin government was forced to return the statue and end the conflict. She said that in fact, Myanmar's rulers noticed China's weakening and wanted to use this opportunity to win back independence, and the Golden Buddha was just an excuse. He said that the 7-year war still did not bring success to Myanmar, and they agreed to end it after the statue was returned. The dumbfounded protagonist had already begun to guess that this statue was the Golden Buddha. They all looked at the Golden Buddha, which was the reason for the war between China and Myanmar. Manchong drooled as he looked at the priceless treasure. He offered Feng Yi to find a buyer in exchange for 10% of the profit. Supervisor Zhao stopped him, knowing that this request might sound unreasonable, but he wanted to say something. Feng Yi happily allowed Curator Zhao to voice this, and the bespectacled man turned to Master San. After clearing his throat, Curator Zhao asked the guy if he would like to donate this statue to the Qinlin Museum. Manchun was outraged, and he asked the curator if he had no shame at all for being so openly self-indulgent. The curator explained that he would request funding from the management and would be willing to pay about $2 million for the statue. Mr. Man was furious because this statue could be sold for $100 million, and Zhao was shouting that a historical artifact couldn't be measured in money alone. Xiao tried to convey to Fang Yi that this statue is of great value to historians, and the value of research is far more important than money. Man Shun criticized the man for making pretentious speech from someone who is trying to cash in on others. Curator Zhao was taken aback when the main character agreed to give the Golden Buddha to the Qinling Museum for free. Mr. Man couldn't believe his ears. He didn't like Feng Yi's decision to donate the statue to the museum. Zhao thanked the guy and promised that the museum would definitely repay him, and Man Chong suggested that this award would be a certificate for a couple of yuan. The curator advised Man Shun to be proud of Feng Yi, but the man was still angry and then asked our hero if he would like to donate something to him. Feng Yi had given him permission to take whatever he wanted, and Man Chun had just taken a fancy to the executioner's sword that he was so eager to swing right now. The main character clearly didn't expect the man to choose that executioner's sword, and he looked at Mana in fright. When it got dark, Feng Yi sat down in the warehouse and started reciting the mantra about the tree in the east and the heavenly trunks. He transferred his energy to the sword and told it to carry out its order. Powerful streams of bright light began to circle around the executioner's sword, filling it. Feng Yi clenched his teeth and held his hand in front of him. After that, the guy stretched out his hand, on which all the veins stood out, and materialized a magic seal, placing it on the sword. He made sure that the formation was working, so he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of all these antiques. He knew that by replacing the jade core in the formation with the executioner's sword, vengeful spirits would come out of it and exist within the formation, attacking all intruders. Feng Yi decided to change the name of his new magic formation, which was now called the Ghostly Doom Formation. Qinhua walked through the night forest and lamented that he had to drag himself so far just because of Feng Yi's forgetfulness, because he didn't bring his phone with him. The fat man was a little scared. He wondered if there were any ghosts here, and then something scared him, and he ran out of there at full speed. Sweating and out of breath, the boy reached the gate, and then he was alerted by a shadow that rushed past his face. He looked around frantically and calmed down, assuming it was just his imagination. Qinhua was terrified again, because now he could hear ominous sounds, and the boy turned pale with fear. The terrifying sounds didn't stop. Someone called out to the Empress, and Qinhua asked who was there. A ghost in a traditional costume appeared behind the guy and said that the Empress killed him, so Qinhua should kill the Empress for him. Startled, Qinhua turned around and saw a pale-skinned woman standing in front of him, who didn't stop crying. When the woman turned to face him, it turned out that she had no eyes, and black liquid was running down her forehead. She asked the guy if he would help her. Qinhua ran from there, afraid of the ghost, but on the way he saw several more ghosts in identical blue robes. All these ghosts were asking the guy for help, and the terrified Qinhua screamed, trying to call Feng Yi for help. Feng Yi came to his senses and held his head because he had passed out due to using too much energy, and then he was scared when he heard something. Worried for his best friend, the main character urgently ran out of the warehouse and started calling for the fat man. At this time, Qinhua collapsed to the ground from despair, shouting for help and demanding that the ghosts leave him. Feng Yi began to call out to the great power of the heavenly gods and asked them to unleash their thunder and lightning on evil. The ghosts only seemed to get more violent as they surrounded the fat man and started scaring him. Our hero asked a friend to hold on. He read a spell, taking out a talisman to get rid of ghosts. He ordered an unstoppable force to manifest, after which a bright flash appeared and the golden talisman activated. After turning into several streams of golden energy, the talisman began to cut through the air, heading towards the ghosts. The ghosts began to scream as streams of golden energy began to rapidly destroy them. The fat man was still shaking in fear. He begged the ghosts to let him go and gave up, and then he realized that it was all over. The guy saw his friend, got up and threw himself into his arms. Unable to stand it, Qinhua began to cry because he was very scared. Qinhua advised our hero to move antiques somewhere, because there are ghosts everywhere. Feng Wei explained to the fat man that the reason the ghosts were here was because of the antiques, while Qinhua was completely at a loss. The guy explained that his friend saw the ghosts because of the construction of the ghostly doom that he had set up, and then Qinhua rushed after the insidious deceiver. After Feng Yi calmed down, he asked the fat man why he was looking for him, and the fat man confessed that he would like to finally go home. Feng Yi agreed that success should be shared with the family. Otherwise, there was no point in it, so he would assign Si Wanzi to keep an eye on the store in their absence. Yunzi was surprised when he heard from the guys that they were going to go to their hometown soon. The main character, while carrying the boxes, asked the guy to just say so if he had any problems with it. The kid confessed that he was just about to ask to go to his house too, and Feng Yi then decided to ask to keep an eye on Manchun's store. Soon a car packed to the brim was speeding down the highway. with Qinhua sitting in the middle with a proud smile, hugging his girlfriend and friend. Sang Chun complained that the car was barely able to carry these things, but Qinhua took them all as gifts for family and friends, and Fang Yi only brought a sword with him. Qinhua got scared and told Fang Yi to get that thing away from him, then asked what would happen to that defensive formation. Fang Yi replied that he had protected the formation with a jade amulet with the same effect, and Qinhua didn't understand why he was taking this sword home. The main character smiled and told his friend that he was going to fulfill some promise. When the car with the children drove up to their native settlement, it was already light on the street. Sun Chun was perplexed when he saw a lot of people on the road who greeted them with flowers and music. The guys got out of the car. Qinhua asked what all this meant, and there were a lot of people with bouquets lined up in front of them. The girl handed a bouquet to Qinhua, who praised her, then froze when he heard a familiar voice. It was a curly-haired woman who stood at the back of the crowd and shouted to her son while waving at him. The guy was so happy that he couldn't hold back the tears. He threw the bouquet and ran to meet his mother, because he missed her so much and finally returned home with glory. They hugged tightly, and the man didn't understand why they were so sentimental, since they had only met 2 months ago. In honor of their son's arrival, the Qinhua family set a table with many delicious meat dishes and snacks. The son first gave a gift for his father, and then gave his mother a face mask, which is popular in Qinlan. He showed them a whole mountain of presents and promised that everyone would get something today, and one of the guests got up and confessed how proud he was of the guy. Qinhua was reminded that this was Mr. Zhang, the headmaster of the village school, and the boy remembered how the man chased him in the playground. Smiling, the fat man handed the director a gift box, but the older man modestly declined. Principal Zhang admitted that the school is dilapidated and many of the windows are broken, so he hopes that the guy will help them in restoring the building. Qinhua asked how much money they needed. The humble man replied that 10,000 would be enough. The guy put his hand in his pocket and said that he was terribly sorry because he had lost his wallet somewhere. Fang Yi intervened and reminded his friend that he had his credit card with him and handed the principal a card with 1,000,000 yuan in the account. The main character put his hand over his friend's mouth and asked the director not to worry about the windows, but rather to rebuild the whole building immediately. Mr. Zhang thanked the guy on behalf of all the children of the village, and then Wei turned to our hero at the table. Wei knew that the money allocated to the school was actually Fang Yi's, so he offered to toast him. Fang Yi asked Wei if he had found out anything about the strangers in the village, and the man confessed that something strange had been going on for half a year. The main character was waiting for details from the man. The village chief was ready to tell the guy everything. Mr. Wei said that once he stayed in the mountains and decided to spend the night in the Shangqing Palace, but the next morning the abandoned building turned into a completely clean one. Fang Yi was taken aback when he heard this story, and Wei said that he never found any traces of someone else's presence there. The man asked a few local hooligans to check the temple every day, and Fang Yi asked if those guys found anything. Wei Hua replied that every lunar month, on the 1st and 15th days, the temple is cleaned, but they never managed to see who cleans it. Fang Yi found this rather strange, and then remembered that today was the 15th day of the lunar month. At night, the guy went to the temple, taking a sword with him. He was looking forward to meeting a mysterious person, believing that he would definitely not escape from him. The main character created a formation using a sword. The skull on its handle began to emit streams of bright blue light. The Feng family descendant's executioner's sword was floating right in the air, surrounded by a bright blue aura. Fang Yi looked at this sword and thought that no matter who the person was, he would definitely be caught this time. The sun was already beginning to show behind the mountains. Dawn had arrived, and the 15th night of the lunar month passed without incident. He slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them, but no one appeared, and he hadn't heard a sound all night. The main character was surprised when he looked around and noticed what changes had taken place in the temple during the night. Fang Yi got up from the bed and froze. The temple was truly transformed, as if it was sparkling with perfect cleanliness. The youth was even more dumbfounded when he looked at his sword and formation. It had undergone changes as well. What shocked him was that his ghostly doom formation was mysteriously destroyed. Later in the day, the guy started actively digging a hole, and Qinhua asked if this was the promise he had mentioned earlier. Fang Yi confessed that this sword took Wang Yue's life, and by giving it to his master, he hopes to achieve some kind of completion. Sun Chen asked if anything unusual happened in the palace last night, and Fang Yi said that someone came again, but he didn't see anyone. Qinhua asked his friend not to worry, because today they will all go to the palace together, and this mysterious man will definitely not hide from the three of them. Fang Yi was surprised when he suddenly received a call from someone. It turned out to be Director Lan. He was worried when the girl began to beg Fang Yi in a weak voice to come and help her urgently. Lan admitted that recently she began to have nightmares again, and the events of that day still do not let her go. The amulet that Fang Yi had given her didn't manage to save her from endless memories. She kept seeing that banker's aggressive face in front of her. The girl could not forget the moment when our hero saved her wounded, and she, exhausted, turned back. The image of the setting sun and the body of the man who had attacked her that day kept coming back to her. On the phone, Lan confessed that she didn't hope to last much longer. Fang Yi was shocked because this wasn't supposed to happen. Fang Yi asked the girl if she had done anything with the jade amulet he had given her. Earlier, Director Lan picked up a jade amulet when she came out after showering and wiped her face with a towel. She was distracted by a mosquito that was buzzing around her head and wanted to swat it with a towel, so she accidentally dropped the amulet. The blonde girl was startled when the amulet fell to the floor. There was a loud crunch. Lan told Fang Yi that there was a crack on the amulet, but she didn't pay attention to it and didn't want to bother the guy again. But the crack had gradually begun to grow, and now that she looked at the amulet again, she was afraid. She was so terrified that she couldn't immediately explain what had happened to the guy. Fang Yi was trying to get more details. Lan said that the amulet was about to fall apart. Cracks covered its entire area, and it was collapsing before our eyes. As Fang Yi drove back to the city in the car, he thought that he hadn't expected Sin to destroy the amulet so quickly. Thanks to a trip to Myanmar, he now has enough power to completely banish the vengeful spirit that haunts the girl. Clenching his fist, he was determined to put an end to the anger and hatred that had sprung up over a decade ago. Soon, the doorbell rang in Director Lan's house, and the girl went to the entrance to let the guest in. The blonde was delighted when she saw her savior on the threshold. She had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing the broken amulet, Fang Yi didn't expect the bank president's hostility to go so far. Terrified, Principal Lan told the boy that he should help craft a new jade amulet for her. Fang Yi replied that the amulet wasn't enough to hold them now, and the girl asked what they should do next. The main character asked the girl not to worry and said that this time he would banish the evil spirit of the banker completely. The guy told the girl that this time he would need to fill her body with his energy. Lan stared at him in stunned silence when he said that he would have to touch her to do it. The woman didn't mind, and after a while she came back into the room and asked if she had undressed enough. The main character turned around and replied that this is enough, and they will definitely succeed, so it's time to start. Fang Yi and Director Lan closed their eyes. The room filled with thick incense smoke as they concentrated on healing. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely different space. It was dark all around, and she was tied up. Lan started to cry out in pain as someone started whipping her and calling her a nasty thing. She asked the black silhouette who he was, and the evil spirit accused her of nearly dying because of her stupid amulet. The girl was horrified to recognize the creature as the banker, and the spirit suggested that she hadn't expected to see it again in this guise. The evil spirit wanted to punish her with more torture, but it didn't have time because it was hit in the face by an energy-charged fist from Fang Yi. Director Lan was overjoyed when she saw her savior, and the evil spirit asked who else he was. Fang Yi replied that he was the one who made this amulet that was supposed to send the ghost to the afterlife. The banker's spirit swung the whip to attack the enemy, but our hero managed to protect himself with a golden talisman. The main character grabbed the ghost whip with a fist that was charged with a bright blue light. He tried to wrest the whip from the evil creature's hands using his own energy. After that, our hero kicked the spirit of the deceased banker with his foot and shouted, ordering the man to free himself. The evil spirit rose high above the ground and began to panic, not understanding what was happening. His silhouette began to change before my eyes. He began to transform into a beast and growl loudly, revealing sharp fangs. Fang Yi covered himself with his hands to ward off the negative energy, and the banker only got stronger as he lashed out at the guy again. Now the ghost of the murdered bank president looked even more sinister and dangerous. It emitted streams of negative energy. All he had to do was swing his fist to push Fang Yi away from him as he screamed in pain and slammed his entire body to the ground. Fang Yi tensed up. He recognized that the spirit was strong, and now he understood how he managed to break the seal. The guy wiped his mouth with his hand and snorted. In that case, he decided to end it all with a single attack. Making a gesture with his hands, he boldly appeared in front of the enemy. The evil creature became even bigger and more terrible. The young man formed a sphere of energy, which he aggressively threw at the enemy, calling it a creation of sin. One special attack was enough to destroy the otherworldly monster, and it began to shatter into fragments. The main character covered his face with his hand as a bright flash appeared in front of him, and the monster disappeared. For Director Lan, who was still tied to the crucifix, the nightmare wasn't over yet. The girl had witnessed something terrifying. Her face was filled with genuine horror, her hair was disheveled, and her face was flushed with excitement. When she came out of the dream and returned to the real world, the woman's scream resounded throughout the house. Fang Yi hugged the girl and comforted her, saying that the vengeful spirit had been banished from her body completely. Director Lan was very happy and didn't even know how to thank the main character for his help. She knew that he wasn't interested in money, but she was willing to help him out in return, and these words left the guy at a loss. Fang Yi looked at her in fascination as the girl declared that everything she owned was his from now on, whether it was money or her body. The guy replied that a person should not strive for excessive things, otherwise he will lose sight of what is really important, and banishing evil and removing curses is his duty. After these words, the main character left the room. The girl, stuttering, tried to stop him. Director Lan once again said thank you to the young man, and our hero, hiding from her eyes, finally gave vent to emotions. Fang Yi almost lost control of himself, which means that he still has a long way to go if he wants to achieve enlightenment. Later, Lan asked him if he really didn't want to stay for lunch, and he started to say something, but then froze in surprise. The girl came up to him and asked him what had happened, and if he had changed his mind, while Fang Yi hesitated. He turned around and replied that it looked like he had used up more energy than he thought, so he would have to leave. The main character left Director Lan's house and found himself on a sunny street in Qingling City. The guy walked briskly down the street, thinking that there could be no mistake. The feeling that had just emerged was clearly accurate. Fang Yi was sure that someone close to him was in grave danger right now. When the guy finally returned to the store, he stormed into the villa, kicking down the door with a loud bang. Inside, he was met by Man Chun, Sang Chun, and Qinhua, who were happily sipping tea and offered the guy a taste of the drink. Fang Yi shouted, asking why the door was closed in the middle of the day, and Man Chun replied that they were taking a break because there weren't many customers today. The guy asked Qinhua for his phone, explaining that the battery was dead by the time he finished talking to the masters. Panicking, Fang Yi started calling someone to pick up the phone, and Sang Chun asked why the guy was so nervous today. Qinhua smiled and assumed that Director Lan had drugged him, and Sang Chun laughed. Bai Chuxia finally picked up the phone. The concerned guy asked the girl if everything was fine and if she didn't have any problems. The girl, who was sitting at home watching TV at the time, asked what problems she might have. While painting her toenails, Chuxia admitted that her only problem is that some people seem to have forgotten about her. She couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Fang Yi that she was his girlfriend and should be the main character of his story, and the guy started making excuses to her. Bai Chuxia asked what Director Lan needed from him, and the guy told her about the need to cure the woman. The girl asked if he was telling the truth. Then why was he so hesitant? Fang Yi tried to dodge and put the matter aside, and then ended the call. An angry Chuxia tried to call out to him, and Fang Yi assumed that his concern was letting him down, since the girl was fine. Fang Yi asked the fat man where Yuanzi was, and heard that the guy had been staying in the village with his relatives for 2 weeks, so our hero decided to call him. When no one answered the phone, Fang Yi assumed that something had happened to Yuanzi, so he decided to make a fortune. After tossing a few coins, the protagonist caught them with one hand and placed them on the table, covering them with his palm. After guessing, Fang Yi came to the conclusion that Yuanzi was indeed in serious trouble. The guy asked his friends to keep an eye on the store while he went to look for Si Yuanzi. The fat man and Sun Chun did not expect this turn of events. Angry, the fat man stopped him and said that he didn't know the details of the case, but this time, Fang Yi wouldn't leave without them. Sun Chun sided with Qinhua and said that they couldn't let Fang Yi go alone, especially since it was clear from his behavior how serious the matter was. The guys were about to leave, but Man Chun stopped them, and the fat man assumed that the man also wanted to go with him. But Man Chun did not want to go with them. He wished them good luck and promised that he would pray for their safe return. Soon, the main character and his 2 loyal friends arrived at the village where Yuanzi lives. Fang Yi, Qinghua, and Sang Chun came to the closed wooden gate that leads to Yuanzi's house. Qinghua asked if this was Yuanzi's house, and Fang Yi said that according to the address and documents, it was. The main character started knocking on the gate and calling for Yuanzi, asking if he was at home, but the next gate opened. Grandpa came out and asked what business they had with Yuanzi, and Fang Yi explained that they were his colleagues and they were worried because the guy didn't come back from vacation. The elderly man was taken aback, assuming that this was the same Mr. Fan from Qinling, and the guy was delighted. The main character was surprised when the grandfather came up to him and grabbed his hand, urging the guy to quickly follow him. The worried old man told the boy that they had to save Yuanzi, which meant that Fang Yi's guesses were correct. Our hero asked Grandpa what happened to the guy. The old man looked down sadly and was ready to tell everything. He started his story from afar. According to his grandfather, there are 2 brothers in their village, Lan Lan and Lan Hu. They told Yuanzi that it was possible to make a quick profit in the Datong City mine, and the guy ran away while Grandpa was sleeping because he was interested in the offer. Chinhua asked his grandfather why he was so worried about the strong guy, who explained that it wasn't the mine that he was afraid of, but Long Lon and Long Hu. Fang Yi and Seng Chen were worried when they heard that these two guys from the village might do something to Yuanzi, according to the old man. The grandfather said that these two guys are known as scammers. They have already used a similar trick, and the young men they recruited went missing. Now that Fang Yi understood the situation, he asked the old man not to worry and promised to go to Datong to get Yuanzi back safely. Grandpa fell to his knees in front of the guy and said that Yuanzi's parent had long died, so he should thank the guys on their behalf. The main character and his loyal friends immediately went to Datong, the coal capital of China. Sun Chen knew that there were about 200 coal companies in this city, so he asked which one they should start looking for. Fang Yi had used too much strength to help Director Lan, otherwise he would have already determined Yuanzi's location. The guy began to dream of finding some antique thing that would be able to restore his strength. The kid's car turned into a very narrow street that was filled with boxes, and the buildings on the sides were offices. Fang Yi looked out the window and became alert. He sensed a very powerful spiritual aura nearby. The guy yelled for Sun Chen to slow down, and the guy stopped abruptly, causing Chinhua to hit his head and start complaining. The main character jumped out of the car saying that there is an antique shop here and he needs to look in it. Inside, the sales assistant asked the young man if he was looking for something specific and allowed him to look at anything he wanted, for which the guy thanked her. After analyzing the goods, Fang Yi immediately realized that they were all fakes, and he didn't understand where that aura was coming from then. The upgraded perception helped our hero to guess that the only valuable item is in the saleswoman's possession. Fang Yi took a closer look and noticed an ancient coin that was hanging as a keychain on the saleswoman's keys. The main character was happy when he decided that this particular coin is a source of strong energy. The guy modestly asked if he could take a closer look at the ancient coin that hangs on the girl's belt. The girl handed him a coin, and Fang Yi looked at it and determined that it was an authentic piece from the Ming Dynasty. He asked the saleswoman if the coin was for sale, and she agreed to sell it to the polite buyer, even at a discount. After buying the coin, Fang Yi held it tightly in his hands and closed his eyes, trying to determine the amount of spiritual energy in it. The results pleased him. The energy should have been enough to restore the lost strength. Using an ancient coin, he decided to guess where the Yuanzi was. The guy flipped it and closed his eyes. When he caught the coin in his hand, Fang Yi smiled because he had determined Yuanzi's location on the first attempt. In the car, the fat man asked the protagonist if this coin was really worth 200,000 wen and 2 jade charms. Fang Yi replied that it was the coin of the leader of the peasant revolt, and it was minted more than 300 years ago. The fat man doubted the truth of his friend's guesses because the coin seemed new to him, but it didn't matter. The main thing was to save Yuanzi. Chinhua saw a huge place outside the window and asked where Yuanzi could be here, and this is what our hero was going to find out. The guy was at a loss when Fang Yi said that this time it was up to the fat man. Mr. Liang looked tired as the boys introduced President Wei of the Qinling Manhwa investment group to him. The boys stiffened when Liang asked which companies Mr. Wei had invested in before. Sun Chen hesitated but told the man that Wei had invested in antique shops and various businesses. Chinhua decided to improvise on his own and stated that his main investments were the Qinlin Shopping Center, a hotel, and antique market shops. Lang laughed, realizing that he was very lucky, but admitted that his old friend is an investor in these places. The fat man broke out in a sweat and got out of it, saying that they only settled the transfer of ownership last month, and Liang decided to call an old friend of his. The man called the woman and asked how she was doing, and the boys were shocked to realize that Liang was currently talking to Director Lan. Leng didn't want to distract the girl, but he asked if it was true that she had sold the ownership of the hotel and shopping center. After receiving a response, the man apologized for the trouble and admitted that it was stupid of him, because she would not sell her family business. Mr. Liang got angry at the guys who tried to trick him like that and called them brave kids. Fang Yi assumed that the man wasn't clear enough and asked to be allowed to speak with Director Lan himself. The man didn't mind giving his phone to the guy to call Director Lan himself. The guy made it clear to Director Lan that Fang Yi was calling her, and the girl immediately began to apologize because she did not know about our hero's involvement in the previous conversation. Fang Yi asked the girl if it was true that Wei Qinghua had outbid her shopping center and hotel, and Lan then confirmed this information. The young man offered to set up a meeting with her and discuss everything in more detail next time, and he didn't dare take her away from the case anymore. Leng immediately apologized to Director Wei and admitted his fault for getting it wrong, and the fat man threatened that if he stomped his foot, all of Qingling would flinch. Qinghua wanted to say something else to the director of the coal plant, but he was suddenly startled when he felt something strange. All the guys abruptly stood up and became alarmed. The fat man did not understand why everything was shaking, because he did not even stamp his foot. Manhwa quickly guessed that a real earthquake had started on the territory of the coal plant. The earthquake was short-lived. After a few seconds, everything was quiet again. There was no visible damage. An employee rushed into the office and reported to the boss that there was an emergency. Lang immediately thought about the collapse. The flustered man hurried out of the office. Fang Yi followed him, calling his friends to follow him, because Yuanzi seems to be in trouble. Many employees of the coal company gathered in a group near the entrance to the mine, surrounding someone. The employees didn't understand how this could have happened to one of them, because their colleague was so young. One of them confessed that he had heard. It was one of the people the Long brothers had brought, and Fang Yi and his friends had already arrived at the scene. Fang Yi was scared when he heard about those two scoundrels who had recruited his friend, and started to push through the crowd, thinking that something had happened to Yuanzi. He saw in front of him the boss of the coal mine, Mr. Liang, who was sitting on the ground and taking a deep breath. The man lamented, thinking that this was some kind of curse because he had already encountered the third incident in a month. The main character, apologizing to the employees of the mine, tried to squeeze between them to get to the victim. After seeing the body of the deceased employee, Fang Yi realized that it was definitely not Yuanzi, but the boss asked if our hero really knew him. The fat man asked to let his friend examine the injured person, because Fang Yi was studying medicine, and the boss gave him permission. The main character checked the victim's breathing. The guy was no longer breathing, so it was impossible to help him even with spiritual powers. There was a lot of blood near the body of the injured mine employee, so our hero decided to analyze it as well. Fang Yi had some questions, asked the mine boss if he knew this worker, and the victim was Long Xiao. Our hero asked if the victim was brought here by the brothers Lan and Lan Hu. The boss confirmed the guy's guesses. Sungchun suggested calling the police and asking for help, because something was obviously wrong here, but the boss begged them not to do it, because in this case the company would be closed. Fang Yi suggested that we do as Mr. Liang says, so as not to cause the mine any more problems. The main character returned to the entrance to the mine only when it was already dark outside, and there were no employees nearby. Sunchun was trying to find out why they were going down the shaft, and Fang Yi explained that they were going to find evidence. Inside, they saw the rails. Our hero suggested that a friend split up and look for something unusual, because Sanchun has a sharp eye. The guys split up and started searching the mine with lanterns. Very soon, Sunchun shouted to his friend when he found something. The main character took off and ran to his best friend, and then asked if Sanchun had discovered something. Sunchun asked a friend to look at his strange findings. It looked like an explosive device. Fang Yi's friend knew very well that these were detonators, because they used the same ones when they silenced the fish in the reservoir. When the working day at the mine ended, Mr. Liang did not go home. The windows in his office were still lit, and the man was praying. Mr. Liang knelt in front of the Buddha statue and prayed that there would be no more accidents at the enterprise. His prayer was interrupted when Fang Yi came in and said that the Buddha would not help him with this, and the man asked how he got here. Standing in front of the mine boss were Qinghua, Fang Yi, and Sangchun, who were clearly in the mood for a serious conversation. Fang Yi said that the boss should not worry about this, but about what they found in the mine. The evidence was in his bag. The coal mine manager was sweating profusely, and his face paled when he realized what was in the guy's bag. Dumbfounded, the boss asked the guys where they found it, and Sungchun said that the evidence was found near the site of the collapse. Then Mr. Liang was even more shocked, because he realized that the collapse was not caused by natural factors. Fang Yi claimed that the wound on the head of the deceased was a mark from a blow, which means that he was killed, and the boss asked if these incidents were part of some plan. Our hero explained that the Long brothers might have something to do with it, and he didn't want them to get suspicious today before Fang Yi and his friends found evidence. The mine boss asked why the guys were so interested and what their goals were, because he couldn't trust anyone anymore. The fat man replied that they were looking for someone who was also brought here by those brothers, and the boss immediately understood who exactly they were talking about. The main character said that they did not see their friend Yuanzi in the crowd of mine employees today. Mr. Liang explained that Yuanzi worked the evening shift, and Fang Yi advised the man to call the police. Now the director did not mind contacting the law enforcement agencies. He called his friend Commissioner Gu. The following events were already unfolding when law enforcement agencies arrived at the enterprise. One of the employees was walking along the corridor. He walked into the office and addressed Commissioner Gu, then looked him straight in the eye and nodded significantly. A burly, tall man, Commissar Gu, could tell from his partner's eyes what the hell had happened here. He deduced that Long Xiaoli had indeed been killed, which meant that Old Man Liang was harboring the assassins in his factory, namely the Long brothers and Long Hu. The boss brought the commissar to the dorm and said that the assassins live in a room on the first floor. The commissar waved his hand, giving the command to the forced capture team. Armed men kicked down the door and stormed into the room with weapons, ordering them to stand and hold their hands where they could see them. Inside, they didn't find the Long Lon and Long Hu brothers, and there was another guy sitting with his back to them who didn't react to them at all. When Fang Yi entered the room, he was dumbfounded because the guy sitting with his back to them immediately recognized Yuanzi. The fat man was happy that they had finally found him. He wanted to touch his companion and asked where Long Long and Long Hu were. The main character was wary, smelling a strange aura here, and then shouted to the fat man to run away to the side. Jinghua didn't have time to react to his friend's words, but he was still holding Yuanzi's shoulder with a smile when the boy raised his hand. With a blank expression on his face, Yuanzi didn't even look at Jinghua as he slapped him across the face with his hand so hard that he staggered back. The Special Forces officers ordered Yuanzi to stop, not understanding what he was doing, and Jinghua was also at a loss. The fat man was angry with Yuanzi for raising his hand at him, and then froze when his hand was back in front of Yuanzi's face. Fortunately, the protagonist grabbed Yuanzi's arm and prevented him from slapping the fat man's face again. Worried, Fang Yi asked Yuanzi if he didn't recognize Jinghua, but Yuanzi didn't say anything, and his expression didn't change at all. The boss didn't understand why there was a fight, since Yuanzi is a friend of the guys, and Fang Yi apologized to the commissioner, explaining that their comrade was not himself and they needed to talk in private. The others didn't mind Fang Yi and his friends talking to Yuanzi in private, but they were still asked to find out where Long Long and Long Hu were now. The main character still had to hold Yuanzi's hand, and he asked the guy if he really didn't recognize them. After that, Yuanzi looked at our hero with a distraught look, then grabbed Fang Yi's arm and attacked him. Yuanzi punched Fang Yi in the body, and the fat man shouted that communicating with fists is not friendly at all, and you need to speak in words. The guy was as if deprived of his former soul and consciousness. He did not react in any way to the words of his friends, but simply remained silent with empty eyes. Sangchen was worried about Fang Yi and asked if he was okay, and Yuanzi surreptitiously grabbed a chair. He swung his chair sharply and tried to hit the main character, but the frightened guy managed to jump back at the last moment. Yuanzi, looking into Fang Yi's eyes with a blank expression, swung the chair around again and again, trying to hit the guy. The main character managed to snatch the chair out of Yuanzi's hands and hit him back, kicking him in the torso. Fang Yi shouted, urging his friends to quickly immobilize Yuanzi because it was obvious that he was drugged with something. The fat man tried to grab him, but the kid was not weak. He didn't think he could hold him for long, so Sungchun ran to help. Fang Yi didn't know what Yuanzi had been drugged with, but it was clearly something strong, and the fat man was begging his friend to do something about the already distraught guy. The main character was forced to use his own reserves of spiritual energy, which he charged his palm with. He hit Yuanzi directly in the chest with his palm, after which the guy became noticeably ill. He began to cough. Yuanzi threw up, didn't fight back any longer, and sat down on the floor as he started to vomit. Our hero looked at the puddle on the floor and saw that Yuanzi's blood had turned black, and he did not understand what had poisoned him. The distraught guy grabbed the fat man again and pushed him away to escape. He was determined to escape from there. Yuanzi managed to run out of the room, and Xinhua ran after him because he couldn't be allowed to leave. Xinhua and Sunshun managed to grab the runaway guy's legs, and the guy turned around and kicked the fat man right in the face. Yuanzi started kicking Xinhua and Sanshun in the face nonstop. Only Fang Yi managed to stop the guy. Fang Yi told him to hold the guy tight because he needed to clear his body quickly. Otherwise, Yuanzi might stay like this forever. He turned to the heavens and earth, which are the source of everything, and placed an energized palm on the boy's back. The main character created a large magic seal that covered him and Yuanzi from above. This caused Yuanzi to feel extreme pain. His scream could be heard not only in the building, but also outside of it. When Yuanzi opened his mouth, acrid black smoke began to fly out, freeing the guy from the crazy illness. The guy finally went limp and stopped struggling, collapsing to the floor, and our hero wiped his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. The main character decided that everything should be fine with Yuanzi now, and the distraught guy came to his senses and chuckled. The guy turned around and saw Fang Yi in front of him. Now his mind was clear, and he was starting to recognize his friends. Yuanzi complained of a headache, then asked Fatty and Sangchun what they were all doing here. Sanchun and Xinhua were fine after the fight, but the fat man had threatened Yuanzi that he wouldn't get a bonus from now on. The terrified Yuanzi was forced to go to the police station, where he needed to interview Commissioner Gu. He held his head and said that he really didn't know where Lan Lan and Lan Hu had gone, and the commissar advised him to take his time, because he had all night ahead of him. Commissioner Gu handed a glass of water to the startled guy, who picked it up and looked at it. Yuanzi stared at the surface of the water, mesmerized as his memories began to clear. He remembered how he used to spend time in the dark cave earlier. Along with him were the same brothers Long Long and Long Hu. Lon asked his brother what they would do if anyone found out about their business, and Lon offered to wait out all the trouble in the cave by bringing more water and food. The red-haired guy was happy because no one would find them in this place, and Yuanzi woke up and asked why he was hiding from someone. Seeing that Yuanzi had woken up, the Long brothers tenderly handed him a glass of water, which he drank happily. The commissioner asked if the guy could find this cave, and Gu said that he could easily do it because he grew up in the mountains, so memorizing trails and mountain passes is his specialty. The policeman stood up and demanded that Yuanzi immediately take them to the cave where the Gu brothers were supposedly hiding. Then the events unfolded on the territory of the forest. When it was already light, everyone went to the very cave. Yuanzi led the police to the right place, and the law enforcement officers immediately loaded the gun. Commissar Gu, with his weapons at the ready, instructed his subordinates to enter the cave where the criminals were hiding. The guy tried to stop the police, claiming that they can't just go there. He explained that Long Long and Long Hu had stolen a bunch of detonators from a coal mine and hidden them in a cave, which was why it was dangerous. According to Yuanzi, the criminals planned to blow up everything here if they are discovered. Commissioner Gu knew that the detonators would blow down the entire mountain here, and Fang Yi thought that the Long brothers were desperate to the end. The policeman asked if there were any other entrances, and the guy shook his head, but Fang Yi thought that there were definitely other entrances. Sang Chun sided with Fang Yi and said that it was now up to Yuanzi to decide whether they would catch the criminals. The guy thought for a while and fell silent, and then an idea popped up in his head: how to get into the cave after all. He said that he remembers when he was walking through the tunnel. In one place he saw the stars above his head, so you can also get there from above. To do this, law enforcement officers and children will have to climb up the cliff. When they did, Commissioner Gu gave the order to spread out and look under every rock, and Sang Chun also helped the police. Chinhua decided to command, imagining himself a commissar. Sang Chun was angry. He asked his friend at least not to interfere if he was not going to help. The fat man stretched and gladly agreed not to interfere. He found a bush and decided to take a break because he was already tired of this search. The guy treacherously jumped on his back on a thick green bush to lie down for a while the others tried to find the entrance to the cave. At first, Chinhua laughed happily as he lay down on a soft, comfortable bush, but then froze in bewilderment and fright. Fang Yi turned around when he heard his friends shout. He and Sung Chun ran towards the fat man and looked into the bush where he was lying just now. It turned out that under the bush was the alternative entrance to the cave. The fat man began to fall down, screaming in fear. Fortunately, the fall was soft because the Chinhua landed right in the giant hay nest. The kid wasn't badly hurt, but he complained about the pain and the fact that the fat guy might have died from it. Chinhua was dumbfounded when he looked up and found that he wasn't alone in this cave. There were two people standing in front of him. It was Long Long and Long Hua brothers, who also clearly didn't expect to receive guests at their hideout today. They asked the fat man how he got here. Chinhua said that he fell from above, and the guys asked who he was. Chinhua laughed maliciously and replied that he was naturally an immortal, since he had already descended here from the heavens. The boy stood up and dusted off his knees, and Brother Long, who had already taken out a knife, once again asked who he was, and Chinhua answered in the same way. This made Brother Long angry, and he shouted, thinking that the Chinhua was trying to fool them, because immortals can't be that fat. His brother slowed down, reminding him that Juba Jie was also fat, and Chinhua was getting angry at the guys. Chinhua decided to admit that he wasn't really an immortal, and the criminal asked if he was from the police and what he was doing here. The fat man began to stall for time, claiming that he was here for business. The brothers asked what business he came here for. The guy made it clear that he knew about the presence of explosives in the brothers. One of them proudly replied that it was enough to demolish the whole mountain. Chinhua said that the more explosives, the better, because that's what he came here for. Long asked who Chinhua had heard about them from, and the fat man said that it was Si Yuanzi, who was a younger friend of his. The criminal asked what Chinhua wants to blow up. He told about the protection that he needs because his head is being hunted. After listening to the guy, Brother Long thought for a while and asked the fat man to follow him. He was very happy. Chinhua followed one of the criminals in silence, but his face gave away that the guy was quite scary in this company. He was impressed with how deep the brothers had gone, and they explained that there was no other way out or the cops would find them. The fat man was dumbfounded when he saw a mountain of boxes filled with explosives in front of him. Delighted, he said it was definitely enough for him, but Lon wanted to add to it by hitting the fat man with the bat. Lon swung and hit Chinhua on the head, causing him to fall to the floor, and the criminal decided to pin him to the ground with his foot. The blonde man smiled and said that the fat man wasn't old enough to fool him yet, and Fang Yi was still staring at the hole in the ground. The main character sensed that Qinhua was in danger, so he jumped into the cave after his friend. Sanchen knew he had to do something too, so he jumped down, followed by Yuanzi, but the commissars decided to go through the main entrance. Fang Yi and Sanchen began to climb down the almost vertical wall of the cave, grunting in pain and fear. The boys finally landed. Sung Chun couldn't believe they were actually in a cave, and one of the Lon brothers noticed them right away. Long looked at them in shock, but Yuanzi was also flying through the hole and into the cave, shouting loudly. The kid landed badly, directly on top of Sanchen, who collapsed to the ground, and Brother Long took advantage of the moment and ran away. He was shouted at not to run away, but the red-haired criminal wasn't going to stop. Yuanzi asked who said he could run away and kicked the scoundrel right on the back to stop him forcibly. He immobilized the culprit and demanded to know where the fat man was, and Lon asked the guy what he was doing here. Yuanzi looked up straight in fright when second brother Long showed up and brought a fat man with him. It turned out that the blonde-haired brother Lon had taken the fat man hostage by wrapping a large amount of explosives around his torso. The main characters Sanchun and Yuanzi were startled when they saw what had happened to Qinhua in those minutes. Brother Lon said that just as they were thinking about how to get out of here, this fat fool fell on their heads. The blonde guy demanded that the boys let his brother go. Otherwise, he was going to do something to get back at their friend. Fortunately, the commissars intervened in the situation. They entered through the main entrance and ordered no one to move. Fang Yi was overjoyed to see Commissioner Gu. The appearance of the police made even one of the criminals happy. Lon said that they needed a helicopter and money. Otherwise, he would push the detonator, but the commissioner immediately refused to comply with his conditions. The blonde man shouted that the police were in no position to negotiate, but the commissioner really didn't have any money. The commissar thought that they might be able to land snipers and eliminate the killers when they came down from the mountains, but a voice in his head warned how dangerous it was for the hostages. The dumbfounded policeman mentally shouted out who it was and how it could speak in his head. He glanced sideways at our hero, hearing in his head that it was he who was transmitting thoughts to him using telepathy. Fang Yi suggested that we discuss it later, because the main thing now was to get the fat man out, so he asked the commissioner to do as he said. Brother Lon was even angrier, saying that they would all die together now that the enemies were trying to stall for time. Qinhua grimaced in fear and couldn't hold back his tears. Sanchun clenched his teeth in anger. Fang Yi tried to control himself. Commissioner Gu stopped Lon from pressing the button, and he was forced to promise the criminal to provide him with a van. In the van, the younger brother asked the older brother to open the window because it was too hot in here, but Lon refused. The blonde man explained that the windows should not be opened because the police could put snipers on the road, and then one shot would be enough to kill. Lon warned the fat man not to even think about fighting back because the police were no longer around, and if anything happened, he would take Qinhua's life. Startled, Qinhua started trying to fake a laugh and told the criminal that he was just joking. Red Lon told the fat man that Big Brother didn't like jokes, but he was also told to shut up, so they didn't know about the presence of a stranger right next to them. The main character was determined to save his best friend. All this time he was hiding under the van. Now he was trying to get out. The van was rushing along the road at a great speed, so our hero with great difficulty managed to catch his hand on the roof. Hearing a strange sound, the younger brother asked the older one if there were any landslides, but they just told him to shut up. But after a second, the driver himself tensed, not understanding what was happening, because something incomprehensible was happening to the car. The culprit was shouting, asking what was going on, while Fang Yi was lying on the roof of the van, clinging tightly to it. Red-haired Lon shouted to his brother that something had happened to the window when the glass at his head shattered. After a moment, it turned out that it was definitely not a landslide because a man's foot appeared. The younger Long received a massive kick to the face with his boot and then let out a whimper of pain when Qinhua took advantage of the moment to hit him as well. The already very tense driver turned around and asked his younger brother through gritted teeth what it was and where this person was. Clutching his head, the younger brother complained to the older one that he had just been hit by someone. Lon was forced to slow down so that he could find out that there was someone on the roof of the van. The bewildered red-haired guy looked out of the window to check, and the older Lon was already starting to panic. The criminals got out of the car and looked at our hero, calling him a bastard, and Fang Yi silently pierced them with a cruel look. Qinhua burst into tears of happiness when he saw his friend. He asked Fang Yi to be careful, because the shorter guy is still a dodger. Fang Yi jumped down from the roof of the car and crossed his arms over his chest, while Lon warned the guy not to do any tricks, otherwise they would all say goodbye here. Our hero asked the criminal what he was offering, and he told Fang Yi to pick up his fat man, because all he needed was a van. The young man did not argue with the criminals. He agreed to go to their terms, taking Manhwa for himself. The blond man was happy about this, and the fat man advised his friend not to listen to the killers, but the van started moving again. The driver pressed the gas pedal all the way down to get out of here as fast as possible, leaving behind thick clouds of exhaust gas. Manhwa admitted that he didn't know about Fang Yi's ability to defuse bombs, but it turned out that our hero really didn't know how to do it. The fat man paled in horror and asked why he had released the criminals back then, and Fang Yi didn't believe that the Long brothers would have defused the explosives. The boys noticed a strange sound coming from the dial that was attached to the explosive device on Manhwa's stomach. Manhwa was even more terrified when he saw the countdown on the display, just under 5 minutes away from the explosion. He sat down on the ground, cried, and decided that this was the end. And Lan started the device remotely, and he shouldn't have trusted it. The fat man was lamenting that he was going to die in the prime of life, and then he saw his friend calmly remove the explosives from him. Fang Yi quickly realized that the bomb should just be thrown away, and Manhwa shouted for him to do it faster. The main character slowly took the explosive, although it was already sawing, and threw it forward so that the explosion did not touch him and his friend. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion rang out. Manhwa screamed in fear, and Fang Yi covered his friend's back with himself. The younger Lan was overjoyed when he saw from the van window that the bomb had gone off after all, and the older brother told him to shut up and drive. The red-haired guy suggested that when they got out of here, he should find a place to rest and finally take a shower. When he noticed something, the guy slammed on the brake pedal and braked. His brother started shouting and protesting, not understanding why Long Hu did this. It turned out that Fang Yi wasn't going to let the criminals go so easily. Now he appeared right in front of them, blocking the road. The blond guy told his brother to step on the gas pedal to drive right over the guy, who immediately agreed. The embittered criminal was determined to take revenge on Fang Yi and drove forward, but our hero didn't even move. The van picked up speed. Lan was looking ahead, intending to hit our hero, and then he was confused. The car stopped moving, even though the wheels were spinning, and all because Fang Yi managed to stop the van with his bare hands. The older brother shouted, once again ordering him to hand Fang Yi over, which was exactly what the red-haired guy was trying to do. Long Hu's attempts to move were unsuccessful, as our hero was still holding their car and not letting it go. The main character decided to lift the vehicle. Grabbing it by the front bumper, the wheels began to lift off the ground. Long Hu was shocked to see what unimaginable things their opponent was capable of, as their van was suspended in midair. Our hero grimaced, trying to lift the van high off the ground with one hand, and he succeeded. The criminals who were sitting inside panicked. Fear took control of them. They sat in the car and did nothing. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. Fang Yi lifted the van with his bare hands, and they doubted that it was even a human in front of them. The Lan brothers screamed loudly in fear as the main character, holding the car above the ground with his hands, turned it to the side. The main character easily turned the van of criminals on its side. They fell out of their seats and began to moan in pain. Fang Yi immediately called Commissioner Gu and reported that everything was settled, who was happy to hear the news. The leader of the police team gave orders to his subordinates to go to the van to arrest the killers. The following events were already unfolding at the police station, and the commissar gave the table a menacing thump and ordered him to speak. Long shamelessly admitted that he had taken Long Xiao's life and could be executed for it, and when asked about the other three, the boy smiled. In another interview room, Long Hu told the police officer that he didn't do anything, even though his brother accused him of all the crimes. The guy was crying and swearing that he didn't know anything about the murders, and Fang Yi came to the surveillance room to talk to the commissioner. The commissioner thought that Long Hu was really a blockhead who didn't know anything, and these two were clearly behind 3 more cases. The main character drew attention to the calendar and realized that the new year will come very soon. The commissioner decided that they would have to celebrate New Year's Eve right here if they didn't get the 2 brothers talking soon. Night fell, and Lan spent it in a prison cell, the blond man not sleeping, but looking up at the sky, protected by bars. He was thinking that his younger brother should have taken responsibility for these murders, and then he heard an ominous voice. Startled, Lan abruptly jumped out of bed and looked around to see if anyone was really there. The criminal was horrified when in the corner of the cell, he noticed a black shadow that was hiding behind a 2-story bed. Someone grabbed him by the throat. It turned out to be the spirit of a recently deceased mine employee who asked the killer if he had already forgotten him. Sweating profusely, a trembling Lan looked at the boy's face and recognized him as Lan Soil, the boy he had recruited from his native village. The criminal, who was pale with fear, looked at Xiaoli and asked if this was a ghost. Xiao's face turned black, and his eyes glowed red as he ominously asked the assassin what he thought of himself. Xiao waved his hand, creating a shadow that turned into a horde of terrifying monsters that pounced on the prisoner. Long Long cried and shouted that it was Long Hu who took Xiaolei's life, so the deceased should refer to his younger brother. The ominous laughter rang out again, and the terrified blonde turned around, and now he was even more terrified. He saw two men in white and black robes standing in front of him, tying up his younger brother with chains. The sinister voice admitted that the fool had already confessed everything, and now he was worried whether they should force Long Hu to climb the Sword Mountain or deal with him in an even more brutal manner. Xiaoli said that he was a weakling when he was alive, but death gave him the opportunity to start over, so he doesn't hold a grudge against Long Long. He said that King Yama would allow him to be reborn as a member of a rich family for telling him about Lon Lon, so the blonde advised the guy to repay him by keeping him alive. Xiao grabbed the culprit by the legs, saying that for the afterlife, the result is still important, and you need to bring new souls to get the reward. The deceased guy explained that if you only rely on Haibei Wuchang, the number of souls will never be large. The prisoner had an idea of how to get out of this situation and stay alive. He stated that he knew where they could find some lost spirits and asked to be allowed to speak with the King of Yam. The dark silhouette of the Yama King immediately appeared in front of him, asking in a sinister voice who dared to disturb his palace. Xiaoli knelt before his majesty, and Long Long respectfully reported to the great king that he knew where many unnatural deaths were buried. King Yama scolded the criminal for daring to bargain with him, and Lon Lon started banging his head on the floor, claiming that he would never dare. An ominous voice told Lon Lon to speak first, and he would receive a reward if what he said was true, after which the spirit of the deceased pressed a button on the recorder. It turned out that all this time the criminal was not being bullied by Xiao's ghost, but by our hero, who was trying to get the truth out of Lon Lon. Lon Lon declared that this was all he could share with the king, and then he looked in front of him and froze in shock as the illusion evaporated. The main character, who was standing behind the criminal, said many thanks to him for giving evidence. Fang Yi smiled and told the guy that the law enforcement agencies would definitely check his words. Later, our hero handed over the recording from the dictaphone to Commissioner Gu, who praised him for his excellent work and asked how he managed it. The guy replied that it was just a little deception, and Commissioner Gu was now eager to blame Long Long. The policeman was dumbfounded to hear from Fang Yi that Lon Lon had taken the lives of not just 3 people, but 28. Later, the criminologist called the commissioner and reported that they had indeed found 28 bodies, no more and no less. The commissioner was even happy about this because now they had the evidence to put Lon Lon behind bars. The criminologist admitted that there is one problem: the level of decomposition is too high, and it will be difficult to find traces leading to the suspects. This annoyed the commissioner, but he promised to solve the problem. He told Fan Yi that the bodies had already decomposed and it would not be easy. The man decided that he would have to ask an old friend for help, so he made another call and greeted Director Zhang. When it was time to rest, Fatty Yuanzi and Sun Chun sat down to play cards. Only Fang Yi decided to meditate. While the fat man was looking at his failed cards, the protagonist became alert when he sensed something was amiss. He immediately took off and ran, trying to call someone at the same time, and Xinhua asked what had happened. The caller was unavailable. Fang Yi was asked to call back later, and Xinhua asked again what had happened to make the guy so anxious. The fat man himself began to worry and asked a friend to answer at least something, and our hero only said the name of his girlfriend. Fang Yi admitted that while meditating, he felt that the girl seemed to fly up, higher and higher. Yuanzi came over and asked if she wasn't picking up the phone, and the guy said that the girl's phone was disconnected. The guy assumed that the girl was going to heaven, and Sungchun got angry and hit him so that he wouldn't say such a thing. Sungchun reassured his friend and told him not to listen to Yuanzi, because it was obvious that the girl was on the plane right now. The main character immediately looked at the screen of his phone when someone tried to call him. It was Mr. Man, and Fang Yi answered the phone and asked the man why he was calling him now. Manchong complained that he had specially flown to the city to see Fang Yi, and in response he heard such words. The man said that he wasn't the only one who had arrived, but that Master San and Master Yu had also come with him, and they had just got off the plane. The main character was delighted to hear this wonderful news and promised to meet them immediately. Fang Yi was happily running towards Mr. Man when the shaven-headed man waved at him at the airport. The guy was especially happy to see his masters, who also flew in to see the disciple. The young man knelt before the masters and wished them all the best, and Yu told the boy to get up. Master Yu noticed that it had only been a few days, and he had lost so much weight, and Fang Yi laughed, because these days were really difficult. Sun praised the student for going out to search for a missing person, and then helping to catch the criminals. Manchun offered to refresh himself, and Fang Yi said that Qinhua and Sun Chun had already arranged everything, and it was worth talking more at home. The main character stopped, turned around, and froze when he heard a familiar voice. He was overjoyed when he saw his girlfriend. Bai Chuxia also flew over to see her. Today she was wearing a police uniform. Fang Yi ran up to her and asked her what she was doing here, and if Chuxia had come to see him. Chuxia replied that she was a member of a special group helping with the Long Long case, and asked if Fang Yi had contacted her at least once in all this time. The guy excused himself by saying that he was busy these past few days. Bai ignored him and left to say hello to the masters. Master Yu said that distance really wasn't a hindrance to love, so Fang Yi suggested that Chuxia go with them, but the girl refused. Suddenly, a guy in a police uniform approached Bai Chuxia and asked her if she knew the people she was talking to right now. He complained that she had unexpectedly slipped away from her and then put his arm around her and invited her to introduce him to everyone. The main character seethed with anger and jealousy when he saw a strange guy put his arm around the shoulder of his girlfriend. The man was at a loss when an angry Fang Yi took his hand off Chuxia's shoulder and demanded to show her more respect. The policeman was not a mistake. He grabbed our hero by the arm in response. He even grunted in pain. The stranger immobilized Fang Yi, saying that the guy had not yet grown up to try to beat him, and our hero decided to use magic. The police officer panicked when something strange started happening to his left arm. The man didn't understand why he suddenly lost control of his hand and asked Chuxia for help, but she only sighed heavily. The main character blushed in shame and screamed when Bai Chuxia asked him to let go of the guy. After all, this is her older brother. Panicking, Fang Yi promised that he would fix it now. The man told him to hurry up. The guy put 2 fingers on the man's injured hand and completely healed it. The man sighed with relief. Our hero bowed down to him and asked for forgiveness for what had happened, and the girl's older brother asked if he really was the same Fang Yi. The shamed Fang Yi was ready to take any punishment for his rudeness, but the policeman replied that it was not so simple because it could be considered as an attack on a representative of the authorities. Fang Yi was burning with shame when the man promised to think about how to save the incident from his future father-in-law if the guy would teach him this trick. The man came over to shake Master San's hand, and Bai Chuxia admitted that she was surprised. She didn't expect Fang Yi to go so far as to raise a hand against her brother, and Fang Yi replied that he only wanted to help his girlfriend. Fang Yi's mood brightened, and he declared that he was ready to arrange a celebration for everyone, for the masters, for Chuxia and her brother, and for Manchun. When the main character returned to the kitchen and told about the upcoming holiday, his friends were stunned. They decided that Fang Yi would have a hard time since there were only a few potatoes in the pantry at home. The guys went out for a walk. The fat man did not believe that they would find an open store because the new year was already on the nose. The main character noticed the pond and said it out loud, but the fat man didn't understand what his friend was driving at. Fang Yi asked the boys if they still remembered how they used to kill fish in the reservoir with dynamite. Xinhua was inspired by this great idea, and Sangchun also didn't mind going back to his roots and getting food on his own. The guys ran to the pond, and a disgruntled old man immediately ran out and asked the guys if they had permission to fish. Grandpa declared that he was the master here, and Fang Yi went back and apologized to the elderly man. Fang Yi handed him a bracelet in exchange for all the fish from the pond. The old man was shocked to see the antique agar bracelet. The guy started fishing with a calm soul. The fat man threw dynamite into the pond, and Sangchun held a fishing rod in his hands. Xinhua covered his ears to protect them from the explosion, and Fang Yi showed the girl the first big fish he caught. After fishing, the children managed to organize a luxurious festive table, in the center of which was fried fish. The eldest of the younger generation, Manchun, decided to be the first to wish the masters a happy new year, but San stopped him. Master San said that they should make the first toast to Commissioner Gu because he is at the forefront of public order defenders, and it is worth learning from him. Smiling broadly, Commissioner Gu replied that he was only doing his duty as a police officer, protecting people. All the people gathered at the table raised their glasses and drank together to the police, protecting order in the country. Qinghua remembered that it had been a year since they had last fished in the village, and in that time, he had managed to buy a house, find a girl, and earn a lot of money. He asked Sun Chun if he agreed that he had changed a lot, and the guy agreed, because Qinghua was even fatter. Manzhong announced to the commissioner that Fenghuang City was a beautiful place, with good people, so he was going to open a shop here. Master Sun and Yun watched Fang Yi, his friends and the rest, and the guests as they watched the children grow up. Old Man's son added with a sad smile on his face that he and his friend had only aged more this year. Our hero asked Brother Wei if he liked everything about today's celebration, and he replied that everything was great. Brother Chuxia was sure that his sister had a great future ahead of her, given Fang Yi's culinary talents, and he blessed the boy to marry her. Chuxia hit her brother on the head for giving out blessings, because Fang Yi didn't even admit his love to her. So Wei started encouraging our hero to do it right now. Fang Yi blushed in embarrassment, but Qinhua and Sangchun also started to tease him and told him not to stand there like a blockhead. He smiled, understanding why his teacher had told him to come down from the mountains, since the sky and earth were changing every day.